chasing a dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but kicks got our back, so don't lose hope. Signal sparks, we're fueling the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Signal sparks, yeah, we're never done. Howard and Mo, still roasting for fun. Join the crew, don't miss the spark. Signal sparks, we're lights in the dark.
Mm. Ooh. Ooh, hello. Welcome to the Anta broadcast. Let's make me smaller so I don't have to look at me. How's it going out there in viewing land? The reflexes of my oral muscles always go to say listening land because since 2012 I've been doing this on internet radio. And still getting used to the video thing. Almost getting used to seeing my ghastly self at the most inopportune moments reflected back to me on the screen. Ooh, not for the faint of heart. Coming up on in front of hundreds, sometimes thousands of people. Not live, always after the fact, and showing your mug and standing behind what you have to say. It's I mean, you could have balls, or you could just be like me and just be fucking stupid. Stupid enough to do it. Not enough foresight to see, geez, this could get me in some hot water. Putting my face and named things. But it's coming to a point now in the Irish cultural zeitgeist, as well as around the world, that we have to do this now. For a while, folks with opinions like ours, myself, 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 Morgan, and you guys out there, shunned, for them, to one degree or another. So we went into hiding. At least most of us did, anyway. Excusez-moi. Jesus Christ, I need to remember to hit that mute button. At least we hid while we spoke our minds on certain issues. And that's because we didn't have the support of people in general. But the tide is shifting. It, it might be a little bit patchy, a little bit ropey. Not sure what descriptor to use there. But it's coming together. Thank you, me, myself, and God. That means a lot. Thank you. And props have to be given to Morgan as well, because, geez, he doesn't he doesn't just have to worry about himself. He's got a wife. He's got a family. I can't put myself in that head frame of thinking, geez, standing out there in public and saying, things that can still to this day get you lynched. That's a lot to consider all by itself. But when you have the responsibility of little creatures that you helped to bring into the world, and a loved one who has absolutely no interest in what you're doing or why you're doing it, I'd imagine. I don't know Morgan's significant other. That should be a heavy weight to carry. So when Morgan gets here, let him know that you appreciate him as well. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because I have a particular message to deliver to you guys tonight. 420 audits in the chat. Nice to see you again. He asks, did he bail on you, Howard? No. What he did was he fell asleep for an hour and woke up. 20 minutes ago. The lucky cunt. Um, I'm running on 2 hours. I would love to get in a sneaky 1 hour nap, but hey, that's the life of a father, working his ass off, and then working his ass off again to run a fucking YouTube channel. Can take it out of you. Right. There's a particular message that's going to be broadcast on this show tonight, and it requires a face and a voice to represent it. You can't just be a voice in the wilderness anymore. You can't just be a Twitter account or a Facebook profile saying this. And I'll leave it at that. I'll leave that to be a little bit of a what you call a teaser for later on in the show. You gotta hang in there with us for at least a half an hour until Morgan joins us. And if you are out there listening, Morgan, do take your time. Not that we don't want you around, but you know, you just woke up, mate. Okay, I would love to use this as an excuse. I was just about to use this as an excuse for not getting any sleep last night, but I think it's just my fault alone. War. Yeah. War, actual war, not one of those pretend wars that the US and Russia have been involved in for the past 3 years. No, this is a real war, this time between Israel and Iran. And it kind of just kicked off really at, what was it, 2 a.m.? At least that's when I caught wind of it. Willie OAM, he runs a good channel from Australia on YouTube. Willie OAM, a Australian veteran, so he knows his military stuff. He knows what it's like to be a soldier. And what I like about him most is that, having been a soldier, in active duty, having his life threatened and the lives of his comrades threatened, he doesn't consider, say, the Russia-Ukraine conflict to be some kind of video game. So he's not going to come out and spin yarn about how Ukraine is, just fine. It's winning, just more aid. That's all they need, and they're going to win. Don't worry. So I tune into him, even though I frankly just straight up disagree with his assessment of that conflict. So once I saw that he was live, and I saw Iran, Israel, I knew that shit just got real, and it certainly did. He went live at about 1:30 last night, Irish time, and that's where that's when the bombers reached Iran from Israel. They were the first to strike. The preliminary reports is that the IDF used about 200 bomber planes to deliver a few surgical strikes, and since then, we've been in kind of limbo. First of all, we were waiting for Iran to respond. That took about 5 hours. It felt like eternity. And then it was just like 100 drones. Most of them got shot down in this space of 2 hours. And we were all kind of left wondering, like, what the fuck is that about? So let's walk through this article, which I wrote. This is another reason why I got no sleep, because I had to write a World War III prelude news update. Because honestly, you know, I can't find any mainstream outlets that will put together something like this. I can't find any alternative media outlets that will put stuff together like this. So I thought, if something needs fixed, then I'll go ahead and I'll fix it for the tiny audience that I have of my friends and family. All right. So, yeah, what we know. All right. So on Thursday morning, that is, well, okay, that's actually wrong. I'm mixing up the time zones. Jesus Christ. All right. So yesterday, Thursday morning in Israel, whatever time zone that is, they announced a preparation for a strike on Iran. The US president said that they're still offering defensive support for Israel, but not offensive support. So that has characterized the American position so far of like, yeah, we're not to blame. Don't attack us. Don't blame us. When it's the conviction of the Iranian leadership that this kind of attack couldn't have happened without uh, United States intelligence to help them pick the targets, etc. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Iran, it's not a very they're a bit loosey goosey with their security. Easy for Mossad to track any of them, really. Easy for Mossad to set up base and launch drones, a la the Ukrainian attack on the nuclear air bases in Russia there a week ago. At least that's what we're being told. That's what the sources are telling us, that drones were launched within Iran itself by Mossad agents. Mossad came out later today, yesterday, depending where you live, and said that they ran operations in the hours leading up to the attack, which took place at 1 a.m. GMT. That's not anyone's time zone right now because we're in summertime. I don't know why I use GMT. I was exhausted. Okay, leave me alone. It was very odd that none of these bombers were either shot down by, or at least shot at by, Iranian air defense. There were no jets scrambled. People tend to think that Iran's just a big giant shithole and they don't have anything except a few rocks to throw at the Israelis when they fly past. But that's not true. They have an air force. They have a navy. They have a whole army. They're a very sophisticated nation, despite their weird dictatorship. So it turned out, as we theorized earlier in the morning, and if we believe the IDF, they somehow sabotaged the air defense. They sabotaged their missile capabilities, and that's a direct quote from the IDF prior to the attack. So this is very sophisticated. It was very methodical and pre-planned, I would say, by weeks or months. And I think this is a turning point. This is a turning point not just for Iran, not just for Israel, but the greater Levant, Middle East region and all the countries within it. Because for decades now, decades, for as long as most of us can remember in our lifetimes, Iran was the big baddie. Okay, add another 20 minutes to the ETA, Morgan said. All right, so you got me for another 25 minutes at least. So, sit tight, sit tight. Or, fuck off and come back in 40 minutes. Where was I? Right. I have no idea because I was interrupted. Great. Thanks, Morgan. Iran, they've been the big baddie. For a while there, it turned towards Iraq. Iraq was the bad guy, and they had to be taken down. I forget the well, it was WMDs, it was weapons of mass destruction. But other than that, I don't really see how the Americans and the pro-American West, what do they call us? The coalition of the willing after September 11th. I don't know how we jumped from Afghanistan then to Iraq 1 year later. Other than, well, towel heads. That was the big insult back in the day because, Saddam Hussein, sorry, Osama bin Laden had a towel on his head. So that became the racist slur of the day, if anyone remembers that far back. So I guess Afghani, Iraqi, Pakistani, they're all different, right? They're all the same, rather. But once that was, I guess, taken care of, once Saddam and his Ba'athist party was out of the way, even though it turned into an even more dangerous shithole than it was before, as well as Afghanistan, it crept back into the zeitgeist that Iran was the big bad guy threatening the security of Israel. I don't think I need to go into much more detail, really. I think I'd be preaching to the choir here when I'm saying that Israel has gone on a campaign of destabilizing all of the countries next to them. Yemen and Lebanon, they fared pretty damn well. I mean, poor Yemen got hammered several times over the decades by Israel's friends, but they still managed to hold it together. They still have the Houthis, very resourceful, very courageous people, whether you agree with their cause or not. But that's the issue, is that when you take away legitimate leadership and you come in with color revolutions and other flavors of Western sponsored regime changes like happened in Iran not 50 years ago, that brought in this Islamist theocracy. Corruption and oppression is just, it's just natural. You take away the legitimate leadership, and you get warlords who take their place. And that kind of just goes on to justify even more hostility from the much more civilized and sophisticated and peace loving neighbor, in this case, Israel. It was much hard to levy that accusation against Lebanon, a very secular country, a very stable country, except for its border disputes with Israel in the south, which, was tremendously helped by the UN peacekeepers, in particular, the Irish peacekeepers. They kind of, at least kept things at a slow simmer so that it didn't destabilize the whole fucking country. And it didn't allow Israel to just come in and take more fucking land. Syria is another one that got away lucky, but not all on their own steam. The Assad government, which some people called a regime, don't know why, really. He was very progressive, very secular, definitely compared to the standards of government that you would find in that part of the world. He was propped up by, for the most part, Russia. You had these fucking quote unquote rebel groups causing trouble since, what was it, 2014 now? Jeez, what a very interesting year that was for a lot of different reasons. Well, that changed last year in a kind of a tag team regime change coup from the outside. Turkey, Israel, and the United States in various forms. Turkey with its militants and proper military, Israel with its underhanded, ways, as well as the United States with their intelligence network. Yeah, I guess they just saw a weakness in the Assad government and took their chances. I think they were even shocked themselves at how easily Assad's government fell, because the military, for the most part, did nothing. They either completely retreated, they just fucked off, or they waited to surrender. So now Syria is run by this guy, Giuliani. He's changed his name twice now. I don't know what he's called, and I really don't care to learn his name, because God knows in a few months he's probably going to change it again. It was only a year ago he was wanted for it. Was it Al Qaeda he was a member of, or maybe someone in the chat can correct me. He's running the show. And depending on who you believe, Hezbollah, who has been very helpful for the Palestinian cause by plaguing the Israelis at their northern border through plaguing the Israelis at their northern border. and diverting their military. Every little helps. Slowed down the genocide a little bit. They may or may not be puppets of Iran, but they definitely received weaponry and other supplies from Iran via via Syria. And that was interrupted because the Israelis took their chances when the Assad government fell and rolled in and just took a bunch of Syrian land in service of the Greater Israel Project. As I mentioned, the Houthis, brave and resourceful people. Whether you agree with their cause or not, you have to hand it to them. They've been giving Israel and their allies in the region a run for their money. Egypt, however, to the west, they've been very passive despite serious border frictions and threats. Despite Israel messing with their authority over their own border with Gaza, they did nothing. And it's been a thorn in the side of Levantine and Arab internet people, or just people in that region speaking their minds on the internet, that why aren't we doing something? Why are our leadership allowing Israel to dismantle all of our countries one by one and kind of dismantling the axis, the great alliance? Turns out it wasn't really much of an alliance. KK24. I don't care about world politics. We need charity at home first. Local people, local houses. America forces the dollar or else. Is that right? Look, I'm just filling airtime until Morgan gets here. And I think this is important. I think this is important for us to understand. I'm not asking anyone to do anything about it because we can't do anything about it. I'm not asking you to divert your attention or your efforts. Only that we should be worldly people. We should understand the power dynamics, even though those powers confront each other thousands of miles away. But yeah, I don't want to get into what we have on the cards for tonight without Morgan, because it's a two-man show. So with all that said, that's how we are where we are now. The big bad bully in the Middle East, Iran, they have been isolated. Their allies weakened, and now it's time for Israel to level them, to do what they want with them. There's the very real obstacle of Iraq. There's no way of an Israeli land invasion of Iran because Iraq is in the way. That might change. They said they're going to complain to the UN because Israel flew its planes through their airspace to bomb Iran. Like, come on, what's that about? That's not really achieving anything, is it? I think it's just yeah, we have to say that we're doing something. But I think if Israel said, "Hey, you know what? You're going to let our troops move through your territory," I don't think Iraq is in a position to say anything. What do you think of Paul Murphy? KK24 says Paul eating cockroaches in Cairo jail, maybe. Oh man. Oh yes. Oh yes. Well, that is just glorious. Um, again, something that we're going to cover with Morgan because Jesus Christ, that's juicy stuff. Just as a bit of a teaser for later in the show, Paul Murphy and a bunch of other lefties decided to, I don't know, make a point, protest by traveling by foot from from Egypt through their northern border, and then they're going to walk into Gaza to achieve what? I don't know. And they got detained at the Egyptian border. And there was a post through Paul Murphy's Twitter account saying, "Oh my God, they took his passport, they took his phone. We need, was it, who's the foreign minister now? I forget. It's like fucking musical chairs over there in Dublin. Whoever the foreign minister is, oh, we need to get him involved. He needs to demand that they give Paul Murphy his phone and passport back, as if he was about to be shot. Um, really, they were bringing him back to somewhere in the opposite direction of where he wanted to go by his last statement. Don't know what that means. How did you get a message to the outside? I guess the Egyptians, they're not that bad. They weren't treating you all that bad, were they? Glory be to Egypt. Oh God, foot rot. I hope athlete's foot at least. Yeah, he's. I imagine he's a man of a delicate constitution. You know. But hey, look, it's less than one day, and he's going to be on a flight back home. That's the way it works. Hail Egypt. Okay, K24, you're funny. Thanks for joining us again tonight. Okay, I only need to do this little show for another 8 minutes alone ish. Yeah, he's going to be back on a flight and he's going to be back in his comfy fucking home. Who's he again? Is he the one with the parents that owns the castle in Northern Ireland? Maybe he'll go there to oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Water protester in the driest place on earth. Oh jeez. Kino. Absolutely. For sure. Fuck me. He's no camel. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking at the chat because that's you're distracting me, and I'm failing to be of any kind of entertaining or insightful when I'm just reading the chat. Sorry. Oh boy, what's wrong with the layout on your website, Tass? Oh no, that's my fault. Okay, never mind. Ukraine is finally taking their dead. Hey. It's interesting that there's a very conspicuous lack of any kind of statement on the front page, any kind of even reference to the last 24 hours in relation to Iran on the state media website of Russia. It's interesting. It indicates what a lot of people suspect, that that Putin or the Kremlin itself has something interesting to say about that conflict, something that can't be uh, my vocabulary fails me. Something that can't be spoiled with just news items. In this little yoke here in the corner, they have very, very punctual updates on the conflict, but not on the front page. To the point that the front page's stories are old. That's not like TASS. That's my little conspiracy theory. Uh, whoa. Paul Murphy had a GoFundMe. A GoFundMe for what? Can you fill me in there, KK? That's Don't tell me it's because he got caught in Egypt. That is fucking funny. What does he need a GoFundMe for? He's fucking rich. First of all, if you're a TD, you're already in the 1% of Ireland. Come on. I mean, that's why I ran for election. Because I wanted that sweet salary, expenses, and then pension. This is a fucking great gig. But he has all these other streams of revenue and rich parents. What the fuck does he need a fucking GoFundMe for? It's all a scam. I really don't want to preempt. That's the word I was looking for in relation to TASS and the Kremlin's statement. Yeah, I'm running at full capacity tonight, folks. I don't want to preempt this before Morgan comes on, but the statement about him being detained at the Egyptian border, it was used for political point scoring. When, like, if you just take it for what it is, right? They went over there and they decided to go for a little walk into Gaza to make a point. And I would imagine that the point is that you can't go there because certain authorities won't let you, because there's something that they don't want you to know and they don't want you to see. They want to hide the misery of the Palestinians from you, right? So why didn't the statement from Paul Murphy's account lead with that? You know? No, these people, they're shit. They're absolute shit. Grifters. And they have the gall, these people, to call a lot of people in the nationalist or patriot movement, or what have you, however you'd like to call it, as being grifters. And I'm sure there are grifters, and we will look at grifters in the fucking movement. Don't you worry. Tonight we'll be unmasking a few people. But pot kettle black, man. Okay, you can't be far off, Morgan, can you? I really should plan ahead for this, I should, every Friday think, okay, flip of a coin, Morgan's going to be late. I should think of something to do while we wait for him. But do I do that? No. No. No, of course I don't. Let's look at what they're trying to shove down our throats in regards to Iran, in regards to, I don't know, Ballymena. We'll be talking about that. Oh, Al Jazeera. Wow. I didn't know that news.google.com pushes Al Jazeera. Is he in a cloud of smoke? Oh, God. I don't know. I don't pry into this man's life. Smoke over Tel Aviv as Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel, and that's in the last 2 hours. They've been launching attacks there for 5 hours now, I would say. No, fucking earlier than that. No, what time is it in Iran? All right, 2 hours. Yeah. Since 4 p.m. Yeah, 5-6 hours. Yeah. KK24 knows. So you're following this as well. I'm not the only one. Uh, you're doing fine. I don't know anything about Paul. Oh, okay. We're not all Irish in the room right now. Okay. Fuck. I mean, how do you explain people before profit and these fucking weirdo socialists? Who's an analog in Britain for people before profit? Well, this guy and his friends, they've been sitting in the Dáil like toads for 3 election cycles now, and they're just LARPing as rebels. I'm not referring to you, KK. I'm sure you can see there's another person in the chat there. Refugees before profit. Well, I mean that, yeah, that tells you all you need to know about people before profit right there. Refugees before profit. So yeah, 5 hours, maybe 6 hours, I'd say, because I heard they launched an attack around 4 p.m. So there's a few waves. I'd say a few hundred. Mihol is the worst. I mean, there's this weird fucking thing, right? Every time we put up something on YouTube about Mihol Martin, it just fucking blows up, man. People love that shit. I don't know if it's YouTube pushing videos about Mihal Martin onto people's feeds, or people just really love watching stuff that's critical of Mihal Martin. So it pushes the videos about him even harder. I can't tell. I don't know why you would willingly click on a video with Mihal Martin in it. I I just don't get it. All right. So the journal. Are you actually going to tell me any details? Approximately 100 missiles. Big tips lover. Good to have you in the chat. I went to a feminist rally in Cavan last Sunday. Came back with my shirt ironed and a bag of sandwiches. I started reading that message like it was serious. He gets me every fucking time. 100 missiles. No, I fucking doubt that. 100 missiles, and some of them get through. Either they're underreporting the amount of missiles, or the Iron Dome is still in a shit condition. Iranian missiles are in response. Okay, 78 people is the death toll in Iran in the last half day. That includes 6 nuclear physicists who were targeted, like really, like precision targeted. One apartment block that was bombed just fucking collapsed. I guess the bomber just lobbed the fucking bomb at the building itself. But the rest of the buildings, from what I'm told, because I haven't had time to look into this detail of it, there's that much going on in this conflict, that the building itself is fine, but there's just this little burrow, like a friend of mine described it as like a termite ate into the building. So they have some kind of sophisticated bomb of some type that can be steered mid-flight. Maybe the speed can be controlled, and it doesn't explode on impact with walls. It can just come into your home and blow you up. Paddy Irishman in the chat. I've heard that Israelis are quite popular with the Iranian people, mainly because they want to become more secular at this point. The demos in Iran today were tiny. The demos for what? I came across a video on Twitter. I didn't turn on the volume. I didn't bother watching it, but apparently there's this theme park that they built in Iran that's hell themed, and visitors just walk through it, and there's flames and brimstone, and you walk over fucking bridges of flowing magma or something. And there's people getting whipped. And that's supposed to, frighten you into going back to the mosque, because I think the mosque attendance, the tweet said, is down 70% on what long of a time frame. I'm not sure. What's going on here? Something is complaining to me. Okay, I don't need to hear that. Okay, right. Sorry about that, folks. Technical difficulties. Yes. Paddy Irishman means against Israeli actions. I don't see. It was just odd for me. Like, why would you protest another country's hostile actions towards your country in your country. It doesn't make sense. Uh, oh right, yeah. Me, myself, and God. They're telling all the Jews globally to hide and stay indoors, and all their embassies, etc., are closed up. Always the victims, aren't they? Um, well, when you fucking piss off a sizable fucking portion of the planet, and those people are spread throughout the planet as you are yourself, yeah, you should take some fucking precautions, man. Yes, indeed. In particular, the NYPD, the police in New York were put out a statement saying that they're paying special attention to the events of the Israel-Iran war and mitigating any possible threats to the Jewish community in New York. Which I've heard that one before, so it seems that that's their job, is taking care of Jews. Hey Morgan, pop in when you're ready. And it was very, very early on that the Israeli government put out a statement saying, look, remember, if you're given directions by the security forces, follow them so that we may all remain safe. Make a note of your nearest safe area. And if you are told to go to that safe area, then you must immediately do so. They also put out a request that Israelis donate blood because, they might need some extra blood because, they were expecting that people will die. The conspiracy theorist in me said, oh,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
huh? What?
Camera's not working, like.
Bro.
Fucking Jews, man.
All
Alright, I'll sort this out back in 1 second.
right. I love this song.
I let it play, so I'll just mute myself. Back in a moment.
Yep. So, the conspiracy theorist in me thought, no, you know what? They just want extra blood to make pharmaceuticals out of for free. Because I'm pretty sure Israel is where a lot of the donated and sold blood goes to produce this. I don't know, there's this condition, syndrome, that is treated with a pharmaceutical made from blood. The syndrome is a blood disorder, so it's kind of vampiric almost, because is that Morgan's entrance music? I was thinking that is what it was. I thought he had some kind of skit for us there. But yeah, you have these sways of fucking Americans in these rundown, shitty towns. The type that used to have industries in them where people had jobs and lives and were somewhat prosperous, and then those jobs left and they got hooked on fucking opioids. So now they need to go down to the blood clinic once a week and sell as much blood as they can sell while remaining healthy to feed their habit. And they're all under the impression, just like we're under the impression when we see, I forget what that organization is called, that tells you to donate blood and takes it from you for free. Uh, that's this blood is going to people to save their lives, and I'm sure in a lot of cases that is the case. But it's it's like it's like any other fucking thing, man. Uh, drugs, human trafficking, fucking avocados. The what do they call them? The the narcos down in Mexico and South America. The cartels, they're transitioning into other industries, because they'll operate in any fucking industry that they can get their claws into, legal or illegal. And fucking avocados, man, they're big bucks, So many hippies, especially in LA, want their fucking avocados. Blood, it's the same thing. Diamonds, it's all the fucking same thing. A great portion of donated blood and sold blood in countries that allow you to sell your own blood ends up being used to make pharmaceuticals. It's fucking dark. It's vampiric. And to think that there's people who have this blood syndrome that's of no fault of their own, and the only way that they can live is that if some poor fucking white person who has to fund their drug habit is selling their blood to you. Capitalism. You got it in one, KK. Organ harvesting, Jesus Christ. Oh, don't start me. Fuck. Yeah. All of Ireland is now a fucking organ harvesting fucking racket now, because it's now legal for the state to just take your organs when you die. Luckily, I'm doing a great job at destroying all of mine, so they'll be useless. I mean, they'll probably have to cut me up to figure that out. Or, maybe they could just take a look at me. I don't know how that works. Hey.
Oh, hey.
Hey. Good to have you.
Good to be here. Yeah, that was a VPN issue. It won't let the camera operate with the VPN on for some reason. That's nice, isn't it? Anyway, so what we going? Jews, Iranians, killing each other.
Yeah.
Have you put the flag in your bio yet? Are you? I don't know. Which side are you on?
Oh, I'm on Iran's side. I mean,
Oh,
I'm not hot. I'm
oh.
not hot on the regime there, but
Yeah.
like
anyone but the Jews. Huh?
I mean, that's a part of it.
ABTJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't. I fell asleep. Rather, I'm such an old cunt. So I don't really know what happened today. What happened? Has Iran retaliated yet?
Yes, for the last 5-6 hours now, they've been launching missiles and stuff.
Okay. How many landed?
There's really no telling, but there's photos and footage of fucking things.
All right. Anywhere from 2 to 10,000, depending on the news sources.
Yeah.
Welcome to the new war, where nobody knows the fucking truth. And
well, see, the thing is, right, is that Iran were as transparent as freshly fucking polished glass from the very first minute. They told us everything. They had no problems with that. But now that the missiles and stuff are flowing in the opposite direction, then we're not really hearing much.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah, it's pretty standard practice, isn't it? When they're being attacked, but they're a bit silly. Like they got played like a fucking fiddle. If we're to believe, you know, what we're being told. But what was the deal? Like there was 1 week. They were supposed to have another week of negotiations, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Trump extended 1 extra week, and then the Iranians, being the trusting people they are, said, "Okay, all right, we'll wait a week," and then Trump decided to sneak all the American diplomats out of Iran and the surrounding area. And like the conspiracy theories were going, something's going to happen, something's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
A pattern seems to be emerging, and then kaboom! The sneaky Jews went in. What did they take out? 2? Was it 2 or 3 of their top military guys?
That 2, but they
Okay.
also killed 6 scientists.
Yeah. So not a good idea. So if the Irish government is listening and they're looking for how to increase their statecraft, I don't think we have any scientists outside the field of gender studies. But if we ever do have any real scientists who could help us operate on an international scale, probably not a good idea to put them all into the one building. It just makes it much easier for enemies to destroy them. So again, I've been watching. I was watching a little bit of news last night. I didn't want to get too deep into it because
Yeah.
I can't deal with another fucking war. To be honest, there's so many throughout my life, and I don't have the willpower, and I don't want to sink into a deep depression to bury myself in it. What was I saying? Sorry, I'm very distracted.
You watched the news a little.
Oh yeah, so I watched the news a little. I can't remember. I'm sorry, my head's all over the place. I honestly can't remember what the fuck I was saying. I've confused myself already. It will come back to me in a moment. Yeah, but I can't get too deep into it. But oh yeah, people are very, very upset. That's what I was saying. Sorry, half people are very upset because it's the Jews attacking Iran again. The other half are delighted because finally the Jews are taking a hold in the Middle East, and it will be the end for the Iranian regime. A lot of people think this will be fantastic for Israel. People think this is the end of Israel, but we know generally how things go. It's just going to be probably a long, protracted, not a full-scale war, but a kind of tit for tat. But I'm interested to see what happens in Iran because I know internally, like you mentioned about the regime, people ain't too happy with that particular regime. I can't imagine it's much fun living under a theocracy like that.
I think that might even be overplayed.
But I don't know because again, we're never going. The problem is like everything, we're just never going to fucking know because we're not on the ground in Iran. So all we have to rely on is second and third hand accounts. But from figures I've seen, Islam itself is on the decline in Iran. I know it's put out there that there's just now 8 billion Muslims. It's not the case. I think maybe 20% of Iranians are atheists, 0.2% Christian for some mysterious reason. We don't know what's happening to all the Christians in the Middle East. We just can't figure it out. We'll get to that eventually. We don't know what happens when Islam takes over a country and all the Christians just move, apparently to parts unknown. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But Iran doesn't seem to have a lot of friends, from what I can
Not
gather.
anymore because Israel picked them off one by one.
Yeah, well, they were clever in advance, but even in the region, like there's you have to go through certain airspaces, and of course we know with Islam there's a lot of issues between the Shias and the Sunnis. So it looks like Iran, kind of on their own for the moment. I don't know. Has Russia and China come out to say anything on the matter, or are they just being clever and going, okay, nothing to do with us. We're still quiet. We'll just operate in the background and be clever.
They haven't came out with anything official unless something happened in the last hour or two that I haven't seen. But I have noticed something on the TASS website, which is the Russian, state newspaper, let's say, for like over 100 years. There's nothing about Iran on the front page, of this conflict on the front page. There are articles published on TASS, but they're not being put up on the front page, to the detriment of the front page itself, because all the articles there are like over 12 hours old. So I think the message has gone out to all the, the lower bodies below the Kremlin. Shh, we are doing something right now. It's like what do they call it in Britain? A B notice or something, where like they just say, look, media, don't say anything.
Yeah, but yeah, I think we've been expecting this war since what, the last 20, 30 fucking years. We go back
40
to
maybe.
yeah. What was the document?
Something for a new American century.
Yeah, the Project for New American
Yes.
Century, where there'll be 3 theaters of war, including Iran. So it's kind of been a proxy until now. But now it seems to be kicking off, and of course Trump has nothing to do with it. It's, which is great for Trump. Like, you got to give him like a master of just denying any responsibility at all. So he has Israel to do it for him, or Israel has the United States to do it for him. But yeah, from an Irish front, it's interesting because naturally the left has gone to Iran, and I think the right is having difficulty with favouring Israel because, Ireland being a kind of collectivist country, nobody really wants to be on Israel's side on anything, or to be seen to be on Israel's side in any way, shape, or form. It's completely forbidden in Ireland to mention anything positive about the Jews, unless, of course, you're Jewish yourself, and that's interesting. And I wonder now, because for me that's kind of tying in with a couple of things. One, the Irish, for lack of a better term, the Irish nationalist movement, or the Irish. I'm going to start calling it the Irish. There's no nice way of phrasing this. The Irish underclass / working class nationalist movement. And there seems to be some kind of sympathy, or I don't, maybe sympathy is not the right word, but some affinity towards Israel. And I don't know if that's purely just reactionary, because the left, because it's broken down to this kind of rather simplistic lefty, righty, tighty, whitey kind of narrative, especially online, And then we have events up north as well. And again, we've had the recent events in Northern Ireland with those 2 girls who were raped, or I think it's 3 now, or 2 raped and 1 sexually assaulted in the Loyalist area up north. And again, heavily underclass / working class area. And there seems to be some affinity between the class down south and the class up north. And we did have, not so long ago, people from Coolock going up to Northern Ireland and joining hands with the Loyalist working class up there. Then, of course, they came back to Ireland and they were pilloried, like they were fucking excommunicated. You can't be doing this. You don't know what you're doing. And then that all kind of went very quiet for a while. And then we have this episode in Ballymena, and there's talk there. Okay, well, we've mentioned it before ourselves here, that it would be nice if there was some sort of unifying force that could bring, nationalist and unionist or loyalist, whatever you want to call it, together. And there seems to be hate, or maybe hate's the wrong word again, but that's how it's being framed, that like hate will unite us. But we do seem to have this common enemy or common problem at the moment, which is mass immigration into Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, the UK, essentially the whole of fucking Europe, North America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, essentially the Anglosphere. And beyond, I know the whole of Europe as well, because it's not just confined to the Anglosphere. It's Germany, France, and it has been for a long time before us now. And so it's kind of bringing it to my mind about the whole civil war question again. And I'm thinking in Ireland, it has to be, it's going to be a class war, is what it's going to be, because the only real power the underclass have in this country is violence. And I think it's the same up north as well. We kind of saw that with Ballymena, that it started off as a march into the town up there in Ballymena, and then rather rapidly it turned into a pogrom. If we're
Yeah.
going, full scale, where people are burned out of their houses. They have to leave the area. They can't go back. And it's not just the two families that were involved. I don't know if they're Romanian or Roma. Again, it's very hard because of the fucking times we live in. We can't actually say who it is exactly, or at least those who are, have the responsibility to tell us the news will very rarely say who it actually was, unless it was actually, some sort of white Christian denomination male. Well, then we get that news very quickly. But if it's anything else, so the best we have at the moment, or at least I can figure out, is it's a Romanian. I very much doubt it's, Romanians proper. So it's probably members of the Roma community. And they seem to be putting a lot of Roma into this area up in Northern Ireland, which I'm not very familiar with. But two 14-year-old boys rape these girls, I think pretty brutally. Not that it can be done gently, but they're drugged, I think, tied to a bed.
Please spare us.
Yeah.
Do we need to know that?
Well, I think we do, because it kind of gets papered over, and again, in not in the circles we're in now, but for mainstream media, it's like there's now no mention of what the actual riot was about.
Yeah.
It's been reframed now as a racism issue.
Yeah.
And it's all sorts of fucking gone in all sorts of directions, where it's now we seem to have this another breakdown where it's being framed as identical to what happened in the 60s in the North, when Loyalists put Catholics out of their homes and they had to leave their homes, and it's been stripped of all context. And we have the likes of our friend Dr. Al-Qadri coming in over the top and grabbing a hold of that. And pointing out the similarities. This is exactly like that. Again, trying to cozy up to the nationalist community. And I don't know what's going on in the nationalist community up in the North. I don't know if they're experiencing the same levels of mass immigration into their community. Again, I don't know if it's purely reaction up there. If the Loyalists come out and, have these demonstrations, rallies, pogroms, whatever you call them, to get people out of their community, then it's okay. Well, in reaction to that, the nationalist community can't, because they don't want to be seen in any way, shape or form to be aping the Loyalist community. And it's all very confusing, because let's not forget the Loyalist community are the, previous planters. So, and it's going to be very difficult for, nationalists in Ireland who have issues around immigration and the current plantation to decide with the previous planters to solve the problem of the new plantation. And then for Loyalists, it's got to be rather confusing as well. They in effect are the previous many generations back, the equivalent of what we have now, but harder to spot, because they're, for all intents and purposes, without them expressly saying they are of the Loyalist background. Or if you get them to say the word flag and they can't pronounce it properly, well, then it becomes apparent who they are. So it's very, very confusing and a lot of problems. But I think for the working class, or underclass working class, we have to come up with a better word for that, because the connotations are so negative, and people on the left are essentially, I think, like one post away from admitting that they would like to completely
gas them,
exterminate the underclass. Yeah. The language online is just fucking incredible. They're only short as, calling them useless eaters, and, let's exterminate them. Let's put them on the trains and exterminate them.
At times they slip up and they literally say that.
Really? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've had a few encounters where it's just mask off, as they say.
Yeah, and they don't seem to comprehend that the reason those people are reacting in such a fashion is because they are the ones at the moment who are being replaced. We're not bringing in doctors and engineers en masse. We're just bringing in replacements. I don't even know what they're for, really, because if they're replacements for the underclass, well, then they're not really doing anything anyway, because they're just going to be a new underclass, So we've been talking for a long time. Well, okay, maybe they will top up the likes of the guards and the army and what have you, like that. But it's the underclass who are essentially feeling the pressure. They're going into underclass communities en masse, and so we're getting that reaction. It's not happening in middle class Ireland at all. It's simply not. And again, working class and underclass tend to live in the same areas, you know, until if you're working class, you get enough money to remove yourself from that environment altogether, because it's not pleasant. Let's not sugarcoat it. It's just not, which is understandable. But we don't seem to want to do anything about it. There's no real effort within Ireland to uplift an underclass, and all socialist parties seem to have abandoned them, or the underclass has abandoned socialist parties. Whatever happened, it's not working, you know. So I was in Cork. I've been thinking along these lines for a long time, but it became apparent to me in Cork, because I did go down for that protest rally to have a look what was going on. Because I'm not obviously in favour of mass immigration. I don't really have an affinity with the protesters. I'll hold my hands up at that. Not because they're underclass. The underclass or working class or anything like that. I'm from that background myself, but it doesn't appeal to me, like the kind of religiosity of it. The fact that there's no clear direction on where it's going, and many, many years of having previously gone to protest and marches, and it doesn't really lead anywhere. It's good for morale. We've said this before. It's good for morale. It's good to let people know that there's other people out there who think like you do too. But going back to when we looked at Pater Tobin being interviewed last week by Griffith Media, much as we've issues with Pater, but he spotted the problem. It's not ever going to be a mass movement as things stand, because it's just too raw, and people aren't going to be comfortable en masse outside of a strictly working class / underclass community to get on board with that. And I noticed the stark divide. I'll put a little video up here. Just walking by the counter protest. I'm not even sure if it was a counter protest. I think it might have been a counter protest, and I think there's a weekly kind of protest in Cork with Palestine anyway.
You know what? I saw a tweet by fucking Cork Against Fascism or something, whatever shite, and it said, you know, how dare they, you know, counter protest our thing. I was thinking, wait, so was that protest aligned with that as a counter protest? Or was it just, well, I mean, it's a Saturday. Did Gavin Pepper or whoever pick that date and it just happened to coincide?
Yeah. I think there was the weekly counter protest. Then obviously anytime there's a rally or a protest by the quote unquote right, well, then there has to be a counter protest. Otherwise, you know, everybody might join. But people aren't, you know, they're not going to get on board with right wing rallies because there's a counter protest. If anything, that would just encourage people to go more, just to shut these fucking soy titted people up, because it's most of the counter protests are embarrassment. You know, they've no real effect on anything other than making the counter protesters feel like they're actually doing something to stop the fash. And if you want to stop the fash, you have to get rid of the word fash, because it's very fucking it's very cringe altogether. Like every time I hear it, I can't help it.
It's like bougie.
Yeah, it's
like for bourgeois. Yeah, bougie.
Yeah,
oh, come on.
It's 20, 30 years out of date, and even then it was only fashionable for a week, like, you know. Yeah, so unless you're 70 years of age, hippie or something, you can't be getting away with saying fash, you know. Yeah, so I think there's a weekly protest, and obviously this was coming up on the back of the Dublin protest, so they would have pumped resources into it, and I was kind of surprised because I expected maybe, you know, 100 counter protesters, you know, probably max 200, based on what happened in Dublin a couple of weeks ago, because I think it was estimated anywhere, again, wild estimations depending where you're getting the news from, but from 10,000 to 50,000 people, and counter protests again anywhere from 100 to 1,000 people. So I thought figures would probably be maybe half that for Cork. But I went, had a look, came across the March for Palestine and the counter protest force, and I was surprised how many people there were. Like there was a lot of people there, and a lot of different organizations, Sinn Féin, Workers' Party, this group, that group, maybe 20, 30 different groups in total. And then the makeup of the people. So we'll just, I'll share this screen here so we can have a little look at the video. Again, maybe the sound might be a bit too high, so just let me know. You okay there? Can we see the screen?
Yeah.
Again, I got here so like it's hard to know. People should wear badges or something to let you know who's who, because both sides are now using the Irish flag. So
and that's great. I love that. A little bit of chaos.
Yeah, it's like who's who, and it's very hard to know. I didn't include it in this. Maybe after the show when we edit, I'll include it. But some guy spoke to me for 20 minutes. Like he thought I was one of the Palestine protesters, and he just bent my ear with an inordinate amount of horseshit. You wouldn't fucking believe it. Like they're telling me well, first of all, it's like, isn't it great that the right and the left are finally coming together?
Okay.
And I was like, what are they? That's news to me. And he said, yeah, they're marching together. So he got confused because they were in very close proximity. And then I was confused, and I started questioning myself. Like, I thought, or maybe it's a new form of gaslighting. It's like, okay, we are all one now, finally. And from there, he started telling me he didn't want to be on camera. Then 2 minutes later, he told me he did want to be on camera. He wanted to give me his phone number. He wanted me to contact him at a later date to interview him about his life story. He started telling me that he'd been waiting 10 years for an ADHD diagnosis. I was like, really? Well, you'd never fucking know that. And then 5 weeks ago, he got the diagnosis. So I tried to ignore him, but it wasn't happening. He was just, he just kept fucking talking and talking. So I engaged with him. So I asked him, okay, did they give you medication? Because yes, he said they put him on Ritalin. I'm saying, how are you getting on with that? He said, I'm not taking it. I said, all right, that's novel. Like, you're fucking bemoaning the fact that it took 10 years to get a diagnosis. Now they give you some medication you're taking. He goes, yeah, I don't like the way it makes me feel. It makes him not ADHD anymore. But he misses that. So he's now that he has the diagnosis, he's fully embracing his neurodiversity. And so that's what I knew it was over. It was like, okay, that's wonderful. So then he just kept going on. Then he was telling me about his mother. Isn't it terrible that we didn't have domestic violence legislation brought in until 1994? And I'm like, did we not? And then I'm trying to talk to him. It's foolishly, because most people, when you enter into those kind of conversations, the other person doesn't want to hear what you're saying at all. They just want you to be quiet and listen to everything they're saying. And I tend to indulge it too much. So he started telling me, he had to witness his mother being beaten by his father. And if it wasn't for that law, well, then many other women would have suffered the same fate as well. And I tried to make the point, well, kind of laws they're only kind of good after the fact. But no, he wasn't having it. He was convinced that we need more laws to solve all our problems.
Oh, mommy, save me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I left him. I left him fucking be, and I walked on. Right, so we'll have a look at this. We'll just have a look at the people. So no, there's the devil. You see, there's a lot of people don't understand what's going on with imagery and stories that are being told in the background that the average person who isn't schizophrenic wouldn't notice. So these guys are singing the devil is dead, the devil is dead. And then in across the screen walks the devil himself, an Iranian, I believe he is, or Roma. Could be. It's hard to know. You see, we need to start putting labels on people, badges, some sort of star system. So we can identify people properly.
Oh, Jesus, get it off the screen.
Like, so I don't know. I was thinking transsexual. I don't know. See,
it's even a lot more disconcerting that he or she just floated across the screen.
Yeah, it's an apparition. But again, we could already see the kind of makeup of the crowd here. This kind of creature doesn't appear in underclass and working class areas. Not a lot.
Mm.
I never saw it growing up. When I go back
Mm-hmm.
and visit, when I go back to Dublin, first of all, I go to the zoo and then I do tours of underclass areas just around the day off. I very rarely see this type of creature floating around. Yeah, we know the same kind of, middle class hippie uh, teacher, 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 teacher. A lot of teachers in the crowd. Yeah, and again, we could just see. Like, I always look at people's shoes. That's how I judge people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, by their shoes. You can tell by the
Right.
footwear, somebody's
Okay.
socio-economic status.
Well, I'm gonna have to move us out of the way there for a second. Okay.
Yeah, so if it's anything,
Wow.
if it's anything other than Adidas,
Yeah.
yeah. So again, you can tell immediately. Like, so, hiking. Generally, underclass, working class people don't wear these kind of hiking shoes, and we just know. You just know by generally looking at the clothing who we're dealing with. Again, there's only be one community these guys are coming from, and that's a middle class community. There are no bongos
Mm.
in the concrete jungle. You only get bongos in the real jungle and middle class communities. Or maybe there's a stray working class guy who gets too heavily involved in marijuana. That culture,
Yeah.
he picks up a bongo, Galway leading the crowd. Shame on you,
Oh.
Galway. Shame on you.
Ugh. We won't be silent.
I don't fucking know.
We won't be silent. Stop the violence. All right, fair enough.
I
Whatever.
suppose it's something new, It's better free.
Yeah.
Palestine.
Yeah. They change shit up.
Oh, damn. So we just get the idea, kind of very
We know
kind of,
who we're looking at. Yeah.
So again, just come back
I
from
mean,
5
this
year
one.
month.
Oh, sorry. What?
I was saying, just come back from 5 months in Nepal, at his
Mm.
parents' expenses, come back enlightened, and it looks like he's about 7 foot
Mhm.
fucking tall as well. Like, that's
Yeah,
impressive.
he's quite he's quite a towering man.
Yeah.
And I noticed this woman almost in the dead center, all white.
Yes, very pale.
That's not. Oh no, clothes, all white.
Oh, here.
That's
All right, yeah.
that's not easy to pull off. And it's not a thing that you see in other communities, is it?
No. Yeah. And again, because now I don't want to tar all middle class people with the same brush, because they do have problems. But again, no real immediate existential threats to their existence or life. And
Well, that they're aware of, seemingly.
yeah. But again, in the absence of that, because it's a vital part of human nature and for human development to have threats, it's how society kind of progresses and come up with new and more interesting weapons to protect ourselves and outsmart people like the Arabs, So again, they have to import them. So, or maybe it's just because it's too risky, it's too real to get involved with real threats that exist in Ireland, that this is a massive cope. It's like, okay, well,
Right.
I'm just going to distance myself from the real issues, and I'm going to focus exclusively on this issue in Palestine that I can never actually affect. And if it all goes to shit, well, it's not affecting me. I'm just my latte will still be there in the morning.
Yeah, and you can't be blamed because you didn't have any part in it.
Yeah, but you can feel good about yourself because you tried everything you could
Yeah.
to stop it, bar going over there, joining up with Hamas, and trying to have a direct impact.
Could you imagine Hamas taking on these guys?
I know, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we can see one use for you girls immediately. Sit down there for a minute. We've had boys in the field. They've been out for a long time. Yes, we have a type of use for people like you. Sexual jihad. Welcome to the club, girls. take a seat. No, when I say seat, I mean lay down on your back. There are no chairs in this room for thee. Obligatory tranny. Has to be bread, not bullets.
What
Fair enough.
the fuck?
I know, right? It is that it has to be a dude, doesn't it? Or a Jewish woman. One of two. Like,
I don't know. I don't want to be unkind, you know?
I'll go on. You may as well.
Like, it could be a woman. I mean, like, if we were in a different era, if this was 2010-ish something, I would be like, yeah, that's just an unfortunate looking woman. And I wouldn't even mention it. I wouldn't make a deal out of it. But now, because this trans stuff, I have to point out when a woman doesn't look like I expect a woman to look. It's kind of fucked up.
Look at those forearms. Like, come on.
Oh, right. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she had a child. You know, funny things happen to a woman's body, man.
Not the forearms. They don't develop like, male muscular forearms. There's certain areas that'll loosen up and widen, but it's not the forearm.
Right. All right.
And again, well resourced, well organized. Been to the printers. Obviously, you don't just make a homemade sign like the one that just passed by there. Like that costs at least a couple of €100 to have a printer make that up for you. Then again, here the homemade sign, we can see, you know, use of decent fonts. Could be Calibri 42-point bold font used on that, so a lot of work has gone into it. You can tell there's been a higher level of education. Maybe it's a school project that's taken place. Again, court lawyers for Palestine. And then, it's good to see this, not in any kind of sick way, but that is happening, and nobody disagrees with any of that. I've just been distracted by this. That's beautiful. I have to say.
Oh, fuck me.
Perfect. Isn't that wonderful?
And they fucking oh my god, is the amount of shit these people back in the day talked about pro-life people on the street showing fucking pictures of aborted fetuses.
Yeah.
And then they come out with this shit.
Yeah, it's only if it's out that it matters. If there was a huge issue with abortion in Palestine, there wouldn't be a peep out of these people. And you're right. The photographs of an aborted baby are horrifying. I accidentally came across one on X the other day, and
dude, 20 years ago, and I can't get the first one out of my fucking head.
Yeah, I remember those giant posters up on the billboards as well. Like, just fucking shocking. Yeah, so that's people watching mightn't realize, but this is our friend. He had agreed at one point to come on to our show.
Oh.
Oh, did you not know when I said Jimmy? Did you not know who I was talking about? No.
When did you mention Jimmy?
I mentioned it in the chat on Discord.
I missed that one. Yeah. Sorry, Jimmy. Fucking Jimmy.
We approached Jimmy to come on to our show a long time ago. I think at the time he was protesting against the Canadian trade agreement. Was trade?
Yes, the North American thingy majiggy that we were all in or something. Globalist stuff. Yeah.
So we asked Jimmy if he would like to come on to the show, and he did. He said yes, he would be delighted to come on to the show, and we were very excited about it.
Yeah.
And then he bottled it. Then he had a look at the website, and decided that we weren't for him. That he sent a rather kind of weak, limp-wristed reply saying he's afraid that unfortunately he just couldn't see that things would work out between us. It wasn't us, it was him. He's not looking for a relationship right now. And he declined our kind offer. Well, yeah, he went back on his word.
But you nailed him right away. I remember you said, look what he starts off with. I'm afraid.
Yeah, he let us know straight away. He's afraid, and that's fair enough, you know.
Yeah.
At least he had the. But he didn't have to go to tell us; it just slipped out. Like so, yeah.
We're under 24 hours to go to the show as well.
Yeah, he panicked. But again, he didn't do his due diligence. But we weren't getting him on under, you know, the guise of something else. We actually wanted to hear what he had to say. We weren't then going to turn him and go, you know, why are you faggot? Why are you know? We actually wanted to hear what the guy had to say, but then he wasn't having it. So then we turned him into a character for the show, and we put him on a Down syndrome horse. Made fun of him for 3 or 4 months.
We turned his name into a verb.
Yes,
because he wasn't the first to jimmy us.
Yes, we've been stood up many a time,
and he wasn't the last.
Yeah, only a brave few have come on to the show for an interview. And anytime they have, we've been nothing but nice. We get criticism because we're too fucking tame, but we just genuinely want to hear what these people have to say, you know. But he wouldn't do it, and you know, we found out where he lived, down to his doorstep. We didn't do it for any sort of nefarious reasons. I know it's hard to believe that when you hear somebody say, we found out where he lives. We know where you live, Jimmy. On the show where we're coming to get you. But again, because people just put all their information out there. But it's good to see Jimmy back. He's looking a bit better. He's lost maybe 6, 7 pounds.
That's how I was. I recognized that face, but it wasn't clicking for me.
Yeah. Not a bad guitarist, I has to say, but he's had lots of practice because he's been holding a one-man protest outside the Dáil for Palestine. I think he's on day 257 now, like every day up to the Dáil for an hour to play the guitar.
Where it's deserved, you know?
Yeah, so, you know, you keep playing that guitar, Jimmy, eventually they'll get sick of it so much so that even the Jews will start to hear it, and they'll pull out of Palestine just because they just put a stop to the music. But fair play, like he's, you know, it's not like he went on hunger strike for 7 days. This guy couldn't last 2 fucking days, let's be honest. Like 2 hours probably a stretch. Like, you know, he's probably got
he looks like a little angel with the wings coming out.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. I never noticed that. Yeah. There you go. Jimmy, the angel. It could be angels, you know, we could be fucking demons ourselves. We just not aware of it. But I bet you there's a ham sandwich in one back pocket and a jam sandwich in the other back pocket. And as soon as no one's looking, he's fucking scoffing into those to get the blood sugar levels back up. Not sure who this woman is. Could be anyone though, because we know female singers are drawn to this movement like a moth to a flame. Anything for a bit of exposure. This is a time traveler from 1970, porn star from the 70s. I thought we were done with the mustache. Like, is it making another comeback in these fucking circles, like to make people feel more manly? Is it? Yeah, it's not working. It's just not like if I saw him in the playground, you know, or at the school unaccompanied, I'd be ringing somebody to come and take this guy away. It just doesn't look well, and especially with the badge on your hat. It's a serial killer, isn't it? Like it's that's where you expect to see this. It's on some sort of Netflix fucking documentary.
Yeah, just put a bit of grain on the footage.
Yeah, some ominous music. At least they know what their women are doing in the Middle East, as you can tell by the position she's in, like getting ready for Muhammad.
Oh, Jesus.
Muhammad's been out murdering and pillaging after a long day. He's come home to Fatima. And there she is, ready to welcome him into the house.
And she has to bend over so she looks like a man from behind.
Yeah. Put a bit of blackface on, just keep Muhammad happy. Friends, piggies. big Garda presence on the day. Not so much on
Okay.
the left. Not expecting, don't expect any trouble from the left wing people at all. I saw
All right.
maybe 2 guards up there. Then this is where we cross over. So this area here was I think the anti-protest part. So again, we can see very, very few people there. So I think I'd initially confused this anti-protest with the march that was happening up the other end of the road, and we put the two together. But we can take it as fact that indeed, if you're marching for Palestine, well, then there's a high probability that you're in opposition to what's happening at the other end of the road, which is essentially neo-Nazis have gathered. And that's what the true meaning of this rally in their eyes is. It's about, killing all people who aren't white, and having a pure race going into the future. And so when we get here again, you can almost immediately see the change. And maybe this guy, I think this guy is some sort of operative. It could be either, underclass or working class. And I'm going to upset a lot of people by mentioning these things, but they have to be mentioned because it's a real fucking thing. It's a real dynamic. There isn't large groups of middle class people coming to this movement. They might have sympathies with it, but they're not coming on board. And I think there's a couple of different reasons. So we'll play this. And again, the tracksuit, the kind of normal attire for underclass. I'm getting uncomfortable talking about this, but these are my people, so it makes me uncomfortable. But I have to fucking
it doesn't make me feel uncomfortable because I'm a white collar worker, but I'm poor.
There you
So
go.
I kind of fit in there, but
Yeah.
I dress like I guess a hipster, almost.
Yeah,
Kind of.
you're worse than all these people put together. Like we're coming to you next. Like coming to your class, like white collar fucking scum, contribute nothing to society. You're the reason for all this happening. Like that's it. Like you're the fucking devil in disguise. You corporate filth. Yeah, so the riot squad, just in case anything kicks off. Plenty of those guys around. Autistic guards, they're hiring autistic guards, and now like the air defenders. But I could even notice the tone. Like it shifted. Where a lot of kind of music, very organized, kind of an upbeat vibe. And then you cross over here, and you can kind of tell immediately, not as organized, organic. People have just heard about a protest, they're turning up to support it, and that's it. Beyond that, there's no kind of mass organization behind it. There's no real money that's been pumped into it, in contrast to the other one, which has, because you can tell it's being organized. If you have, bands and stages, and you've managed to get 26 different groups together where they come out with their banners, like, so it's middle class, so you have to advertise, like, well, Roisin, if we're going to the protest, well, then we have to advertise the company. So I think, as four of us are lawyers, let's call Michael, get him to do up a banner for us, call it Cork Lawyers Collective, put a little phone number down the bottom and a website address. We might get a bit of clientele out of it as well, and show that we're on board with the poor Palestinians.
Well, look, on the left side, you also have like established sacraments and rituals. You go there, you're a part of the procession, kind of like, even today, in many Catholic countries going back fucking 1,000 years, you go and do the procession, and you dress like, like a clansman, that kind of thing, and whip yourself. These people, they do the chants, and then, they gather at the altar to listen to the speeches and the music, and, it's established.
Yeah.
While, this isn't, and I don't know, what would I prefer,
Yeah, I would prefer to stay at home, to be honest with you. Like, I've no time for this. I have no time for that one. I don't have much time for this one. We need to start something new.
Mm-hmm.
If people need this in their lives, which they do, let's be honest, people need a focal point. People need spiritual nourishment of some description. You know, the Catholic Church, they had their time. They're not doing it. Nobody's going to turn to loyalism. Come on, like, let's get fucking real. And you know, wokeism, for lack of a better term, it's done. It's had its day. It's stale already. Nobody's really that interested. You know, people aren't joining en masse, and people aren't staying around to listen to the speeches from fucking, you know, 1890, where people are calling you comrade. It's too douchey. It's too cringy. People just can't really get on board with it. So we'll have a little walk to the crowd here.
What are they cheering? Do you know?
That was just a wow. I think, I don't know, again, because it's not very organized.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the one on the left where you have guys with megaphones, and so, you know, they chant. People will chant maybe 50 meters down until the noise of the megaphone goes out of earshot. Then obviously you can't chant. So this was broken up between cheers of, it was mainly our streets, whose streets, our streets, whose streets, our streets. Spontaneous renditions of the national anthem up to the Tour de Fort line, because let's be honest, very few know what comes after that. It's
not a fucking chance.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm talking about me as well.
Yeah, me too. It's time to lip sync, and I was like, Sean, then it's like, and then you get to the end, Seanig, Fonig, Aron, Levine. But again, for the left, that's a sign of, you know, underclass, like the underclass don't know the national anthem. How dare they even say they're Irish? You don't even know the fucking national anthem. How could you be Irish? Because that's all Irishness is, you know. Can you speak the language?
The Free State.
Yeah. Do you know the national anthem? Yes. Well, then you're Irish. That's the new citizen test in Ireland. So,
don't forget the pint Guinness.
Oh yeah, can you down? Yeah, I mustn't be Irish at all.
The English drink, yeah.
I can't hear that fucking stuff. Stolen from Jamaica. Appropriated from the Jamaicans.
Huh?
Yeah, that's where it was originally brewed.
No.
And the drink, yeah.
Oh no! Now they're dude, no, they're going to start saying, "Look, you know, they stole our fucking booze from us."
Yeah, well, that's it. It's symbolic, isn't it? Like, you know, 90% black and then 10% creaming, white creaming it off the top of the hard work of the black, bottom of society. Every time you take a sip, you're rubbing that into the black people and their struggle with colonialism.
Wow.
I know, right? That frightened me.
What was that for?
I don't know, because he said, I'm just standing there with the camera.
You're observing.
Right? No.
And isn't she doing the devil horns?
Yeah. So I was horribly confused. I was even more confused at the time, because I thought she said, Jesus Christ, there's fucking kids, right? Because in my mind, I'm expecting that at some stage, because I go out every now and again with the camera, that somebody's going to get upset and, you know, tell me to put the camera away. And 9 times out of 10, that's what people use as a way to shame you. You know, there's kids. So I edited this because I told her to fuck off, like, because I didn't know she said Christ is King. I thought she said Jesus Christ, there's kids. So I said, oh, fuck off, will you? And she went walking up the road. But then I got back, had a look at the footage, and this was more bizarre. Because I don't know who the woman is. If you know who this woman is, please don't fucking hate me. If you're listening in, don't hate me. I don't know you. But when someone walks by who says Jesus Christ is King, does a devil sign, well, then I'm thinking, okay, this is some sort of fucking demonic entity that's taken possession of this woman's body. I've never heard someone say Jesus Christ is King and give the devil sign at the same time.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that about? And, you know, I could have used that as the thumbnail for the original video, but I didn't. I was kind because this is, you know, I'm sympathetic to this movement. So, but
KO asks, where did you hear that Guinness comes from Jamaica?
From Jamaica, I was I studied law under an old Jamaican man. What was the name of the school? Fucking yeah, Kiki Drinkstein's law school. I spent 3 months in Jamaica studying law in Kiki. Kiki, I can't even remember. Maybe was it Kiki or Kiki.
Oh,
Kiki
for fuck's
Shekelsberg, was it? Or that was a different guy?
sake.
That's my agent. Sorry, Kiki Shekelsberg is my agent. Yeah, so when I was studying law, a well-respected
Oh.
Jamaican lawyer told me the history of Guinness. You okay? God we need now. I was very surprised by the amount of God signs. That threw me. Like, I had no idea that a lot of this was wrapped up in Christianity and Catholicism. You know, I thought it was pretty much dead, and I thought the whole kind of Christian right and Christian nationalism was confined to the United States. But it does make sense because a lot of this crowd seems to be drawing from the MAGA movement in the States, and I'm sure you see a lot of people wearing the caps, "Make Ireland Great Again," and that's understandable. And again, a good template to use, but that didn't happen overnight. Like, that's, you know, a fucking 20-year project with Bannon and the likes of those guys, and a lot of kind of money, time, effort, and previous work that went ahead of it. But I didn't know that the Christian nationalism is part of this movement as well, and I think that's going to put a lot of people off. Really,
Yeah, it's a loaded. It's a ticking time bomb.
yeah, and it's a recipe for disaster. You're not going to build a cohesive, large scale movement in Ireland if there's any sort of religiosity at the
Well, that's
front
what
end
I
of it.
mean. Like
Yeah.
a propaganda bomb waiting to go off. Someone's going to fucking pick a hole in it.
Oh yeah, and then even internally, like you know, just for the internal dynamics, if you know, it's just it's a clusterfuck, like.
Yeah.
There's Noel Boylan. Not looking great. Noel's back on the gear.
I just thought Miley.
Miley or Noel Boylan. Like I said before, we're a handsome race. God, we were blessed with the gift of the gab. Otherwise, you may never get a ride anywhere on the international market. Again, I'll comment on that as well. Just saying again, a lot of middle class types on X are welcoming the new arrivals, because they're essentially saying that these people are genetically inferior and need to be disposed of, which again is very Nazi-like, isn't it? It's very eugenicist of them, isn't it? Okay, well, we need to wipe out this entire class, bring in a new class to replace them, who will be more productive, and we will be able to squeeze more juice out of them, at least for 5 years. Like, what are we going to do after fucking AI takes most of the kind of low-skill jobs anyway? Because then we're on to kind of mid-range jobs as well, if we're not already there now. So I can't understand why they would need to be replaced. Surely it would just make more sense to get rid of them altogether and then not have them replaced, and just replace them with the robot, you know. But maybe it's some sort of intermediary measure, or perhaps we're all going to war with Iran. I've noticed in the States recently, the propaganda adverts for the US military, they start using white people again, straight white males in their recruitment advertisement campaigns.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I know. It's like, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a war coming. It's time to put away the faggy adverts to attract the weak wisted in. Now we need white men to go and fight for someone else, to fight for the horned Jew is awaiting the fresh blood of young Aryan fucking.
Oh man, I mean, we're starting to get some good fucking traction on this channel. Will you cool it?
Sorry, we have to use a different word. What word do we use? But see, I depending who's listening, you know, like I've been called a lot of people call me Zionist later as well. Even more than that, they've been shortening it to Zio. which again is very cringe. Like, if you want to be taken seriously, just call someone a Zionist. Don't call them a Zio. It's
Yeah,
showing your middle class belly right there. If you, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's a fash Zio. Like, come on.
Can I have 2 minutes? I need to evacuate.
Yeah. Go ahead. There we go, the national anthem. I sang along for a bit, but like I said, I don't know the full national anthem. We'll stop here. We'll keep this here for Howard, because one of the other reasons I went to Cork to kind of observe the protest for maybe the last, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years. We've been fascinated with one person in Irish politics. And hands up, I just have to say, we love the guy, but it's just comedy gold surrounds this man, and he pisses the left off no end. They fucking hate him with an absolute passion, which shows that he's doing something right. And so I went down in the hopes that I would come across Gavin Pepper. And I don't know if you saw earlier in the video when we were looking at Jimmy, one of the signs that the left people were holding up the protest said the only great replacement in Ireland is Gavin Pepper's hair, right? Because there was a rumour going around that maybe a year ago that Gavin Pepper had taken a holiday from politics and went over to Turkey and got a hair transplant. And there's certain images of him, kind of pre going to Turkey where he was balding, which isn't nice for a dude, let's be honest. It's hard to cope with. And then there's photos of him on holiday, like the first 2 days, he just has the kind of same hairline that we're all used to. And then, maybe 3, 4, 5 days into the holiday, we see further pictures, and you can see where the kind of, I don't know how they do the operation, but I believe they get like plugs of hair and then like start hammering them into the head. But you can see where the little kind of plugs of hair have been put in. And then over time, you're looking at the kind of hair growth and before and after pictures. And depending on what picture it is, with Gavin, you can never really tell if the hair plugs are taking or not, because some photographs it looks great. He could have a full head of hair. Other photographs, it's you think he's completely balding. So I'm just saying, one of the reasons to go to Cork was to see if I could track down Gavin Pepper.
Yeah.
Who we love and adore.
Absolutely.
But is also a well of comedy gold.
Yeah.
So wherever he goes, comedy fucking surrounds him, and he really pisses off people on the certain type of people on the left.
Mm-hmm. That's always a good thing.
Yeah, and then I wanted to if you're going to have these questions, like you have to get in amongst the crowd, and you have to do these important undercover investigations to find out the truth of the matter. So I went down there, really to find Gavin Pepper and to examine his head to see if it was indeed a hair transplant and how it's actually taking. So I tracked Gavin. Okay. This is Gavin here in front of us.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah. So can we? No, we always have problems zooming on this fucking piece of dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, we're not going to be able.
You know what? Do you want me? Do you want me to do it? I'll make this an image. Yeah, I'll make this an image, and then
Yeah, but we can even say that it is a bit patchy. It has to be said. Like it's not graying, but it is quite patchy.
Move your mouse away there. Right.
Oh, you want to take the photo? Yeah. What we'll do, we'll enhance the photo as well. Make it into a 2-hour video for next week. But again, I just followed like, joking aside, like that. They did make a big deal out of that. Like I think there was like 2 weeks of a Twitter pylon about Gavin going to Turkey to have hair transplants.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I saw a fucking fire tweet there a few days ago from a leftist. It said, The only great replacement is Gavin's hairline.
Yeah, I did that one already.
Oh.
You're a minute and a half late. Sorry. Yeah. And we need to get you an earpiece when you go for a piss, so you can keep track of what's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really that was at this protest where that sign was taken from. So that's what I was saying when Jimmy was on stage singing. Someone to the left of me there, I was saying, I was wondering if people noticed it when we put the footage by, but they were holding that sign up that said the only great replacement is Gavin Pepper's
Oh, right. Okay.
hairline.
Okay.
So yeah, so we just followed Gavin.
Okay.
I was very happy, like, so then in my own mind, I know, yeah, he has had a hair transplant. But he's looking good. He's lost a bit of weight. Probably needs to do some leg work. Jocks are coming down a bit there. Yeah, so there's not much more to see here. Just the guards again.
Do we want that zoom in of Gavin's head?
No, there's no.
Okay.
We're past it. Yeah, so a lot of public order unit on the street. And there was a couple of hundred cops all around in the town that day.
All right.
That's a male, looks like a female one, but no, it's a male. And they all seem to have their epaulets on, which is good. Oh no, that guy doesn't. Look at him. I never even fucking noticed that.
Shit. Oh, come on.
Yeah, looks like a fucking Nazi too.
Yeah, a real scummer.
Yeah, okay. What we'll do, we'll be edited as well. We'll clip this out. Put it out there for people if they say this guy at a protest, stay the fuck away from him. One, if he's not wearing epaulets, he can't be a new recruit, because they wouldn't be in the public order unit. So looking at one of Harris's special men. Oh no, hang on. Okay, yeah, he has his epaulet there.
Oh, okay, all right.
He should be there, not fucking there.
Yeah, so it can be seen from any angle. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just have a quick listen. We'll have a quick listen to some of the speeches, not all of them. If it becomes too much, just let me know and I'll skip forward.
Ireland, north and south, and I even met a guy who came back from Switzerland today to be here. So,
Who came back from Switzerland?
Some guy. I don't fucking know. But again, you see, and I've heard a lot of people complain about this movement because of the people who are involved, and they're valid criticisms. There's a lot of egos in it. People are kind of squabbling to get on stage to push their own agendas, be they political or as kind of shallow as just people who've gained a lot of traction on social media circles, and then they want to be part of the head of this movement. And that's essentially because it's, for all intents and purposes, it is leaderless at the moment. It's a grassroots organization, or just, it's not even an organization, it's just a grassroots upswelling of frustration and emotion. And it's currently leaderless. And the person who's kind of, maybe leader isn't the right word, but more of a containment is Malachi Steenson. So he's kind of guiding it, not towards anything really, but guiding it away from a certain development, which is violence and the burning of houses, and what we see happening up north. That's what and Malachi said this himself a long time ago when we went back to East Wall, that he saw what was happening, that the community was going apeshit, not happy with this at all. And he just saw it was essentially leaderless. He understood where it would go. Naturally, if left to its own devices. And a lot of people want that to happen. Like, a lot of people go, okay, well, fuck it. Like, we need to burn the place down, right? We need to burn every place to the ground. And that is effective. Like, it will get rid of people. But tempered with that is the fact that, the state is far more fucking violent than any group could ever be. So we might get that initial, adrenaline rush, get it out of our system. Yes, we burned something to the ground, or we killed a couple of fucking refugees. But then what comes after that is terrible. We all end up in an internment camp. we're away from our families for 10 years and stuff like that, you know. And that's not to say that, okay, well, that should be off the table forever, you know. There's certain things we can't really discuss on YouTube. But, you know, some strategies are for particular times. Like if this movement was essentially just to go apeshit, like what happened up in the north very recently, it would be crushed in fucking days. Like, you know, people would be rounded up, they'd be put in prisons. It would isolate, you know, 99% of anybody in the country who's in any way sympathetic towards it. It would just it would be an absolute fucking disaster, right? To my mind. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it would become massively popular. People would swarm to it, and we'd be fucking barbecuing immigrants, you know, every Saturday and Sunday, or they would all move out and go. And we'll talk about that when we look at Northern Ireland again. The kind of what positives, if any, can be taken from it. But I think that's why Maliki is there. And I know people are saying, well, he's controlled opposition, like he's been put in there by certain people. I don't know if that's the case, and I will never know. And I'm not really that interested, because I really don't want to get involved in that kind of horseshit. Like, you know, I don't want to be arguing with people about, is he a plant? Is he not a plant? Is he controlled by the Jews? Is he controlled by, you know, British intelligence? He used to be a Marxist. He's not a Marxist now. He's a nationalist. He's a Republican. It's too much horseshit for me, right? But all I know is,
need to look after their own asses.
Say again.
People need to look after their own fucking behinds.
Yeah, so, you know, exactly. We'll touch on that further as well, because that's an important point as well. When we go up north, that people are looking for this kind of fucking perfect messiah type figure to step forward and do everything fucking for them. From, you know, blow up people, kill immigrants, fucking bury the government, create a utopian society for them, be Christ at the same time, while they do fucking nothing. Other than, you know, bitch on fucking social media about it. And we all do a little bit of that, which is fine. But most people don't tend to, you know, then berate everybody else. Say, well, why aren't you out there killing? Where's the IRA when you fucking need them? The IRA where you need them. The IRA's in the mirror if you want to go and look at them. Go into your bathroom, turn the fucking light on, and, you know, look deep into the mirror. And if you keep staring for long enough, you know, the leader of the new IRA will fucking look back at you in the mirror, you know. But if you can put the mystery together in your own mind, you know, you see somebody else's face appear in the mirror, you know, yeah, just wait for them to knock on the door and tell you what to fucking do, you know. But yeah, we'll have a listen to this. I don't know who this man is.
Okay.
I really don't. But we'll have a listen.
But there's one lady that inspired me the other day. I just bumped into her there. I don't know her last name, but most you probably know her. Her name is Teresa. She's from Trimna. This is the woman who stood up for her Christianity and infiltrated an IE festival.
Oh, right.
The rosary.
Yeah.
Fair play. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, again, it does make it sound more dramatic than it actually was, you know. And it's like
yeah.
And to say it as Eid makes it sound like ID, as if it was some sort of explosive device. But it does take balls to do that, you know.
Yeah,
to go in there and to make the valid point, and it's a very fucking valid point. Like, hang on a minute, like, I thought we're supposed to be in this inclusive, all-inclusive society, but yet, you know, a Christian goes into a Muslim prayer service and they're ejected. Granted, to start saying the rosary.
Yeah, but you know what? Stephen and Susan of the Irish Inquiry were in there, and they were completely respectful.
Okay.
And they did nothing, but they were followed, they were harassed, and ultimately ejected from the event.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. So if there's, you know, we can't have that in a supposed open and free society. If there's any sort of Catholic religious event, everybody's welcome. You know, you don't have to be a Christian to go into a Christian church. Granted, you can't partake in communion, but if you really wanted to, nobody would fucking stop you. You know, they're not checking baptismal certs when you're taking communion. You know, you can go up and take it if you want, but you're not going to be ejected from unless it's a private ceremony, But then, yes, but I don't believe the Eid celebration in Croke Park was a private festival. It was ticketed, wasn't it? Anybody could really apply to get tickets, but maybe they just weren't expecting any Christians to show up, and it would only be Muslims. And of course, they can't ask the question online for the tickets. Are you A, Muslim, B, Christian, and then say, "Oh, I'm sorry, we can't give you a ticket because you're a Christian." But when you get there, and again, maybe with the cameras as well, that's going to put people on edge. But the bigger point is that there is a danger with this fucking religion, and not just that religion, but any other religion. Because as we look around the world, what's happening with fucking when you don't have kind of homogenous societies, like look up north, what's happening again. There's always some sort of lesson that when you have a pretty stable, homogenous society, by and large, not that it becomes a fucking nightmare collectivist drone society, but when you have people who generally look like each other, share the same moral framework and outlook on life, well, then things generally tend to go along well and swimmingly, most of the time. But when you start, mixing, completely different fucking faiths and people from, all over the world together, and then, people get shocked and surprised when it doesn't work out as this planned utopia that's supposed to emerge. Now, I know someone can make an argument, well, eventually, when everybody is the same, well, then we will have that utopia that I'm talking about. But the point is, we already pretty much had it, and it doesn't have to be one world where
real communism wasn't tried, don't you know, Morgan?
I know, we'll get there eventually, won't we? Yeah, we'll just have to get there. Keep trying. When does history end? 3063, is it? We'll get there. So we have to go through, numerous syntheses until we get to utopia, and then magically a classless society will emerge. But until then, we'll have to use the tools of the bourgeois to help us get there, and that will last anywhere from 2 weeks to 3,000-4,000 years. So just hold tight. We'll get there eventually. Again, this movement here, again, I don't even think it has a political ideology at the moment. I don't think there's there's no sign of any kind of economic policies, because it's not that. It's like we said earlier, it's pretty much a grassroots movement that's born out of frustration and voicelessness, and it's finding itself at the moment. And so it's going to be no surprise that there's going to be people competing for positions of leadership, and people, having issues with, okay, well, we don't want to go in this direction, we don't want to go in that direction or this direction. It doesn't have to be, okay? It's not just going to be one movement, because if it is just one movement, then it's easily fucking toppled,
one umbrella to grab a hold of, to hijack it all.
Or one flag to move out of the fucking way, dummy. Next time you're there, look around, there's people trying to film instead of waving a fucking flag in the guy's face. But again, you can't say that in the middle of a crowd, or hit someone on the back of the head and tell them to fucking move.
She is an inspiration, an absolute inspiration. She is down here with us today. And this is what I want to speak about, is our Christianity, our values. God must be setting the hearts of the Irish on fire this week.
Yeah, so that's the lady there who went into Croke Park.
All right, fair play.
Yeah, so well done.
Teresa.
Again, part of the Make Ireland Great Again movement, which is really pissing people on the left off for. I don't know. It's the Trump thing, isn't it? Again, anything kind of Trump related makes people go into meltdown.
People like Teresa stepping up. We have Enoch Buck, who showed absolute courage in the face of adversity. This is the Christian fire.
So we're straight into the Christian. Obviously, this guy is,
Yeah, and it's not like, there's been people who fucking, sacrificed, that weren't Christian, like very recently put through the fucking ringer for freedom.
Yeah, it's a rough one, and I think that's a prison scar, is it? I've only seen that scar appear on people's faces one circumstance. So that's normally prison scar. I don't know. Maybe it's a work accident or something like that.
That we need to get this country out of the absolute hellhole we're in at the moment. Because without it, we are not going to make it. We've had a week where the Irish are being dehumanised. And as some of you know, it's step 4 or 5 on the way to a genocide. We need the fate of our forefathers who stood up against Vikings, the Normans, the English, and even at the tip of a sword would not bend the knee, would not give up their faith. This is the kind of courage that we need to get us out of the situation we're in right now.
No, it's close with it. Yeah.
We will get them on. Don't worry, we have battles ahead of us.
Hi, how are you? I'm one of the organisers of Cal Says No. I'm also guilty of
I know her.
interviewing that.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing woman.
Yeah. So that's the woman who's responsible for the "Are You Gay" thing we did last week. She was the person who interviewed that Nigerian
Hey,
asylum
is-
seeker in Donegal. Yeah.
isn't she also the one that made Pater Tobin cry?
I don't know. I haven't heard of that. Like,
She was in Trim.
oh, is that her as well? All right,
I
fair
think
play to her,
so.
like.
I
All right.
recognize her face and all. I do.
Ah.
I swear to God. It must be.
The gay migrant up in Letterkenny the other week. You know the one that left his wife and 2 kids at home? That gay was, sorry, he's bisexual. He's bisexual. Yeah, that was me.
Wow.
Lads, the country is in a very bad state. We are being invaded. We are being taken over. We are being replaced. But we have...
I have to say something like, is this woman behind her coat or what's going on? I've never seen someone move their tongue around that much.
Wait. Let me move us to the top,
All
right?
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, you're just kind of, accentuating it by just moving it back.
No, I'm just trying to get it back. Okay.
Okay, all right. Oh, for fuck's sake,
I'm
man.
just trying to rewind it back. Like, so we can get it. All right, maybe from there.
Sorry, he's bisexual. He's bisexual. Yeah, that was me. Lads, the country is in a very bad state. We are being invaded. We are being taken over.
All right, I'm done.
We are being replaced, but we have been
What the
underestimated.
fuck?
Big time. They have no idea. Look at all of this. They have no idea what is coming. We are not going to stop. We're going to get bigger, better, stronger, and louder. This is only a warm-up, lads. We're only getting started, okay? Yeah? We haven't even taken the gloves off yet, so they may start packing out away their offices, because their days in Dole are numbered. I was jailed unlawfully for 4 days.
That's
to
my
live
girlfriend
prison.
now.
Yeah, that's her. Good, strong countrywoman to keep you in line. Like, jumping 4 a.m, milking the cows.
Week before Christmas, a mother of 2 by the Irish so-called Free State. While known criminals, rapists, paedophiles and murderers walk our streets freely.
Murders are walking our
given a
streets,
new-
Jesus. I didn't
Again,
know
it's a
that.
little bit over the fucking top. Like, let's be honest. Like, it's a little bit dramatic.
No, I was nitpicking her grammar.
Oh,
Murders
right.
are
Oh, well,
walking
yeah.
our
I'm just
streets.
surprised you held together so long. Like, and you only picked it up with her. I was just transfixed by their fucking nose. Like,
Jeez, yeah, I mean, it's dreadful, man. That's a really bad angle for her.
yeah, I know. And the zoom doesn't help either. Like,
Identity, prisoner 125204. And why? because I spoke out and told the truth. I told the truth. Because I dared to challenge them, the system. But they forgot one thing. They can jail me. They can even try and silence Michelle Keane. But they will never defeat the Irish people.
She just referred
We
to
do
herself
not
in
bow.
the
Sure. Yeah, I
third
know.
person. Wow.
I know. Wow. Be warned, people. Bit of an ego involved here.
To Micheál Martin, that traitor who called us mongrels. We do not bow to Simon Harris. We do not bow to the unelected bureaucrats in Europe, in Brussels. We do not answer to globalist suits in silence. Even voices in the Dáil, like Michael Healy-Rae and his political elites, have all tried to silence me. So I say to Michael Healy-Rae and his elites, let them jail me again. Let them jail me again. But I ask you, Cork, the rebel county, if they shut me up, will you rise up in my place?
She's good at what she does, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know
I'm
why
too
I call
fucking
her my
cynical.
girlfriend, you know.
Yeah, I know. Picking up your girlfriend. Yeah, I just can't. I can't buy into it. I don't know. Maybe if I wasn't there with the camera, I may have got more swept up in the emotion of the moment. But no, it reminds me of being in a fucking GAA locker room, you know, and the coach comes in at halftime and he's trying to G you up to get out there and just give it one more fucking try, lads. Come on, lads, it's the quarter final. Like, if you don't do it now, what are you going to do? Are you going to let Micheál Martin get you down? Like, the lad at number 2 on the opposite team, that's Micheál Martin's son. Like, Micheál fucking Martin's son's over there, like, lads. And you're going to tell me you're going to let lose to Micheál Martin? Come on. Are we not from the rebel county or not, lads? Do it for Michael fucking Collins, lads. Michael Collins is looking down on you now. I need 2 points in the first 10 minutes or you're all fucking dead.
In my place, will they shut you up? I can't hear you. Will they shut you up? I can't hear you. Will they shut you up? Irish people. So I ask you, are you ready? Are you ready to stand up for your country, for your children, for your country? Because when ordinary Irish people stand together, we do extraordinary things. Garth Mila Monaghan, Chucky I'm calling another speaker. We have Malachy Stinson.
Yeah, I see.
All right.
So Malachy, Malachy got down there on short notice. Looks like he hasn't shaved, which is understandable, you know. We just moved past Malachy, character from Star Wars. So people probably know. If you don't know, this is Ezra Levant. There, and you know, I suppose I half expected Ezra to be there. He's been covering things in Ireland for maybe a year, 2 years, maybe possibly longer. I don't know. You know, I don't come across Ezra very, very often, and I don't think I was.
It was actually a year ago that he was down in the canal, and some migrant got in his face.
Yeah. So he's been covering that, and again in Canada, like, so he's been around for a long enough time. You know, had a political magazine in Canada. I think he's trained as a lawyer, right wing or far right figure. Was very successful as a debater in college in Canada as well. And you know, made his own way in life, made his own money through the magazine. Then I think he joined up with some journalistic outfit and eventually went on to found his own outfit. What's his?
Rebel Media.
Rebel Media, yeah. So there's himself, I think a couple of other guys involved as well. And they cover stories throughout the world with a right-wing tint, you know. And he's been following a lot events in the UK, particularly with Tommy Robinson. So he's interviewed Tommy Robinson a couple of times. I think when Tommy first came out of prison this time, the first person to interview him was Ezra. I think Ezra was there to meet him when he got out of prison, and it's like the interview took place in the first couple of hours. And but just with Ezra, like, so obviously, let's say on a human level, you're going to be happy when you see the likes of this happening in Ireland, if you're ideologically aligned with it, like, so you go, for him, I imagine it's very frustrating being in Canada because there's probably nothing happening. I don't know, maybe there is, but since the trucker movement, I haven't seen any kind of dissent in Canada at all. They recently had an election and they've elected a central banker, Granted, we from, this little island, we can't really say much. We've elected the same shower of cunts since the beginning of the state, so it's we can't throw any shade on Canadians on that front. Maybe their system is just as bent as ours, and it's never going to change. But I can imagine it's good spiritually to travel to these places. Okay, well, there's movement happening here. Hopefully, maybe one day this will transfer to Canada, and something will start to change in Canada. From a journalistic viewpoint, it makes sense to go to these places, especially with social media, because it gives them an uptick in views. It's current, and again, like stuff with when he was talking to the refugees on the canal. I think one refugee lad started giving him shit, and grabbing his dick and shouting at him, and that's great for social media, like
no, not grabbing Ezra's dick, by the way. He was doing the thing where you grab your balls and thrust your groin forward, like
yeah. I never understood that really. Like, it's like, am I exciting you, or are you going to sexually assault me here? What's going on? Like, it makes no real fucking sense. Yeah, so to see, you're distracted by the dick. And then, of course, we've recently seen Ezra again in Ireland at the Dublin protest, where he came across the great Fuhrer himself, Justin Barrett, who I believe you told me had a heart attack recently.
I don't know if that was supposed to be known, but yeah, I guess it's out of the bag now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, he may or may not have had a.
Well, he was in good spirits while recovering in hospital, and he's out.
All right. I thought, but I didn't know. I didn't know that information wasn't for public consumption. I just assumed it was put out there. So we can scrub that if needs be. But yeah, it's almost like being highly agitated all the time is bad for your heart. Like, it gives you problems. Deathly silence. Any Justin fans, just it's okay. It happens to fucking everybody. But the last time we saw Ezra in Ireland was with that confrontation with Justin Barrett, where Justin blamed him for the death of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Wild stuff, man.
Yeah, if not personally, collective guilt, because Ezra, as you can probably tell, is of an Ashkenazi lineage. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
And so, but just the way he's looking at Malachi, like, it's almost overly.
It's a bit much, isn't it?
It is. It's like adoration. It's like, it reminds me if one of my children does something well, and I'm particularly proud of them. Like, I've gone to the end of a school concert, or it's a graduation, and they've just announced, okay, valedictorian for 2025 is, Harry Reeves, and I'm there looking, oh, Harry, I'm so proud of you, son. Like, you've done your own man fucking proud, like, and it's that look of adoration, and finally, he's made it. I'm so proud. But why would Ezra feel that way towards Malachi? One, okay, well then, he's familiar with the man. I think he's interviewed him once or twice. Maybe they get on very well. But I don't know. I have a sour feeling, so we'll play it on. We'll hear Malachi talk for a moment. Only a minute or two of Malachi talking, because he never really says anything different than what he normally says, which is, stay calm, don't panic, don't burn anything yet, don't kill anybody yet. Not mentioning my Marxist roots.
We have Malachi Steenson from Dublin inner city.
Malachi, a bit of
Lads, I can't believe the amount of you that is here today. It's absolutely amazing. Up Cork! Up Cork! The Rebel County! Welcome, Malachy.
How many times are these guys going to suck their own dicks? The Rebel County. Oh, fuck off.
It's woke county. Really.
We all right on that? It's fabulous to be here today in the Rebel County. And as I look across the crowd, from the ground you can't actually see how big it is, but from here you can. When people say to you, what do these rallies achieve?
What is that about?
I think he's signalling.
Because I mean, like you would think, oh yeah, he's bending his ear so he can hear better, but then he lets go.
Yeah.
That's an MK Ultra signal or something.
Yeah, and because the speaker, like, there's a massive fucking speaker. My own ears are still recovering, just like 3 feet away from Ezra. So I'm here. Ezra's no more than 3 feet away from me, and that large speaker is again no more than 3 feet away to my right. So it's not like you couldn't hear. You can hear there, like, it's so loud from the recording that it's clipping, and I had to bring it down in editing as well, just so it doesn't blow people's eardrums out. So it's not that he can't fucking hear him, or he's telling him to speak louder. Or itchy ear, maybe. I've never seen anybody scratch their ear like that. Like, so
yeah,
you just
more
have
of a rub.
Yeah.
From here you can. When people say to you, what do these rallies?
Yeah.
You see, he moved his head in a very deliberate way. And look, we're not being schizo here, right? There's something going on here.
I don't know. Maybe he's sweating, or it was kind of it wasn't that warm.
Sweating from the one gland he has that's behind his ear.
Yeah, the chew gland. They're different people. There's sweat. It's the humidity in Ireland. It's a devil to deal with altogether. So I don't know. Maybe he's sitting like it is MK Ultra. Maybe Malachy sees that sign, and Ezra, who is his handler, his Mossad handler, when he sees him, turn his head to the side, rub behind his ear. It's Manchurian candidate time. Like, he just, Malachy immediately goes into a trance. He's given that speech that he's been trained to give numerous times.
Why do we bother? These are done for a number of reasons, and you can see the way the movement grows through these rallies. It gives confidence to people who know what's the right thing to say and do, but are afraid to come out. When they see the numbers that are out, they will come out, and more people are realising what's going on in this country. Let me send a very clear message to Micheál Martin.
You in the Zoom.
We are not the mongrels.
I have to make it dramatic, Fuck all happening. Like, so use the tools at your disposal.
I don't know. I think he's fascinating. Every single little micro expression.
Yeah.
And then, the massive nose.
I know, yeah, it's unavoidable. It looks like
it almost looks like a part of his glasses, doesn't it?
I was about to say that as well. If he took those glasses off, the nose would come off with it. Like, all he's missing is the Groucho Marx moustache. Also, I believe, from Ashkenazia, Groucho himself.
We are thoroughbreds, and we will take this nation back from the political class who are beholden to the international world. Get on, you boy. We don't care what Brussels says. We are going to take this country and run it for the benefit of its people. The only thing the political class are capable and good at in this country is waiting lists and failures. And we will take back power in this people through a peaceful movement. We don't need guns or bombs. We are doing this by the mobilisation of tens of thousands of people. Since the rally in Dublin on the 26th of April, there have been protests every day somewhere in this
Yeah, that's not to suggest Philip and Dwyer is a member of the British Army. Yeah, make it out what you want with the editing. I'm not honestly not suggesting that. It's just
Oh, it was a nice fade in. I like
yeah,
that.
I'm just a bit of a troublemaker, and I like fucking around. Yeah, but the important thing, Malik again at the end of the speech, to re-emphasize for a couple of different reasons. One, because it can easily be thrown at the movement or that movement that okay, it's violent, it's the underclass, it's essentially it's an unruly mob who could explode at any moment, and to a large extent that's true. Like it could, and left to its own devices, it probably would. I think that's a lyric from a pop song from the 90s as well. Like, so I feel like singing. I must try that some night, see if I can get a whole song into a monologue without anybody noticing. So he has to, kind of project that image forward in order to bring more people into the movement or to these rallies. Because where it goes from here, I don't know, like this kind of, constant fucking rally after rally after rally. It only has a certain lifespan before people just fucking tire of it, Even something as large as, the Gulf War protest in Ireland. It's probably the biggest protest ever in Ireland when there was like, almost.
You mean 2003, right?
Yeah, like 100,000 to 150,000 people on this, like massive fucking.
Yeah,
and
I was there.
yeah, me too.
Incredible.
What the fuck, Paul Murphy? How managed he get on the stage is mystery to me, but that's what he fucking does. Like he co-opted that, and again made nothing of it anyway. But even like eventually people just tire about where's this going? What's the fucking point?
Yeah.
But
it was a huge drop off after that. It was like it was like a climax, and then existential dread, and then you go back to sleep.
Yeah. People realize, okay, well, really, we've shown our displeasure about something, but what else can we do beyond that? Nothing. But that's on an international front, so this is different. This is local. It's domestic. It actually it does affect us. But the problem is at the moment, for anything to change en masse, it's only affecting a certain segment of society in real terms, and this is this section of society here, and that's because all these men, and this is really only around IPAS immigration. Let's put it that way. I can't even. I confuse myself now if the refugees are fucking asylum seekers. I think they're asylum seekers. It's because these people en masse are the ones who are being put into these communities. All the IPAS centres go into working class / underclass communities, and they have to deal with the fallout, and then services drop off, and then they're competing with these fucking new people, and for them it's a disaster. Nobody's listening. They send imaginary teams into the community to try and convince them to accept it, which again is a fucking nonsense. Like, oh yeah, like that will work. Like you couldn't send Jesus Christ himself in to talk people around from accepting the most retarded solution to a problem. Would you like a playground to go with your brown people? Will that seal the deal for you? Would you like to keep the post office open for you? How about we plant some flowers at the roundabouts? Will that make things better? No, it won't make things fucking better. So outside of that, majority of people, in a real day-to-day terms, people aren't being affected by it. So they still don't see the demographic replacement. They can't bring their minds to think what the country will look like in 30, 50, 70, 3 weeks fucking time. Let alone in another generation. Maybe that will change. I don't know. We spoke earlier. Patter identified the problem, but that's all well and good. But Patter really should be of a mind that if he does have any genuine intentions to do something about it, I don't think he does.
He'd have done something by now.
Or he would have had the fucking wherewithal to realize, okay, well, here's a captive audience that he could shape in some way, shape, or form. He can't now because he's already fucking despised by these people.
Well, he's shat all over them. Like after, doing a number of things to piss these people off. He also then went on fucking gripped to shit all over them once more.
Just to do it once more, like from a height this time. Tallest building, reefed his fucking jogs down and unceremoniously shat all over them while McGurk wiped his ass when he was done, like, and fed him fucking laxatives throughout. Oh, I think you left that poor lady over there with the large nose and blonde hair out, Patter. Would you mind just shitting on her a little harder, please? Yeah, so he's done. Where this goes, does this translate into a political movement or a political party? I don't think so. I think it's so fucking fractured to so many people trying to become leaders of it that it's only going to crumble by the wayside unless people kind of accept the political party structure as it stands, where someone like Maliki becomes the leader of this particular movement, and then they try to transfer it into votes. It's very difficult because it's not like America. You can't just put Maliki forward and then everybody has a binary choice between Maliki or someone fucking else. Our political system is fucked. It's designed to keep the 2 or 3 major parties in power with a sprinkling of I don't know what to call them around the edges to keep the and the kind of far left people.
Well, republics are specifically designed to resist instability and change, you know? Because, you know, once they're made, they're perfect and they don't need to change. So, you know.
But there's, you know, some good reason for that as well. We don't want absolute fucking chaos either, because that's just going to be worse. It's nice and romantic, the idea of, you know, complete chaos and absolute change. But have a look at the French Revolution and just ask yourself where you would be in that society. Like, would you be shoving someone onto a stage, or would you be being shoved on to a stage to have your fucking head unceremoniously?
I mean, the most appropriate analogy there is actually the Maoist revolution, where one day you are shoving someone on the stage, and then the next day someone else is shoving you on the stage.
That works much better. Thank you. So we just got to be careful what we wish for. So I don't know. I think this will, you know, carry on for maybe another year, possibly to the next election cycle. I don't know. I know there's another gathering in Limerick, and then there's one in Dublin on the 22nd of July, which will probably be larger than the previous one because it has some momentum, you know. But ultimately, where it goes, I don't know. It has to transfer into something, otherwise, it's just gonna, you know, dissipate and vanish into.
Yeah, going back to my climax analogy, it needs to go into a woman and impregnate her.
Yeah,
it can't just end up in a condom on the ground.
We need you on that fucking stage, man, you know? This movement needs to come in some bitch right away. The ball bag of the movement is heavy. It needs to be expressed now.
Yeah, have you not read your Bible? You shall not spill your seed on the ground.
There you go. Yeah. What's that line of we spilled more seed than Muhammad Ali at a bird feeder? No more. No more. Yes. The come of democracy must spread. All right.
Fuck me, man.
Yeah, so I don't know where the fuck it will go, really. Or perhaps it's just a containment. It's a way to keep that anger and possible chaos contained and focused in a direction that goes nowhere, you know?
Fucking being like, is there a reason for you to think that it's somehow different this time around?
No, but again, I just don't know if it's, you know, if it's deliberate, like if it's more nefarious, if there are, you know, handers involved, and if the people leading this, if they are indeed controlled opposition, or if it's just a genuine thing where the likes of, say, someone like a Maliki would just go, okay, I know where this is going. It needs to be shaped and contained, because if it does explode, you know, it's not going to be fun for a lot of people. And it just depends, you know, what benefits the explosion brings. and we'll move on to that when we move up north and have a look at what's happening in the Loyalist community in Ballymena about the results that they've achieved with the actions they carried out. So I'm going to grab a cup of tea. I don't know if you want to break for some music or if you want to carry on and chat away. I'll just get rid of this off the screen in any event. Oh, you're muted. Are you talking?
Oh shit! Sorry about that. I don't even know where I would bring that. Best get into the head for the next segment. So I will. You know what? I'm gonna play some music. I'll take care of that if you want to go get your tea. One second, folks. We're gonna take a little bit of a break here, and Morgan gets his tea, and I struggle with fucking YouTube because I am effectively a fucking boomer today. So be patient with me. And we'll be back in I'm going to have to play a second song after this. We'll be back in about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, something like that. Sit tight.
What
hear the divisions marching across Europe, and I could hear this drumming coming through the earth. I felt I could hear this drumming coming through the earth.
So go kneel and wait and join the herd. You know 1,000,000 sheep will be dispersed by one lion's roar, by one lion's roar. Either step aside, for every God knows everything will crumble under his blows. You think yourselves weak, pathetic and overrun, and that all you've bled for is coming undone. So go kneel and wait and join the herd. You know 1,000,000 sheep will be dispersed by one lion's roar, by one lion's roar. Oh, you go out there and bow to none and cause a stir as if it were the last one. Curse them into hiding. These thieves won't believe the way we're riding. So go kneel and wait and join the herd. You know 1,000,000 sheep will be dispersed by one lion's roar, by one lion's roar.
Ero destinato a diventare un grande soldato. Ero destinato a diventare un poeta, un aviatore. Ero destinato a guidare l'uomo nuovo per conquistare la città eterna con una spada fiammeggiante.
So go kneel and wait and join the herd. You know 1,000,000 sheep will be dispersed. Go kneel and wait and join the herd. You know 1,000,000 sheep will be dispersed by one lion's roar, by one lion's roar. So go kneel and wait and join the herd. You know 1,000,000 sheep will be dispersed, oh, by one lion's roar, by one lion's roar. So go kneel and wait and join the herd. You know 1,000,000 sheep will be dispersed by one lion's roar, by one lion's roar. Black rain cool with all your hearts. Tell them not to resort to religions. Black rain, always keeping apart. Unwilling to consort with pigeons. And when things slow to a crawl and sighs fill their eyes, up and away, up and the empress tastes of change to avert your eyes, up and away, up and away. 'Cause the dreams you dream in the vine mean about as much as mine. And from the gutter, from under the rubble, rise, rise, spread your feathers. Each word they utter invites more trouble. So stay beyond the reach of letters. And when things slow to a crawl and sighs fill their eyes, up and away, up and the empress tastes of change to avert your eyes, up and away, up and 'cause the dreams you dream in the vines mean about as much as mine.
All sorted, man?
All good. Just remind me to check for notifications when we go offline. Make sure that's not copyrighted like last week.
I think we would have been told already.
All right. Just for the upload afterwards. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had a quick look at Twitter or X while I was out smoking. I sent a link in the private chat there. Can you just bring that up?
Yeah.
What it is, last week when we covered that lady going into Crow Park, we saw Dr. Al-Qadri and the nice face of Islam expressing itself. And when we see Al-Qadri on RT, he's always very measured, kind, inclusive. So he's and he ran into Philip Dwyer last week. Who I've no real like for Philip Dwyer. I've no real dislike for him either, but it just doesn't do it for me. But I respect what he does, and I respect what he's done to bring certain issues to light in Ireland, and he is to be respected and valued for that, at least in my mind.
Yeah.
And we saw Philip put questions to Al-Qadri, what was Aisha 6 when she was married to Muhammad, and was she 9 when she consummated the marriage? And difficult questions for Islam. And Al-Qadri lied through his teeth and invited Philip to come and talk to him and give him a tour of the mosque. But that seems to has faded. So Al-Qadri has now issued this video for Philip. And this will let us know really what these guys think of the class that Philip comes from and the underclass. And it's good that we see this because it's clear as day, and it should be worrying for people if they feel discomfortable to say this about what are Irish people. Our people, it doesn't matter if they're underclass or middle class, really, or upper class. These are our people, our brothers and sisters and cousins, Irish people. And now this is how comfortable Al-Qadri has gotten, that he feels it's okay to post this type of material and not have it backfire in his face. Can you maximize that so we can see it a bit better?
Yeah, I was not sure if he wanted to read his little fucking blurb.
Oh, no, we'll play there. So if you just play the video.
It's self-contained. All right. Shall we play?
Yeah, work away. Yeah, we can live here. Once is enough. So, and people wonder why people engage with the grand conspiracy that people are being replaced. Right? This is a fucking country of Irish people, not some department of a giant multinational corporation where the only things that matter is your usefulness to the machine. And there we see the normal fucking bunch of invaders. I'm going to use that in language from now on. Fuck it, because that's what it's come down to. The country has been invaded by these people. Where you think, okay, the country means nothing. Irishness means nothing. You're only now Irish if you're paying tax to the state, and then what? It gets said, oh well, your job isn't good enough. It's not like you're an imam, that well-paying fucking job that doesn't rely on donations and funding from various sources. That Philip Dwyer, because he's not, I don't even know if he's in employment or not. I don't fucking care, really. It's like, since when has the defining factor of a person been that you're paying tax to the state? We don't know how Philip makes his fucking money, like if he's involved in black market or not, or if he's taking money for the state. I hope he is. I hope he takes more than he fucking can. Everybody should.
Yep.
Everyone should sign on at least
Absolutely.
6 or 7 fucking times in this country. You're owed that money as form of reparations. Like, you've had your future stripped from you because of the way the state operates. The education system is fucked. If you're from an underclass community, you're doing well if you get any sort of half decent living. If you manage to get yourself out and get a fucking house, or get the luxury of having a mortgage, it's amazing. It's almost like going to the fucking moon at this stage. And then to have someone like this fucking guy who is a blow-in, really. Granted, he's here 20 years and he has Irish citizenship. I don't fucking care, man. I don't fucking care. I don't care if you're brown, pink, blue, yellow, Muslim, Protestant, Catholic. Fuck you. That's disgusting behavior. And that's only a few steps away from these people need to be gotten rid of. And what happens in Islam when you can't pay the tax, Mr. Al-Qadri? What happens? And he won't convert. What will you do with him? Well, what do you say in your private meetings when it's for your fucking parishioners? Or for the Ummah? What do you tell them to do with Christians when they won't pay the jizya? Isn't it? Can we see that in the videos of your fellow travellers when they think nobody else is watching outside of their inner circle? What do they say? Even your cousin across the water in the UK. What's that fat fucking retard's name in the UK? I can't remember his name, but it will come to me shortly. It's not great in the middle of a rant to forget somebody's name. Continuity isn't great. But I'll edit it in. But him, he's no problem admitting that Aisha was 6, and that if it comes down to brass tacks, if the Christians won't pay the jizya, well, then it's off with their fucking heads. Fuck you, you piece of shit. I've never bought Philip Dwyer a coffee. I'm going to buy him 10 now because of you. And I think anybody who's watching should buy Philip a coffee. But again, this will backfire on the fucker. Like, this little cadre of mongoloids, given that we're mongrels, they're mongoloids. I'm sure they'll all cheer and clap and, yay, about time someone shat on the underclass. Fuck you. The camel you rode in on. Fucking disgusting behavior. And look at that shitty hairline as well. No wonder he wears a fucking toilet roll holder most of the time. He's hiding his thinning hairline up the top there. Unbelievable. I can't believe he feels that comfortable to come out with this shit. But again, like you said earlier, the mask slips. And we have social media to thank for that. It's a horrible, it's an amazing and disgusting tool at the same time, isn't it? And for everybody, no doubt for us, like in 2 or 3 years, we'll be being torn apart and analysed word for word. The horrible crimes we've committed. Like 20 years in prison for various hate speech crimes. Yeah, so okay, well, I think we don't need to know anything more about Al-Qadri. If we ever had a doubt in our mind about what he was up to and what side he was on. Because he had his opportunity. Last week he said he would welcome Philip, answer all his questions.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the coward's way out. But it's good we see that, because now more people will see it. And I'm sure that will go pretty viral and get spread around. And it will turn people away from Islam and the likes of Al-Qadri, if that's what you think of the people of Ireland. Ireland is not a company. It is not a limited company. I know there's people out there who say it is. It's a corporation. Have you read? Like, I know you can go and you can look and you can see Ireland is indeed Ireland PLC or Ireland Limited, because certain departments need to operate in a corporate environment. But we'll save that conspiracy theory for another time. I think we've done that one.
Yeah. Let's pick and choose who we alienate tonight. Yeah.
That is my role, to alienate everybody. Right. So, are you okay? You're still
No.
people listening.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. No. That's no. I just feel like I was like picked up by this UFO with the soundtrack of fucking, what is it? Have a Nagila?
Yeah.
And then just transported through some fucking other dimension, and now I'm plopped back down here.
All right. Okay. Now
You're the pilot.
you have to play Having the Gala again. Like, you have to go back in the mood. Hang on. Everyone should clap along. Don't be shy. Embrace your inner
truth. It's catchy.
It's very catchy. I feel like getting a glass out and smashing it on the ground. It's the wrong song, but you know.
Yeah.
All right, we need to up the volume.
Yep.
You have to learn the words.
Yeah. This isn't very entertaining for anyone else.
Spot the Christians at the Jewish event. It's doing those reaction videos, or like one of those awkward African Americans where they can't dance with slow beat. The stank face on. Yeah. Okay, that's enough of that.
Yeah. All right, I needed my spirits lifted.
Yeah, I'll be tired of the Jews very quickly. Good music. Good music. Okay, right. So that brings us to Northern Ireland High, to Ballymena, of all places. As we said earlier, recent terrible things happened in Ballymena. Locals aren't happy at all, as you can understand. A couple of years back, we had similar event in Dublin, much worse. We had children being stabbed, and that set the people in motion. And when something as terrible as that happens, the only real outlet is violence. And again, if 14-year-olds are being defined like that, and it's from people who are new to the parish and easily identifiable, well then, first of all, large mobs and crowds will go to the people's houses, tell them to get out, and then generally smash the house up and burn it to the ground. And that's not unique to Loyalism. It's not unique to anybody, really. I've seen it happen in different parts of Dublin numerous times.
Yeah.
Even on the strength of a rumour. That's just mob rule. It's the way it...
Yeah, when it's involving children, it evolves very fucking fast, and people get very passionate, as they should.
Yeah, and again, focus now wholly on that community. No real talk in mainstream circles about what led to it. Why are we doing this? We must stop it. No, that's not to be spoken about. It's pure thuggery. as the PNSI and all politicians, or most politicians, I won't say all, but most politicians are saying, and it seems to be a strange situation now where the only people politically in the north who seem to have an issue with mass immigration is the unionist parties of all fucking people. I don't even know who's in political power in the north anymore, if it's still the DUP or the UUP, or there seems to be a new party popping up in unionism every 10 to 20 weeks at one stage, and then they would disappear, they'd be wiped off the map. Probably again what we'll see happen down here with the new nationalist movement. There's parallels to be drawn, So it came to my attention by a streamer in Northern Ireland by the name of Freedom Dad, who is a Protestant from Derry, I think. Had previous links to the paramilitaries on that side of the divide, which I find interesting and disturbing, because I'd kind of think, like a lot of people in the south, you kind of forgotten about Northern Ireland, the troubles and the dynamic up there, and even what it was really about to begin with. Because I think for the average person in the south, it may have well been 10,000 kilometers away. It was a completely different fucking
and 1,000 years ago.
yeah. But it's not that long ago, and everybody thinks, okay, there's been a peace process, everybody's healed, and that's the end of it. We'll never talk about it again. And I think people want to do that because it is fairly fucking dramatic. It still leaves scars on people, and it leaves people with an impression of what Northern Ireland is. I remember the first time I went up to Northern Ireland, I was fucking terrified. And this is like 10 years after the ceasefire, because all you knew about Northern Ireland was what you saw on the television, especially growing up as an impressionable child and teenager. So you turn on the news and it's a bombing, followed by a shot of a mural on the wall of men in masks holding submachine guns, and then a bomb going up, then a riot, then Land Rovers on fire. Then the next day, there's a bomb in London. 10 people have died, 15 people have died, 20 people have died, and you come to associate Northern Ireland with nothing other than terrorism, murder, kneecappings, all that kind of stuff, and then you associate the accent with that. And we saw an example of that last week when we looked at that prime time, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago now, I'm not sure, but the guy had the same impression about Muslims. Because I'm not sure why he would have that, because it's not really like his wall-to-wall coverage of bombings of Muslims. But he went down the Jordan Peterson rabbit hole, wasn't it? Where Jordan Peterson apparently is telling people about beware of Muslims because they're killing everybody. I never heard him say that at all. In fact, he's quite the opposite. He's all for kind of rational conversation with different people. But yeah, and I found it also interesting. Because just in my daily life, like, I'm very fond of, coincidences and synchronicities, and, you have the angels or the gods speak to you. And people get confused because people think they speak to you directly. They don't, right? It doesn't work like that. Muses and gods and angels, or whatever you want to call them, demons, they don't talk to you directly. They whisper, they throw up signposts and the little whispers. So just as an aside, I was just checking on Facebook. I have a couple of different accounts and a couple of other projects I'm involved in. So I said, right, I'll check on Facebook, see how one particular project is doing. See, well, you should check your friends requests and messages people are sending you and all that kind of stuff. And I've just been accepting friends requests willy-nilly, just, trying to get the numbers up, not looking at profiles. I did at first, but after a certain amount of time, it's like, okay, I forget, like, what's the point, or what harm could come of it, which is a terrible rule of thumb, really. So I'm just sitting down, and then a message pops up, and it's some guy from Northern Ireland who wants to have a rant about Sinn Féin.
Right.
And so it's just, I think it was a message for us, hi there, and then I see a voice message is being recorded. Oh yeah, so the message was, what's going on with Sinn Féin? Called themselves a Republican Party. They sold the people out, And then I'm starting to type, like, so I'm maybe 10 seconds into typing and saying, yeah, I think people have confused Sinn Féin, and they thought they were nationalists, but they're more Republican, and they're, more in line with the Marxist ideals of class consciousness, and they've transferred that to Muslims. But I didn't get a chance to finish the sentence. And a voicemail came through, and it's a guy from Derry. The accent, I find it terrifying. Like, the minute I hear Northern Irish accent, I'm thrown back into the troubles. Like, I may as well have Liam Neeson standing in the kitchen behind me. He's going to fucking he's hunting for me. So I look at this voice message, and it's like, Auden Ireland, why don't you use your real name? Right? I know that killed you. I know that douche chills are.
I'm actually impressed.
Yeah.
Because you're not going overboard with it, and you're actually, you're as close as, with your voice you're going to get.
Yeah. I'm not over dramatizing it. That's forget with me. I'm not doing the Bumblebee version of the Northern Irish accent. This is the equivalent. This is the menacing Northern Irish accent, like. And so I get this message, and I'm like, oh, here we fucking go, like. So I was just going to type back and say, well, it's kind of part of the thing with that kind of practice, that you don't say who you are, otherwise. And anyway, but I was going to say, and then I was going to get into, well, there's benefits to remaining anonymous, but then a text message comes through and goes, fucking keyboard warrior. And I was like, oh, great, like this seems like a friendly man, and you could hear in his voice as well that he's taken a few drinks.
As someone from the north, I recognize that. Yeah, he was not just Northern Irish accent; he was drunk.
Yeah. So then, so I left it, and then I should have just switched off there, but I didn't. So then I just sent a message back saying, "Oh, that's a bit extreme, isn't it?" And then he came back to me with another voice message.
Okay.
And the voice message, what did I say? Oh, yeah, he introduced himself then, because I'm obviously a keyboard warrior, a coward, because I won't put all my details up on Facebook. They need full photo, date of birth, birth cert, passport, history, family history, before you can be taken seriously. And I didn't even contact this guy at all. I done nothing. So he just must have come across something I posted, which would have been there's only videos that I post like that. That's essentially it. And the last
he
one
got a wild notion in his head. Yeah.
One of two things. I don't know what the fuck he thought of me. But anyway, so he introduced himself, and it's like, my name is John O'Brien. And immediately I was thinking, Giuseppe Conlon from The Name of the Father. I thought he was going to say, and I'm an innocent man. But no, it was, my name is John O'Brien, and I fought in the war. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. So now I've got images of, like, the fucking commanding officer in the IRA is on to me. And he said, you need to learn your history. Giant Leroy, your police commissioner is an MI5 agent.
As if that's news.
I know, right? Get educated. You need to check out blah, 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 blah. He gave me an address to check out. And then I could come back and talk to him. So I just thought, like, well, that's kind of fucking out of the blue. I hadn't been expecting to, be approached to, one, join the IRA, and then to be immediately dismissed, rejected instantly, without having fucking said anything at all. But then the next day, everything kind of flared up in Northern Ireland, and I just got me thinking. And I thought the accent is amazing. Like, the accent for me will always be associated with the troubles. It's just, well, there's nothing I can do about it. And I think for a lot of people it will as well, because it's not. I've never rang any sort of customer service company and the phones are answered by people from Derry.
Really? Never.
Really?
I had it once.
I've never had. Was it male or female? Like, if you can
It
remember.
was a woman,
A
actually.
woman, yeah. So it couldn't be men, because I just had like my mind tends to drift and go on flights of fancy. So then I'm thinking, if I rang like the washing machine, if the washing machine broke down, and I got that guy on the phone, like
You'd run out of the house. Get
fucking
the
right, like,
kids out of
can
the
you
house.
imagine? Like, hello, yeah, I have a problem with the washing machine. Dear Cara, my name is John Devine, and I am a customer representative agent for Whirlpool washing machines. I fought in the war. I'm like, oh yeah, I think the pump is gone in my washing machine. How dare you approach me to talk about a washing machine? When we were on H Block, we had no washing machine. We had no washing. Bobby Sands had to die for a wee blankie. And you're ringing me about your washing machine pump. I would be gone. Like, I couldn't fucking handle it. For the last week, I won't get in the car. I bought one of those mirrors with the extendable handles just to check underneath the fucking car, make sure there's not a car bomb there. We put in a new CCTV system, just to make sure everything's in order. But yeah, so a little bit of a sidetrack there, just to lighten it, because it's going to get pretty fucking
Yeah.
heavy. So yeah, so we go up to Northern Ireland. So this guy, this streamer from Northern Ireland, did a great job. And following this, he was also did a co-stream with Niall McConnell, who people are probably aware of from X and social media. That guy just posts a lot, wants people to join his movement and buy his badges and stickers. And he is now calling for a union with the Loyalists in the north, which I think is an attractive prospect to a lot of people on the surface, because we have this kind of united enemy in our cause, that both communities, north and south, are united in resolving, which is essentially to get them out. So we'll follow it here, and we'll talk throughout. So it starts off. This is where the crowd in Ballymena have gathered for a community meeting, and it's a large crowd. Forgive the editing; it was done in short notice, so it's going to jump and skip a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
So there, you can see it, like a fairly large crowd. He walks on a bit further as well.
Are we supposed to be seeing something?
Oh, can you not see anything? No.
No, I was
Oh,
wondering
Jesus
what the
fucking Christ!
the silence was about. I was thinking.
Oh, I'm watching it there by myself. I suppose it helps if you share the fucking screen. Like, I'm telling you, that Northern Ireland shook me. Like, it completely shook me. Like, it shook me so much. I forgot to share the screen. All right, how's that? Be good.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Now it's better. It got very artistic there for a moment. It's my new my new arts project. Just sit there in silence for 6 hours.
On the back as well, just slowly, if you're walking right up as high as you can.
Yeah, so be there like good fucking price crowd.
Spin it round.
Can't hear you over the sound, Nate. You're gonna have to turn
Look
it
at down
down.
the front. So this is what we're faced with now. You get me? You know, this is nobody's going to stop this. Nobody's going to stop this. So as you can see, guys, thousands upon thousands, without a doubt. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. There's 50 if just past you. You know, and this is going on for what? 10 minutes, 15 minutes so far? Still coming?
Yeah, good numbers.
Yeah, massive crowd. But you would think if you can't get people out for that, then you're pretty much fucking doomed, you know, as a community. And I would imagine that those communities are pretty tight knit, given everything that's happened. So there would be a real sense of community when they're under attack. Maybe not so much in their everyday life, because I know it's not just as simple as, okay, well, we're a united community. I know those communities are fucking riddled with drugs, prostitution, extortion. There's been a ceasefire with paramilitaries, but the structure still remains in place. The people haven't gone away. The organizations haven't been disbanded. The structure is still there. I think at the end of the Troubles, the UDA membership was at something like 10,500. It's probably more than that now, and we'll talk about that a little bit further as well. That the collusion between the Northern Irish British state and loyalist paramilitaries, for lack of they are paramilitaries, let's call it what it is, are still there. They allow them to operate within certain bounds in order to keep the peace and stop stuff like this happening on a regular basis. And anybody,
just a point, for a demographic that's actually shrinking in Northern Ireland, for the paramilitary organizations' numbers to grow is interesting, right? The more per capita that would mean are in these groups.
And again, I would think that under pressure, like the more pressurized they get, and the lack of any sort of real representation that brings results to their communities, people are more inclined to turn to those organizations, and that's just not going to be confined to loyalist circles. But any community, like, if there's nobody out there to represent you, people like to be led. It's just one of those things, really. And that's why people are, begging, really, for somebody to come and lead. And that's why people are, shouting at the sky, like, "Where's the IRA? Where's the leaders? Where's the great Messiah when we need him?" We're like, you got to be careful what you wish for, because someone will emerge, but generally it's not a benevolent leader. It's someone who will fucking kneecap you if you step out of line or cross the particular boundary. And that's just the way it is. If you invite a military force in to rule over you, well then, you get a military force to rule over you. It's as simple as that. There's very few heroes or real men of worth who can remain in that environment. And then we look back through history, like anyone who's been heavily involved in the Troubles in the past, eventually, 90% of them came to the realization that this is fucking futile, and it's morally wrong what they were doing. Maybe not at the start, but when you go down the road of starting to kill people just because they happen to be Catholic, simple as that. Granted, if it's an enemy combatant, well, then I suppose in your mind you could justify it. But when it gets to a case like, okay, well, I killed him because he's a Catholic, or I'm killing him because he's black, or I'm killing her because she's brown, or him because he's white, well, then you have a real fucking issue, Right, so we watched obviously the crowd, and there's news that it's not just loyalists, not nationalists, members of the nationalist community came along and joined as well. I don't know how true that is. There's no way to verify it.
They're not waving flags.
Yeah, exactly. Or nobody's checking at the checkpoints or papers, please. Again, why would you? The minute you wave any flag, you're in trouble. And a lot of people online are saying we need a united flag to bring both communities together. That's not going to keep the flags out.
There's already a flag for that. It's called the fucking Union Jack.
Yeah, but no, like, it's not inclusive of nationalists, but yeah, people are asking for a flag, so it's okay. We can unite under one banner to fight the common enemy, which is seems to be aimed at mass immigration and migrants, which is great. It's fun for a while to burn people out of their houses, but they keep coming because they're not the real fucking issue. They are an issue because they're here and it has to be addressed and dealt with. But it's more conducive to ending it if you focus the anger where it rightly should be put. But that's easy for me to say because, again, if this happens, well, then it's like, okay, well, let's go lobby our politicians. No, that won't work. They don't even want to.
Yeah. Sometimes it's in chess. There's this thing called zhushang. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's basically you set up the board where you're forcing your opponent to make a suicidal move, and that's what this is here.
Yeah. All right, we'll play on.
Yeah, we'll keep on doing this. So is this what we've got to do, guys? Come out in the pissing rain. Is this what our families have got to do to save our children?
Right, folks, just want to say thank you from both our families here tonight. We know things are awful in Ballymena.
That blows the kind of racist narrative out of the water.
Yeah, you would think so, yeah.
Yeah. Again, this is not just some, crisis actor they've hired in to make it look like, okay, well, we have some black representation. This, he's saying it on behalf of both families. So he's either representing both families or he's from one of the families of the girls who were attacked.
He has some kind of standing in that community.
Yeah. Like he has the tats, which is the only black guy there, which I suppose is not surprising for the demographic, but he obviously has a lot of standing because very few people speak here. There's essentially him and the mayor will speak next. So I don't know who he is. We'll see if we can find out who he is. I don't think he's a lawyer. Not many lawyers are tatted up on the hands. It doesn't tend to be a thing.
Man. It's the loyalist community.
Well, maybe, yeah. I've got to say, there's a lot of tattoos in the loyalist community. Sometimes you don't need badges. On the
I
coat.
think they come out of the womb with the tattoos.
Yeah, all right. Jesus Christ. Yeah, birthmark. How did you get a birthmark of a bulldog? That's incredible. With a Union Jack as well. Like, fucking hell.
Selective breeding, man.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
It's time for a change. So thank you for coming tonight, keeping it peaceful. And that's all I have to say. Okay, thanks.
Wow. Yeah. Short and sweet.
Did he just take a knee? Like, it's not the Black Lives Matter.
Oh,
how could you call yourself a fucking loyalist? You took a knee, man.
Race traitor.
Look at him.
Oh, man.
Peaceful. And that's all I have to say.
You don't speak.
You're only supposed to kneel to the king, man.
There you go, yeah.
I'm going to ask our Deputy Mayor, Tyler Hoy, to come on. He's going to say a word or two.
First of all, I need to pass on my heartfelt sympathies to the family. And I think by looking at the crowds that we have here today, people from Ballymena, people from outside of Ballymena, and all came for the One United Voice to support this family and for the thing that happened over the weekend. And it's my position as the Deputy Mayor. I want you to know you have my full support, and hopefully that the people that are done this is brought to justice. And I'd like to thank everybody else for coming here. Thank you very much.
The only way we can sort this is by closing the borders. Do you agree?
Well, that just opens another world of discussion. Yes, immigration is a problem. Nobody's saying we should end immigration here. What we're saying is we should end illegal immigration.
The same narrative happening up there.
Yeah. I mean, because, the dangers are the same, like he took a while to think about how to answer that question because it's a fucking minefield and he knows he's in a minefield.
Yeah. And it's fucking a large minefield up north as well, because there's enough minefields up there to begin with, and now they have this new one to contend with, where I'm horribly confused because I don't know, from what I can gather, it seems that what's presented as the nationalist community is, friendly towards the new immigrants. I don't think that really is the case. But that's what at least is presented to the media, is that, you know, republicanism and nationalism is welcoming towards the migrants and wants to integrate them into the community, because I think they see themselves kind of rather naively in the new arrivals that, okay, well, these are the dispossessed, these are us, these are the old us before we transcended beyond our mere underclass selves and got educated and became respectable middle class professionals. And now, you know, we must rescue these new people from the horror that is loyalism. And that's not to say that loyalism isn't horrible, to a large extent, and to what goes on and what has gone on and what could possibly continue or may never end if it's not heavily fucking controlled. But it's mind-boggling to me, because I like I said, I can't imagine that there isn't disquiet in underclass and working class communities, at least in Northern Ireland, about the situation. Like, how could you, since the fucking, you know, 1600s, have a plantation, everything that happened between fucking then and now, where you've had, you know, a foreign group come in, planted onto your fucking land, if not directly, historically your land, you suffered horribly, you know, worse than anyone else on the island for longer and under, you know, much fucking stricter conditions. Then finally, after all that fucking struggle, all that, you know, bloodshed, sweat, tears, pain, not just at the hands of, you know, one group, but of many fucking groups. Then when you get close to it, not actually achieved, you haven't achieved a United Ireland yet. I'm not sure what you fucking would, what difference it would really make at the end of the day as things stand now. Like, it would be no different in the morning if we had a United Ireland. Let's be fucking honest about it. It wouldn't make a blind bit of fucking difference. We're still in a...
Well, except that we'd have a border.
Yeah, well, maybe you think we would. You think that would fucking that would change, or anything of real substance would change? You know, I know it's still the dream to have a United Ireland, but, you know, maybe I can't really see what difference it would fucking make, other than making us feel good about ourselves. And it's like, oh right, oh yeah, we have a United Ireland now. The mission is complete. Everybody go back to sleep. We have no more fucking troubles now.
Sure.
And there seems to be this kind of face within republicanism, the kind of wokeness that emerged into Republican. And I don't know if that's a product of, like I said, the kind of shift away from the working class and underclass communities where a lot of the provisionals would have come from. And then over time, well, part of the strategy as well was to, you know, outbreed the loyalists and to basically educate themselves, so they can put themselves into actual positions of power where they could make a real difference beyond the kind of the armed struggle. But part of that pact is that if you put yourself into that system, put yourself through, you know, Queen's University or any university system for that matter, especially guys at a young age, tends to carry with it a certain life outlook, and you leave yourself open to other forms of indoctrination, and you become blind to future threats, and you're kind of hyper focused on current threats and threats from the past that may not be there to such an extent. Not to say that they're not, or they can't and won't bubble up. But again, I don't know. I'm not really privy to what's going on in the north.
I mean, you make a good point. You know, as they call it, the long march through the institutions didn't just magically skip Ulster.
Yeah,
you know, you know, it got its tendrils into that university, Queen's, and other third level institutions. Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So we'll listen to this guy anyway. Don't look like a mayor to me. Maybe it's because he's not wearing his mayoral.
Well, he's a deputy mayor, isn't it?
Oh, deputy, is he? All right.
Yeah. I mean, I'd prefer my community leader to just kind of look like me, you know?
Yeah. I mean, me too, but it's just when someone says mayor, I just have, you know, I'm expecting.
It's a station in life that needs to be represented properly, yeah. Have you frozen? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh dear. I don't know what the hell's going on here. No, what happened there?
Lost connection. I don't know what happened. Something just dropped.
Yeah, your internet's shit lately, man.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with it. Like, right. Let me just share that screen again. Okay, we said it. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay,
there
good.
we go. Yep.
Okay, right. Anyway, we'll have a listen to the mayor. Carry on.
Yep.
Or deputy mayor.
My colleagues are on the assembly floor. They're battling this every week. It's a Westminster issue. Westminster needs to sort out. If the Westminster government was to look in here this morning or tonight and they see the people that are back in this family and what happened in this town, this is a local town. This is a local family, and what's happened here is an absolute disgrace. Girls and women, especially young women, need to feel more comfortable in their own town. And it's such a shame that something like that's happened over the weekend, especially when there's a good event on in Ballymena that brought everyone together. And I think it's just disheartening to see what's happened. But looking out here at the crowds, you can see everybody's behind this family, and as I say, there's people from outside of Ballymena that came here to show the support.
Yeah, see, we've been doing this for a long time, and we're getting lots of crowds out. We've had hundreds of thousands in the streets of England, and lots of people out in Scotland, and nothing seems to work. We have hundreds of thousands of children being sexually assaulted in England. We've got thousands of children in Ireland being assaulted, and we've got open borders. So how do we stop these men coming into our country?
Well, as I say, as a Westminster government, previously we've had for over near 15 years, we had a Conservative.
But they're letting us down, they're failing us.
That's exactly it.
So how long are we going to stay with Westminster if they're going to keep doing this to us?
Exactly. You've got a Conservative government there. They had it for near 15 years. They couldn't sort the problem out. They said they're going to tackle immigration. They haven't sorted it. You have then a Labour government. We're waiting to see what they're going to do, and by the looks of things, they're not doing it. They say Keir Starmer said he was going to stop the boats. The boats are still coming.
This is a difficult one. Is independence for Ulster the answer?
Entirely, that's a political opinion. My political opinion.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, yeah, he can't give his opinion on that, but you can read between the lines there.
Yeah, so I think that's as close as we're ever going to get from the Loyalist community to any sort of political change in Northern Ireland. So anybody who thinks that somehow they're going to come around to the notion of a united Ireland, it's I'm sure you could tell us better than anyone else. It's never going to fucking happen. They're not going to suddenly come to realize, well, do you know where our future is better off secured? In a Republic of Ireland under a papist southern regime. It's not going to happen. They obviously
especially since it's gotten to the point where the people in the Republic don't even want to be in the Republic themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. So the writing's been on the wall for a long fucking time. Like, so it seems to me the only people who want a 32 county republic is Sinn Féin, really, and a handful of politicians. I think, at the heart of things, yes, most Irish people will want,
I don't know, man. Have you seen the polls lately? They're pretty impressive for a yes vote.
Really?
On both sides of the border, yeah.
For a 32 county republic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And even in what you would call loyalist areas, because I don't know what to call these people. British areas. I mean, that's what they are. Yeah, British areas, even British areas.
They want a united Ireland?
Some do, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I mean, okay, you have to factor in the fucking crybabies, the remoaners, as they call them, after Brexit, who were like, fuck, I mean, I guess we just join Ireland and get back into the EU. But I don't think it's all that, because, there have been, polls taken extensively for years. And yeah, some of them do actually see themselves more Irish than, fucking some fucking refuse that was shat out by the Empire just to fucking colonize Ireland. They see themselves as part of the land, so why wouldn't you want to be one with your people?
Yeah, well, we can understand that. Like, I can understand that. And again, I think pretty much the British government has abandoned them. The British government has no love for them. The British people have no love for them. It's like the cousin you don't talk about it at parties, or don't invite to parties, because in case he starts, burning the fucking house down, and kicking the neighbours out, so they don't want them.
What was that? What was that? Sorry, I don't know if it was you that brought this to me, but a few years ago, some English guy called up a BBC radio station, radio show, talk show, and he said, "Look, we never think of you guys over there. It just seems like a fucking mess. We don't want anything to do with you." Essentially, that's what the guy said.
Yeah, why fucking would they? Like, it's an embarrassment, and especially for civilized people. It's like, nope, we don't class you as British or English. And most English people don't even think in terms of Britain anymore. It's like it's England. Like, so we're in the kind of era of heightened nationalism. So like Scottish, Welsh, English, Irish. And then the only people who and then Northern Irish. So I think what this guy is saying here must be pretty prevalent in that community, or I think that notion would be favourable towards them, that an independent Northern Ireland, and if not an independent Northern Ireland, well, then a further partition. If you think like one partition of the island wasn't good enough, I don't know.
Well, I mean, here's an alternative idea. Right.
Yeah. You just talk for a second. Just give me 1 second. I just need to grab something quickly. Okay.
Yeah. Whew. If tonight I'm very quiet, guys. If I'm muted, this subject just fucking upsets me, because I have not direct experience with the Troubles, but I live and I've grown up. I was born into and grew up in and still live in its aftermath.
Okay.
So here's my alternative idea, right? Yeah. Okay. Ulster, yeah. Independent state. And then we join Ulster. And the island's just called Ulster.
Okay, yeah, okay. United Ulster.
Yeah.
United Ulstermen. Yeah, that'll work. Brilliant. We'll all fall in under. Who will lead us? Ian Paisley's grandson. Well, he shall lead us. But again, what I was saying about with Irish people and United Ireland, I think romantically, it's very appealing. Practically, I don't know. I just can't imagine this community is going to have it. And then if we do have a United Ireland, it's not like we can find somebody to adopt these fucking people, and we have to live with them. And then if they're not particularly happy about how that United Ireland is going, well then guess what they're going to fucking do?
What they do.
What they do. They're going to do what they fucking do. Yeah. And we know what it is that they do. What they do is they, burn people out of houses. They take over particular fucking areas. Yeah. They, class that as their own. And then they will put up a strong fucking fight if anyone comes to come and take it off them and interfere with it. And you think the Irish state is going to be able to fucking manage these guys? The security service in Northern Ireland have a rough enough job as it is, and look at how things are managed up there. It's essentially, they've got to send in a fucking militarized police.
Yeah,
armored fucking Land Rovers, water cannons. Now, thankfully, they were kind enough to send us down one of their own to prepare us for such events in the future. Like, we've just received delivery of our very first new shiny water cannon. I'm sure the Land Rovers will follow soon. Maybe not the Land Rovers. It's too obvious, Maybe cyber trucks or something like that, because it's more environmentally friendly, and I think they're more bulletproof than a fucking heavily armored Land Rover. And so we'd have to deal with fucking this nonsense. And granted, it would still be confined to the north of the country. And then, of course, they would cop on to this whole grievance horseshit in the Republic, and then they would just end up given fucking everything, because then they're, we have to deal with this minority within the Republic of Ireland, and they all of a sudden become the oppressed community.
Yep.
And then we've enough of it. We've already imported like 6 or 7 different oppressed communities as it fucking is. There's no room for another. oppressed community, because we're heading that way ourselves. Like, we're looking forward to being the oppressed community. We're looking forward to being the minority within our own country. It's only fair, isn't it, that eventually that the natives become the minority. That's the way it seems to go, you know. What do they call it? Colonialism, isn't it? But no, let's march against the colonialism of 700 years ago, because that will fix fucking things in the present. Anyway, let's listen to Deputy fucking Mayor.
I'm a British citizen. I believe in the United Kingdom. I believe making the United Kingdom work, making Northern Ireland work within the United Kingdom. That's our objective. Yes, there's people that try to take away that, but you'll see here there's people from both sides of the political spectrum here showing their support. People that aren't involved in political parties are from a different community background.
We have loyalists and unionists here, both parts of the political spectrum. But I do wonder. I do wonder if indeed that nationalists and unionists can be united on this front. I'm sure in private, when they come together to form some sort of joint force, I don't know. And again, there would have to be a big flashpoint, wouldn't there? Something fucking majorly dramatic, like an actual race war. I was thinking about it the other night. You might get people to go on a rally, go on a march. Don't mention what side you're from, but then to take it anywhere beyond that, to form a political alliance, or even outside of that, to form some sort of paramilitary alliance to deal with an issue like that. If
there's an equal partnership, like the two-party, in terms of people involved, two parties are equal. No,
it doesn't make for a successful marriage at all, and especially if you can't even focus long enough to put your fucking kebab away. Like, come on, man. Jesus Christ, it's a fucking serious moment. This guy's munching into his kebab.
So I think it's if people come together and see the real issue, which is the illegal immigration.
Well, I just want to say thank you on behalf of my followers and everybody in Northern Ireland, because not many politicians speak to us. So thank you so much for speaking.
No worries.
Thank you.
Hi mate, how you doing? Cheers.
All right, so after that, they've marched still a little bit further, maybe another 5 or 10 minutes. So they're heading down to the houses of the attackers. So the attackers are two 14-year-old boys.
Right.
Which again is fucking shocking. The crowd has decided to make their way down to those houses.
Right. How could anything go wrong there?
I know, right? So they just want to talk to the people inside. I believe. Yeah, so it's only one thing can fucking happen in that event. I think we've all seen it happen. I remember Dublin, back during the kind of heady days of the heroin epidemic when it started, and then the local communities would get together to form drug vigilante groups, and everybody would go marching on people's houses, and it was essentially, listen, you've got 2 hours to get out. If you don't get out, the house is being burned down and broken up, and you're getting dragged out.
Because why are you there at all? Like, you're to have a nice, are their parents going to make 200 cups of tea and they all sit down together and have a chat? No.
Yeah, okay, listen, Roma, we have to integrate here. Let's go shoplifting together and sort this out like a decent human. No, it's okay. Get the fuck out. You're being burnt out. You're not even getting a warning. You're just you're being unceremoniously kicked out on your fucking hole. And so they get down the road a good bit, and then they're met with a police cordon.
Okay, mate. Yeah, just going to try and get through here and get a wee chat and see what's happening. Get up here. Mark. Yeah.
Looking at what
Oh, fuck, is that me? Sorry. This is live. Hold on. 2 seconds down.
So I think we've got people who shouldn't be there, who are there, or don't want their faces on
right,
camera,
right.
which is understandable because
I mean, he's the one invading that situation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got a lot of people who don't want to be identified. But again, we can understand, because what's going to happen is, after the event,
indictable instances.
Oh yeah, the PNS and I are going to trawl through every last bit of footage imaginable and crack down on anybody who isn't under their control. If they are, well, then they'll probably just give them a pass,
I'll be 2 seconds, guys.
All right, and there is a bit of knowledge there for guys down south, and again, it's a great dynamic, isn't it? It's essentially like fucking lions and gazelles. So you have 10 lions here and 10,000 gazelles, but the gazelles have been conditioned so much that they daren't approach the lions because they know what's coming, but only if they took a collective move and pushed forward together. Well, then they would overrun the lions. But you've got kind of 2 older, wiser heads here who know that all it takes to break a small police line like that is for everybody to come forward and push past, and the sheer volume of people will break the line.
Freedom of movement. Right, come on.
Why are you stopping me? 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 You have no right to stop me. You have no right to stop me. No, you don't. You've got no right to stop me. You've got no right.
I'm asking you, I'm being civil.
There's no right to stop me. I paid my taxes and have for fucking years.
Sir.
Go down there and stop them bastards down there.
It's in our constitution, yep. Definitely. We're protected.
Everybody should come on the ball.
Our Bill of Rights is protected.
How would I find it? They're ever there. Come on, we're over.
I'm asking you the other thing.
We're over 3. Come on. Come on, let's go.
Okay, we've got a bit of trouble here, guys. Stay with it. We're just going to document and keep it all peaceful. We're just going to let you know. We need to keep an eye on the police. What's the police?
Easy.
I got it. You okay? Right, let's get them out of here. Let's get the kids out of here. Get the girls out of here. Get the kids out. Get the kids back!
Stand by, folks.
Go back. Come on, back. Is he okay? Everybody okay? Up? Yep. Right, we're going to go back up, right?
Are you still with us?
Get her right.
Oh, yeah, you didn't move for so long.
Oh yeah, no, I was just letting her roll.
All right. Mommy's here. Is that my border wings there? Get them out of the road, please.
So this is the consequences, guys. There's no 2 ways about it. You know what I mean? It's like this is always going to happen. Like there's nothing I can say about this. You know, this is the battle. This is the.
All right. So, needless to say, spoiler alert. They make it past the police line. Otherwise, that would be where it fucking ends. But yeah, just sheer weight of numbers we'll get.
Yeah, because what are the police going to do? Like resort to violence?
Yeah, there's
You know?
well, even if they do, they're severely outnumbered.
Yeah.
Got like maybe 15, 20 cops, a couple of armored Land
Hmm.
Rovers, and reinforcements haven't arrived yet.
Okay, the guys are through. Yep.
So I think the house in question is just at the end of this particular street down here.
Mm.
And again, this is going to, throw up a lot of bad memories for the nationalist community up there from the 60s, when they were essentially fucked out of their houses and had their houses burned down. And that's being used, again, against this movement. So and again, Al-Qadri himself was posting about it on X, saying that, how this is reminiscent of what things happened in the north, and these bigots shouldn't be, again, capitalizing and using that to the fuckers' own advantage, which is
fucking
disgusting.
mosques explaining our own fucking culture to us.
Yeah, and again,
Fuck that guy.
from an invading force, like a strange and foreign people land on our shores without the consent of the communities that they're going into. And then turn around and tell us why we should be so welcoming of invaders, when look what happened the last time your country was invaded. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, yes, you are our friend. And go fuck yourself, man.
Right, be careful now, careful.
Okay, we just got to skip by a bit because we'll be here till 4 in the fucking morning.
Yeah, I mean, like, nothing new's happening here. Like, it's other than the progression towards the inevitable.
This is only a part of it. There's going to be more.
Do you want
Do we speak?
Yeah, of course you can, buddy.
Right, I would like to say, do you know where the bridge is across the corner?
Yep.
Yeah,
I love that man's face. That's impressive.
Strange, another one of those strange birthmarks.
Like, he looks like a fucking Pictish warrior, man. It's awesome.
Most of them wouldn't let people walk past disabled people climbing over Land Rovers now. That Land Rover just had to reverse back a wee minute and let disabled people walk past. You can go up there and you can speak to all them.
Yeah.
Like, is this what it's coming to? Or people can't go past in a wheelchair or crutches?
So, how angry do you feel right now with what's going on? Yeah.
No,
I don't get what he's saying. Sorry.
I know it's horseshit.
Shite, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I love that he's saying it. You know.
Yeah, I know. It's like we're listening. We're here to fuck the Roma out of the house down there and burn it to the ground. But as a distractionary tactic, I'm here about the wheelchair access is a big issue, and we've been having the issue for
in this riot we're doing
a lot
right
of
now.
time. They need to make
health and safety regulations.
Yeah.
Now
it's a real tragedy that the disabled can't be as involved in the pogrom as we'd like them to, especially if you've got wheel crutches. We need mobilized vehicles. We need armored wheelchairs.
Wait, why are you bringing disabled people to a crime? You know, you're going to want to get away fast, or is that the idea? You know, that you let the lion catch the wounded gazelle.
Yeah, or it's a human shield. You know, you put the front line like it's everyone in wheelchairs, and just everybody gets behind them and rolls up. Because you feel terrible beating someone in a wheelchair. You know, especially if people are looking. Maybe if it's a private event, not so much. But the eyes of the world are upon you. But yeah, like a bizarre that this guy is fucking, concerned about the access.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Happy. I'm like not happy. I'm like I'm all right.
Yeah. So how you feel about what's going on in the town?
It's needed to be done.
He's just one of those people, fucking always happy. Like, family just died in an airplane crash. Yeah, no, it's great. I just wish there was more wheelchair access to the airport. It's a real tragedy. I think he's one of those happy chappies, or he's high as a fucking kite. Like
years ago.
Huh?
Maybe, or maybe he's just kind of like in a modern take on the berserker mode, where he's just like in the buzz of it all.
Yeah,
this is great, man.
Small dose of mushrooms. Focus the mind, sharpen the eye.
Well, you're going to point up.
We need to get this Wi-Fi sorted.
Do you know what it is? It's people. When you have a right to speak, people think that you're racist, but you don't. You're not racist.
That's correct.
Like, this is our Tommy Robinson. Oh, he's racist. He's this. Adolana Christians on TikTok. She's preached about the Lord. This is our country.
Just concerned citizens.
See
concerned parents. Have you got children yourself?
I've got 9. 9, 10. Maybe 10.
10.
Bro,
Yeah.
well done.
I know, right? He's got so many. He doesn't know how many he has. 9, 10. I don't know. I lost count after 7. He's only about 24 as well.
He's straight out of another millennia, man.
Yeah.
Seriously.
That's a thumbnail right there, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
Like mushrooms or something. Like. Oh, there's the flag that will unite the communities, right fucking there.
Yeah.
Just those 2 lads on a big flag on a white background and some moon.
Let's turn ourselves off for 1 sec, yeah?
Yeah.
Just had to, get
Are we
that
good?
all in there. Yep.
All right. What was going on?
Oh no. Well, look.
Oh, you want to see the okay?
Yeah, you don't know what's going on because you're looking at what we're playing for us. But I got rid of our little squares for a second.
All right, so we can keep the flag. Get a nice.
Yeah, I think we should have that printed on cotton, and we'll
hide that. It's the same thing. Like I'm putting that in the kitchen. Like I'm putting that on the fucking wall. Like anytime I'm feeling down about something silly.
Yeah,
and just looking at that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Look at that! Like that's a stoner face if ever there was one. Just
beautiful smile. Like I find myself so endeared to these people, you know.
Yeah, I know. But that's it. You see, that's the fucking issue. Or one of the many issues, rather, because we do have a lot in common with these people.
Human.
Yes, exactly. I was getting to that. Thank you for trampling all over that. Because we are human and we do have a lot in common with each other when we're separate. You know, when we meet in the pub, it's nice to go, oh, you're a human too. You have this laughter thing and experience. Children, Jesus Christ, I thought I was the only one. I didn't know people outside of my particular cultural unit had children too, and laugh and cry and pain and all the other things that make us human. This all seems wonderful. What could ever go wrong? Oh, fucking open your egg from the wrong side. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Out. Do not come into my community again until you eat the egg from the top and dip the toast at a 16-degree angle. Otherwise, we can't fucking talk and ever interact again. But unfortunately, that's also part of human nature as well, is that, we don't celebrate difference. We can't because it just doesn't fucking work. Like, especially when they're diametrically opposed to each other over, really important things like which version of the Christian religion you belong to or who you bow down to. Be it the king or the Pope, of which you believe in neither and couldn't really be arsed. If you're honest with yourself, really, it's just that you've no real sense of identity outside of the thing you've attached yourself to. But only if you could realise that your identity doesn't come from your figurehead or your football team. But
I don't know. That's a bunch of free stater fucking postmodern fucking pipe smoke, man. No, people actually have fucking convictions in this world and they live them fully and deeply all their lives, you know? These aren't like fucking illusions of Maya or whatever, some shite.
Okay, do you find these men to be, truly loyal to the king or the crown or the crown in the money sense? But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I do. I know what you're saying.
I will get into it.
Yeah. Yeah, I do know what you're saying, but like I said, we will get into it. Just stick with me for the moment on the flipping
Okay,
this.
I'll give you a moment, but then I need to pee again.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome to Northern Ireland.
How small is your fucking bladder, man? Or are you lashing the fucking Red Bulls into you or something? Like you on your 8th Red Bull or something, or you just got a tiny bladder that can only hold like 200 milliliters of fucking liquid.
I have 2 of these, and I have drank 2 cups of coffee, and then I drank 1 of these waters.
All right, we have to. We need to go to prime time and get you some of those adult diapers, so you can get through a fucking half an hour without taking a piss.
Here, fix that bit again. But do you know what it is?
It's a bloody disgrace, that.
But here, I meet so many homeless people, and they're sleeping in their cars, they're sleeping on their...
comes up and says something just negative, and instantly the smile is ripped off his face.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I was happy just there.
Yeah, it's a fucking disgrace. And then it's like, yeah, okay, seriousness. Yeah.
Man.
The subways here at Ballymena, and look at all these beautiful houses.
Yeah. Sorry, do you want to say something?
God bless.
Oh, I'm just along with him, man.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much, mate. What's that? So we can't get by there. We'll go round.
Where's this? What?
Tommy, let's try and get by. Where's Richard?
This street, I mean, you could tell me this is somewhere...
Yeah, sorry, go on. The street.
You could tell me this is somewhere in Belfast, and I'd say, yeah, I'll believe you. But this is fucking, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours from Belfast proper?
Yeah, like everywhere is pretty much the fucking same, isn't it? Like,
well, I mean, I don't mean like that. I mean,
well,
like
what then?
It's distinctive, but you know, it's a shared architecture that, you know.
Oh yeah, because you got a giant fucking military RUC fucking compound in the background, like, and it's surrounded by fucking RUC people.
Okay, fair enough. You know, I mean, I'm just focusing on the fucking, you know, silver lining on the cloud.
No, what's silver lining? Yeah, of course it's Northern Ireland. There's a fucking boat turned upside down in a housing estate. Like, it could only be fucking Northern Ireland or look, come on, man. It's like not a car inside, but somehow there's a fucking motorized boat.
See, this is the problem with you fucking free staters. You know nothing about our people except fucking IRA and bombs and fucking misery. And
well, you need to get out.
Zombie by the
saying.
cranberries.
It's immigrants like you coming into this fucking country who won't integrate properly into the Free State, coming down here telling us how we should live our fucking lives when you're nothing but a fucking blow-in. We need to get you and your type, along with the fucking Muslims, out of the country, back up fucking north where you belong, back all the way fucking north, find out where you came from originally, which is probably fucking England. If we go deep enough into your history, you're probably a British fucking agent, like your great grandfather was working for Henry VIII, even though he was fucking French. So you're French. Get out, you French cunt. Like, I'm not having any French bastards in my country. My lineage is 100% Irish, all the way back to the beginning of fucking time. I've checked it out. I spoke to my grandfather before he died, and he told me that we're here since the beginning, and before the blacks arrived with Cuchulainn, like before he went to Nigeria and left a message, a calling card. Yes, come to Ireland, Nigerian bisexual people. We will cherish and keep you. Anyway, but what the fuck? Like, where in the world would you get it? A mini yacht is being upturned and destroyed outside of a fucking Roma gypsy's house in Ballymena.
All right, Richard, can we chat with you?
No, we don't. Right. I was just talking to Richard. We don't have time to be listening to fucking conversations. Yeah, so there's the houses there. Obviously, the windows have been put in. The people have fled. Still no large police presence, but people are holding off and destroying the building proper. Then the young lads.
Oh, I was under the impression the Roma left the boat that way.
The Roma wouldn't leave the boat there. What the fuck are the Roma doing with a boat to begin with? I don't know. Maybe
what
that's
are the Roma doing with anything they have. Come on.
Maybe again.
Work for it.
Maybe it's abstract. It's they're making some sort of statement about the boat people coming across the channel, and then coming into Northern Ireland. Or I don't know, maybe the Roma arrived. They tried to integrate, and they brought their children to the local library, and they heard a group were singing "Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream," and they misheard it and thought it was Roma, Roma, row your boat gently down the stream. So they thought, okay, if we're going to integrate, we need to get a boat. And then every Sunday, all the Roma would pile into the boat and start singing "Roma, Roma, row your boat gently down the stream." No, not working. Okay.
No,
we
stopped working.
we need a tumbleweed sound effect.
Yeah,
be well used. Yeah, but what the fuck is that? Leave the boat alone. The boat did nothing. That's somebody's leisure fucking vehicle, and they've looked after it. Look, they even have a tarp over it to stop the rain getting in, and
the elements. Yeah,
and it's not going to be insured against the riot damage as well. Like I can imagine trying to get riot insurance in Northern Ireland is a bit of it's tricky, Like they'll have to say, "Oh yeah, it was stolen," or it sank, or make up some fucking terrible lie just to get the money back.
So, as you can see, guys, this is
look at this outboard motor as well. They're not fucking.
This is the state of one of the houses. Keep an eye on the police as well. It's kind of back and forth.
Yeah, look how useful the police are. Doing nothing.
Yeah.
Like, why stand there? Like, if you're not going to do anything, just fuck off. Like, go back, fall back, get a coffee.
If anything, I mean, they're just, inflaming the situation with their presence.
Yeah. Just go. Like, for a while, I suppose it works. Like, they have a presence there that people are holding off on doing further damage to the building. I don't fucking know. But it seems dangerous with that many people around you. Retreat,
Yep, so police are standing back. I think they're a wee bit overwhelmed, to be honest with you, with the numbers. And I worry about what's going to happen when it gets dark.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just a national pastime,
I know,
Doesn't
right?
matter what they're on the street for. That's what they do.
Yeah, it's become a tradition, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's vent energy, let the energy off. These machines must be indestructible. I've never seen any one of them be damaged at all. There must be some weak point in the vehicles. I think maybe some high grade wire or something that can be wrapped around the wheels. But you have this thing at the front, but it could be thrown in from the side, and then it wraps around the axle, brings it to a halt.
Yeah. I mean,
they say impervious to fire. I don't know if anyone's realized that up there yet. That the fire bombs, the petrol bombs don't work. But it looks impressive,
Yeah, it's fun.
Again, it's all very jovial. Like you can hear people kind of laughing in the background. And
that's what I mean. It's a national pastime. This is how they have fun.
Yeah, we haven't done this in a while. Jeez, it's been a while. Dad, Seamus, how's things? I haven't seen you since the last fucking petrol bombing. Here, I made some for you. I wasn't sure if you were bringing your own. Like, really mid fire.
Gotta stay warm. Lad, could have given a better swing than that.
Only warming up, All right. Okay, we got some aerial footage.
Oh. Very chill. Yeah, mostly peaceful.
There you go. Yeah, and very, very peaceful in comparison to what's been happening in the areas at this stage. Not like World War II. It was mostly peaceful too. There's a couple of moments where a few people lost their lives because you can see the water cannon coming in. This must be a migrant. Must be keeping migrants in there as well. Might be attacking. I don't think those messages work.
No, that's what I was thinking. It's very Father Ted-esque.
Yeah. This is a warning. Please disperse. As they're being hammered with fucking bricks by 1,000 people.
It's like you remember in the 90s, Euronews, no comment. That's what this feels like.
Yeah, I used to like those segments as well. Like you could just sit back and watch and come to your own. Well, not really your own conclusion because
but you know, it's much better than if someone was literally narrating the whole fucking thing for you.
Yeah, I know. It's like
and it was chill as well. It was like, I'm ready for bed now.
Yeah. Watch the world burn and then go to sleep.
Is that a car? Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, is that like a deliberate directed attack, or is it just like, oh, here's a car, let's set it on fire? And
I think it's here's a car. Let's set it on fire. Like, how the fuck are they gonna know how hard it is? It's just
wow,
retarded.
Yep.
You can't advocate for that. Like, it's just some hard pressed fucker who, never to work in the morning, or they need to get someone to the hospital.
Exactly.
It's just a disaster.
It's terrible.
The wheelie bin, fair enough. You can, you just ring the council and get a new wheelie bin.
Yeah.
Ring your bin company. They'll deliver it.
They're insured.
Yeah. Not this shit though.
No.
Yeah. So then, pretty standard again. More stone throwing.
Right.
Petrol bombs.
Yeah. Wow.
Or you see, Jesus Christ, I'm showing my age.
I mean, like, come on.
Well, that's the same thing.
They changed their name. That's
branding. Like, they made it more inclusive. Like, maybe that's what's wrong up there. They need to bring more Roma in to the police force, because it changed so much when they opened it up to Catholics. Like, it's hardly recognizable at all now. I'm sure the people up there are very happy to be being terrorized by people of their own religion that they don't really follow that much anyway. Right, pretty standard stuff. Cannon, police, fire. Again, cars burnt as well.
The thing is, right, when the authorities lose control of the situation being the mentality of the people in that particular moment, then all the bad parts come out and just do fucked up shit because they think now's my fucking time. By the way, is Paul in the chat calling me Hugh?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't see the chat.
Right.
But again, for the authorities up there as well, like it makes sense just to let it play out, because we can see there, like, unlike the retards we have in the south here with the police, they didn't lose the run of themselves. They didn't start, running around randomly like headless chickens, beating anything that fucking moved, or start pepper spraying grannies just because it's like, oh, what do I do with all this fucking adrenaline? I've never felt this fucking rush before in my life.
Yeah.
So they know, they're well versed in it. Okay, let the community, let them riot for 24 hours.
Yeah.
They'll get it out of their system.
Pretty
everything
much.
will calm down in 2 or 3 days, and then everything will remain the same. They'll carry on as normal. But not to some extent, because we know what's happening now is that people are, starting to flee these communities. As you would, you wouldn't feel terribly safe. I would leave, because I was shook by a Facebook voice message. So I can only imagine how I would react if, a bunch of fucking loyalists turned up at the house and start, burning the house down. I don't think I'd go back in the morning. I think I'd probably be gone to like fucking Canada or Alaska.
Yeah, the fucking
like
continent. You'd leave the fucking continent. Yeah.
Yeah, you would hope. But of course, we live in Ireland, and with the look of the Irish, guess where they're fucking coming next. Right, we'll have a scroll through this, then we'll pause.
Right.
I need a cup of tea. Take a piss, relieve yourself.
Yep.
So a couple of more houses burnt, and then we'll just take a shot at the morning after to finish off the Euronews spectacular. There we go. Like any good Euronews segment, after the orgasm, the peace and quiet, serenity of an explosion of energy, as we see an energy drink sit on the windows. They want to ban them for under 18s as well. Yeah, a little bird chirping away in the background. And the old Union Jack flag in the window. All right, we get the point. Yeah, so check out that man's channel. Can't remember what his fucking name was now. Something Dad or something like that. But we'll put a link in the description for the video. Okay, we'll stop there. We'll take a break, a couple of minutes, and then we will come back after that. Long do you need? 2-3 minutes? You're muted.
Oh shit. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, Grant. Yeah, I'll just grab a quick cup of tea and then we'll come back.
Oh,
what we'll do when we come back is we'll talk about in depth this notion of this kind of joining hands with the people from those community and loyalism in particular. And we'll get into that a little bit deeper and just talk about why it might be a good idea and why it might be the worst fucking idea of all time. So yeah, okay. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
All right. Cool. Can you unshare that, by the way?
Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, we need an assistant. If there's anybody out there who wants to learn how to edit and run a show in the background and eventually share in some money
revenue,
just send us an email to what's the best email address? Probably
howard@evrn.net.
Yeah, just send a message there. Even if you just want to help out with the show, or you have a couple of spare hours, even if you don't have any skills and you just want to learn how to edit or something like that, just get in touch. If you don't, no big deal. Don't worry about it. It's not a pressure tactic. It's just we need help.
Yeah,
with
just reaching out. Yeah,
things. Yep, and free petrol bomb in it for you as well if you want, and a trip up north once every 6 months.
Yeah, we'll have a minibus.
Yeah, there you go.
A company outing.
Yeah, you get to set
we'll
it
have
on
a
fire.
riot.
All right, back in a minute.
All right. Oh, gas fucking man. See you in a few minutes, folks.
By happy hearts so broken, we stuck by you, and you know your bold swagger made us forget the dagger at our throat. You're always in a hurry and a rage. I call it defiance or coming of age. But you've cast your last spell on us. You've bombed your last bridge to us. So we used to love America. 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 You would have won the world by letting go, but then you lost your way. Your glory days are gone, so smile and roll over. We got so much more in common today. All hail the stumbling child king, calling for the vanishing light. Now stay with us as brothers through this darkest of nights. So we used to love America. 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 And I remember how you sang, we shall all sing again. The West knows best. Yeah, I remember how you sang, we shall all just sing again. The West knows best. Oh, screw the rest. The West knows best. Screw the rest. The West knows best. Screw the rest. The West knows best. We used to love America.
Oh no, it's a fucking. I hate this shit. Fucking playlists.
What happened?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Just yeah.
All
Bitching
right.
and as I do.
Okay. Right.
Right.
So after everything that happened in Ballymena, I noticed that a lot of people were getting very excited and happy and jumpy about one, that something's happened. Like, yes,
yeah.
you know, so something's
Anything.
happening. Anything, you know, bar the usual, just turning up at a march, shouting, and getting a bit of frustration out, going home, nothing changing, rinse and repeat. So then when something like this happens, everyone gets very excited, especially social media. Like, it gets amplified by the likes of Tommy Robinson and, you know, accounts in the South. And then people start going, yeah, we need more of this. Okay, the natural thing to do here is we need to join forces with the Loyalist community up north, have a combined force and repeat this throughout the country, and everything will be absolutely fine. But people soon forget who it is they're dealing with
Hmm.
when you get into bed with loyalists. And that's not to say you can't make individual alliances with people
Oh, yeah.
from loyalist communities, but that's not what we're looking at. And we would be, you got to do your due diligence if you're getting involved on any organized level with groups up in the north. You're not just, joining up with the local parents committee.
Mm.
Those communities are pretty much controlled and ran by paramilitary organizations. They're the guys on the street who run that level. And for most people in the south, we're just not educated around it, as I was told in no unceremonious terms by my friend there up in Northern Ireland. And he'd only met me for 5.5 seconds, and he told me how uneducated I was. But there's a general truth to that around people.
Oh, yeah.
In the south, because we no real experience of it.
Ignorant fucks.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry.
calm down. You'll get there in a minute. But again, we've no real need to, because people don't really like to take on the troubles of other people, even if it's 200 meters down the fucking road, right? And unless it affects you directly or you've suffered from it in the past, well, then it is going to be to the forefront of your mind. But people are kind of blind to that, and so they go, okay, well, they forget like who these people are, what they've been involved in the past, how they actually view people like us, based on our religion. And that's not to say they're all like that, but we can't ignore the fact that it exists. And so, as Howard
not all
has,
Jews own banks. Yeah.
yeah, okay, calm down. We're getting there. There, you're itching to fucking go. I can tell. Contain the hate. Contain the fucking hate. So what we're going to do is I'm going to kind of be quiet for a little bit, if you can imagine that. And so I will act as a kind of an interviewer for Howard for a little bit. He didn't know he was being interviewed, so I'm catching him unawares. So just Howard, we mentioned that he is for all intents and purposes Northern Irish, comes from a Northern Irish background. Is kind of unique, and his family is unique in so much that not only were they terrorized by the RUC, loyalists and nationalists, so they've pretty much been shat on by everybody in the north and had to flee south. So I don't know. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want me to kind of continue on with an introduction, or do you want to just pick it up and run with it if you want to?
If you have more to add to that,
yeah, I'll add. So basically, Howard's grandfather is Jim McCann. So if anybody is familiar, sorry, Joe. Sorry, Jesus Christ, what a fucking executed on the spot right there. I asked you, did you want to do it? I told you, I gave you the opportunity. So Joe McCann. So an iconic figure. I think it's best you talk, because I won't do it justice. It's probably the best way. Now, I did clear with you if you wanted to talk about this. So if you're uncomfortable, we can halt.
No. I'm not uncomfortable. It's just I've been when this situation arose in Ballymena, it became immediately apparent to me that I would betray my people, the Irish, my family on both sides, everyone, if I didn't use my family's experience and my unique in terms of my family experience and perspective, rather, and then coming on this platform to talk to a dozen people.
Yeah.
It would just be a shame. So that fucking weighed on me, man. It freaked me out. But I was feeling good today, kind of going through the motions in my head, thinking, yeah, I can cover that. But now when it comes to the time, it's like, geez, okay. You know, you can only step in the same river once, kind of thing. Our show is very dynamic. You know, we don't come with like a fucking script that we follow to the letter. So I'm a bit thrown. So just please be forgiving of that. Is what I'm trying to say there.
Sure.
So Joe McCann, his life was taken from him, and he was taken from his children and his wife at the age of 21 in 1972. In his short life, he matriculated up to staff captain of the. I mean, it was just the fucking IRA up until that period. Shortly before he was gunned down by paratroopers, basically at the behest of MI5, as far as we can kind of discern from the case files left over of who was standing where, what was going on, who was, dispatched to that place. There was a spook giving orders that day, to put it bluntly. This was, just very shortly after fucking Bloody Sunday, very shortly after when the split actually happened in the movement, which is the original split, which was Jerry Adams and his lot going off to form the Provisional IRA and ultimately Sinn Féin to become what we see it is today. So that wasn't just that, these, our own people, allegedly, provisionals, decided to try to kill my family, basically. I mean, there's no other way to say it. I can't go into detail, but it was fucking, they weren't polite about it, So, of course, we had to get the fuck out of here. My family, that is, before I was born. But I carry on the trauma of people living through the fucking troubles. And it was, this unresolved fucking trauma, which I think, actually, no, I know for a fact almost everyone living in the 6 occupied counties suffer with, like this intergenerational PTSD, because like you mentioned earlier, peace process, no, it's okay, we're all healed now. No, that's not how human nature works. It's not how behavior works. It's not how our minds and our behaviors and the physical as well as emotional traumas that we just hand down to the next generation. Those things take time, and they have to be recognized for them to, transmute, so that we can get on with our lives. It's something that my family only really began to do themselves in recent years, because it really just did take that long to get over the trauma of their loss and then fleeing and ending up in a pretty shit situation and have to climb out with their fucking bare hands. I don't think people up north have that luxury. A lot of them, they're just in the same streets, the same houses, the same cities or towns as the people who gave birth to them, and they are regaled with stories, or maybe they even witnessed people getting fucking slaughtered. So it gets really fucking, it gets stuck in the throat when good well-intentioned people down south think, you know what, we have something in common with these guys up in Ballymena, or just I don't know where that protest was, like sometime last year when a few Kulak guys went up to march with the Loyalists. It just gets a kind of fucking personal at that point, and you can't really blame people like us with our experiences for saying, what the fuck are you guys doing? Because these are the people, or the sons and daughters of the people who fucking traumatized, persecuted, murdered us, colluded with the British government to receive weaponry and intel to hunt us down. Not just, maybe, this person's in the IRA, that, they need to be taken out of the equation. But sometimes just going into a fucking pub and shooting the fucking place up.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to interrupt
Sorry,
you.
I was on a roll there. I wasn't really going anywhere in particular.
No, it's all right. We'll go back to it. Yeah, because I just said that, like, people forget about the likes of the Shankill butchers, where they took pleasure in torturing people with knives, simply because they were Catholic, And I think for a lot of people, it's difficult because those on the left seem to have got kind of caught up in republicanism and kind of co-opted it, and then people who aren't too well educated will kind of go, okay, well that's a lefty issue, and if it's a lefty issue, well then I have to be in opposition to it. And the problem with republicanism is that a lot of it is heavily Marxist influence to begin with, and so again for people, so people who are on the, we're going to do the quote unquote, who are on the right are almost allergic to anything Marxist. As soon as they hear it, their mind shuts down, and it's like, okay, well, because it's Marxist, I don't want to hear it. But that was the original split, wasn't it? That the official IRA went one way; they had the Marxist ideology, and then the originals decided, okay, well, we want to get away from that, and we want to focus solely on the military aspect of it. And your grandfather was quite unique in that he was actually respected by an awful lot of people, including journalists, and he was recognized not only as a kind of military man, but that he wanted to actually, for the outcome, for peace, not dominance, but he actually wanted, or he envisioned that, there could be a future where, both sides of the divide came together and, essentially got on with each other without fucking killing and murdering and slaughtering each other. Now, unfortunately, he didn't get to, see that day or anything like it, or do anything about it. But his community came under attack, and he answered the call, and he protected his community. And that's not unique. And I think people in loyalist communities, they feel the same way, like that. Okay, well, and you have this horrible tit for tat that never fucking end. It's like, okay, well, see it's the same. We see it everywhere. Again, it's part of human nature. We see it in fucking Israel. It's like, okay, well, the 7th of October, the Palestinians come into Israel and attack that, and then it's like, okay, well, 20 years before that, 50 years before that, 1,000 years before that, Islam came in and took over Israel, and it was Christian before that time, and then it was, it was fucking Jewish before that time, and it ends and it goes on and it carries on forever and ever and ever. But like you were saying, with healing doesn't happen in 20 years. It's something as traumatic as what happened in Northern Ireland. It's not a matter of a handshake, or it's okay, well, let's give each other a hug and let's stand in a circle and wave each other's flags together. Because I think the danger for people down south getting involved with those groups on any organized level, that as soon as it's no longer a convenience for loyalist groups up north. Those people will be dropped, and then worse, will just be, unfortunately, could be kind of executed in the blink of an eye, because I think the hatred runs that fucking deep that when push comes to shove, that you're going to be viewed as a Taig, as a Catholic. And let's not forget, we're getting close to the 12th of July, and still the Irish flag is burnt on top of bonfires, effigies of the Pope, and everything that represents. It's part of the culture, and how you drive that out of the culture is a fucking mystery to me. And even I know some people make criticisms that loyalism isn't really a culture anyway. Like, if you take away the hatred for Catholics, and the kind of the marching up and down the streets, that there's not much of a culture. But that can be said for a lot of subcultures as well. You could say the same thing for, well, what's the middle class culture in Ireland? What is Irish culture? What is working class culture? Drinking cans and wearing the newest pair of fucking runners. But I think the interesting point is, and I said it to you the other day, was it ultimately a romantic ideal that your grandfather had, that there could be unity between those two sets of people in the north? And you said, well, yeah, it was kind of romantic idealism to think, back then, that you could have a kind of a socialist utopia. But again, I think people down here will get swept up in the romanticism of, okay, well, this is the moment, and not look at it kind of pragmatically and think, okay, well, this is a recipe for fucking disaster,
I couldn't. What do you mean by that second part of that thought there, mate?
Which part of the recipe for disaster?
After the romanticization.
Yeah, because I think people will, get caught up in this romantic notion, okay, that we're going to magically join hands and unite and overtake the Muslim hordes. But what will happen is, if there is any level of unity, one, the left wing in Ireland will grab hold of it. The popular consciousness won't allow it, because it has that well ingrained in its head that we can never have anything to do with loyalism whatsoever. Even though 99% of people in the Republic of Ireland have never been affected by it, but you have, so it's still real to you, and it's very real to people who live in Northern Ireland. I think anyone on the left in Ireland, unless they're involved in, Republican circles, and by Republican circles, I mean, Northern Irish Republican circles, and they're involved in, they wouldn't mind too terribly if, the provisionals got struck up again, and they still strive for a socialist, Marxist republic, and they're not really nationalists, they're Republicans, and they identify people based on class consciousness, rather than, okay, this is my fellow countryman. It's like, oh, you're not a Marxist, well then it doesn't really matter, like, I'm only interested in Marxism. And so on that level, it's a disaster for the nationalist movement, because it will fucking collapse it, as we saw with Coolock when the people went up. It was like, okay, well, that is dead now. Then beyond that, on a catastrophic level, that the people who get involved with those guys up north may very well end up fucking dead, because if they embed themselves with those guys, and then, like, what's the only outcome? So the people from the south will go up completely fucking naive, because they're not going to be from any Republican circles or have any history of the provisionals. Like, the provisionals aren't going to really, I can't see them going anywhere near loyalists parliaments. I can't see them coming together and go, okay, well, you know what, the issue of our time is this migrant invasion, and the only way to solve it is to start up a militarized campaign. So we'll start bombing the British and Irish state, and come together and burn people out of their fucking houses. So you got to have all these people from the south who will go up naively, thinking that something's going to happen, and then all that can happen is they get essentially radicalized into the cult of loyalism, and they will have to become members of the UDA in order
Or the
to
Orange
carry out
Order.
any sort of fucking campaign, probably unbeknownst to themselves, thinking that they're just joining a
Yeah,
particular movement, an anti-immigration movement, but they will do
yeah.
something as stupid as take an oath, or just. And then, if what happens then, if you go against the cult, well, then it's not. It's not like
Yeah.
Scientology. You can't just leave.
Yeah,
It,
like I said to you earlier, these people actually believe what they believe,
yeah. Oh yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
not like us, where we kind of take things and leave things,
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah,
we have the
it's
luxury of doing that. Like, we're very comfortable in the
yeah,
South. We've no real existential threat anywhere, which is why,
right.
even on a political front, we think we're entitled to get involved in issues like Israel and Iran and Gaza. It's like, we've no existential threat. If the world
It's
blows up
just
tomorrow, we're sandwiched between the States and Europe and Britain, so we're fine. But for Northern Ireland, it's fucking real. So there's no cosplay up there,
right.
but down here
Yeah.
we can do that, and that naivety, I think, is
I mean, yeah,
suicidal.
you really nailed it there. Naivety, and it's like it's no kind of indictment of any individual,
Mm.
really. I mean, it's on the same level as, well, I guess, yeah, what we're experiencing now, with certain vulnerable groups in our country are experiencing now, where this predator comes into a ecosystem it doesn't belong in, and the prey animals they haven't evolved to protect themselves against this predator. So they just all get fucking eaten up. This is what we're seeing when we're faced with unruly and uncivilized migrants. And it would be, yeah, I can see it being the same going up north. To this day, I mean, you want to be careful where you're going.
Mm.
If you wander into someone's neighborhood that you don't belong to their ethnic kind of strand of Irish, the sub ethnicity of Irish, which might be, loyalist, unionist, whatever
Yeah,
they
and
might call
it would just be
themselves.
the most bizarre thing to ever occur in Irish history, where we would end up with two competing factions. So we would have the resurgence, the resurgence of loyalist paramilitary units staffed by fucking underclass and working class members from Southern Ireland, a re-emergent provisional IRA whose soldiers consist of Roma gypsies, Nigerian and fucking Middle Eastern immigrants, like fighting out for what? Like, it's like I can only go. It can only go that way. But it's so bizarre. It's impossible to get, and it's really difficult to fucking take it serious. But you have to, because it's a deadly serious fucking subject. And for the poor
Yeah.
people of Northern Ireland, like, they have to be on a fucking knife edge. Because, like I said, just that image alone of people being chucked out of their houses, I just think every Northern Irish Catholic, be they, 10 years of age or fucking 90 years of age, the minute they say that, immediately is going to come to their mind like images of the 60s.
Well, look, okay, there's something I want to pull you up on. A few times you're talking about these things as if they're like in the past, right?
Mm.
But not quite so, my friend.
Okey-doke.
Sinn Féin MP condemns sectarian attack targeting homes in North Belfast as vile. An MP has condemned the targeting of homes in North Belfast as shocking and disgraceful, after police confirmed the incident as is being treated as a suspected sectarian hate crime. Masked individuals threw bricks at a number of properties in the Annalea Street and Alloa Street areas on Wednesday night. PSNI Inspector Hamilton said it was reported that around 9:45 p.m. a group of masked individuals entered the Annalise Street and Aloha Street areas and threw masonry at a number of houses. Damage was caused to a window as a result. Inquiries are ongoing into the full circumstances, and we are treating these instances as sectarian motivated hate crime. Anyone with okay, so we don't need to look into that. And of course, then MP Finucane says it's shocking and disgraceful that a number of homes and blah blah blah. Fuck me, I have the wrong fucking article. This is very tame. Let me pull up the right article.
Need something with more cowbell in it.
More details in it.
Yeah, well, it's good. Well, it just shows that it's not an isolated incident. If there's many, but again, because this is great because people down here, we're not going to be aware of it. And to my mind, when I think of Northern, I do honestly think like all that's in the past. Now, I don't have this notion where everybody's getting on hunky dory, but at least,
of course, that
it's not as it was.
But it certainly
still
is. All right.
Undercurrent.
So, 5 Catholic families refused to flee after new homes smashed up by UDA thugs. And by the way, this is the end of May, and indeed, at least if I recall from when I was around at my grandparents, and they always put on the North Irish News. It's at 6:30 after the Irish news is over, and this was being reported on as if it's just another day. It's terrible, but just another day. Like the PSNI fucking putting out fires the day after kind of thing. No, 1 or 2 families, if memory serves me right, had to leave. I had to find somewhere else. I believe the mother of 2, she said that a house isn't worth our lives. This is a neighborhood that has been developed for both Catholic and Protestant to live together. But it doesn't fucking work, And this is how raw and real this is. It's not a fucking game, And I'm not. In my head, I'm thinking, Jesus, you're really overselling this, Howard. And for the most part, they live in peace up there. But there's just fucking elements, man, and I don't know what motivates them or who's really pulling the strings there. But it still exists. And you might say, it's just a few, most of them aren't that way. Well, where are these loyalists standing up and saying, hey, you can't be doing that to your fellow Irish?
Yeah, they're not. And we saw it when that guy was talking, that there wasn't a single mention about joining up with your Irish brothers down south. The furthest mentally he could go is an independent Ulster.
Yeah.
And like, I talk about a recipe for fucking disaster. Like, if there was an independent Ulster and then there's a power struggle for control there. But again, for me, it just beggars belief that in a society like that you would engage by introducing new, more diverse communities. Like, if there's ever a lesson where diversity doesn't fucking work, like it's Northern Ireland, Maybe if it's a natural diversity, like over time, like many hundreds of years, where people come in, voluntarily, and they're accepted by the community, like a cult, where people are heavily vetted. Whereas, okay, you want to join the cult? Well, then, okay, well, let's sit down, let's talk about it. Okay, yeah, you're suitable as a cult. Maybe reframe it as a cult and just as a an actual community that can work, which is normally of people who are of like mind, have similar goals,
Right.
and aren't going to be, fractured so easily, where a difference in of opinion on religion, or that you're so impressionable that you believe fucking everything that is told to you, unless it's coming directly from, the cult leader. Well, then that's okay. Like you accept everything. But the the main point is it can't work. It hasn't fucking worked, and I can never see it in my lifetime anyway working in Northern Ireland if you hold on to that notion of loyalism and nationalism. And then the only way it could really work if everyone was just magically, if their minds were blanked, if there was a complete wipeout where everybody forgot, where their loyalties lay, and that may be the plan. That's the plan for a one world society, which can only, let's be honest, be based around consumerism, that we worship things.
Yeah.
Well,
see, look, that's the thing. It like it is an answer. You have to give it that. It's an answer. It's a fucking horrific answer, but it's a fucking answer. I want to do a bit of I'll come back around to the main course of conversation here, but I want to do a little bit of apologetics for the socialism of my grandfather and his generation and the generations before him, who were Republican socialists. It was a different fucking kettle of fish to the socialism that we have now, right? His generation and he himself were warning Ireland relentlessly, don't join the EEC, because this is going to become a militarized bloc. It's going to form into a more comprehensive, mega state, I guess. They may not have had the words exactly right for what we're living now, but they pretty much fucking described what the EEC has become, which is the EU. They said, look, the wages of the working man is going to be driven down. We're going to lose access to our resources. We're going to probably be drafted into a fucking army. And what the fuck happened? Socialists were against mass migration. Can you fucking believe it? Like, because it disadvantages the worker.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah, I know, and that's that's the infuriating fucking thing. Like, and it's like, what happened? Like, was the whole socialist movement co-opted? Where the modern concerns of the socialist movement are, trans issues and gay rights and the concerns of migrants who've been here for half a fucking week. Like, it's mind-boggling, and and it's turned like 90% of people away from anything to do with socialism whatsoever. Even though most people would probably be sympathetic towards socialism. And I'm not here, we're not preaching for, socialism. That's how toxic it is at the moment, that even to mention anything about it is to be seen as, okay, well, you must be a fucking commie, like. But we can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. And most people would, if we were to just suddenly switch to, a complete fucking capitalist system overnight and got rid of the state, like, that's a sure way to get the population down in about 10 years, because there's probably like fucking 10 people in the country who could.
Extremes don't do, don't do anyone any favors.
No.
See, the thing you asked was co-opted. I mean, no, I'm not really. I mean, there's theories of like it was, some like Jewish concoction to weaken traditional structures and stuff like that. I mean, let's be honest, traditional structures were already doing a damn good job of weakening themselves. You know, the people were wanting a fucking way out that, you know, wasn't just further fucking feudalism and fucking absolutism and, you know, just endless fucking grind of being a peasant, and then suddenly these fucking factories start showing up in your town, and then suddenly you're out of work because they don't need as many of you in the manufactory anymore because they have these machines that do the work for you. Is this sounding fucking familiar to anyone? You know, so of course they were thinking, well, how do we fucking proportion out this thing that is called the economy so that, you know, everyone can kind of have a part of it? Like, Jesus Christ, communism, you know? Fuck that. No, you go back to our fucking ancestors, you know, the old Breton laws, the way we did things. That was a hybrid system, as you well know, sir. Capitalist, socialist, I mean, those words didn't even exist. We just fucking did things that way.
Yeah.
You know, so let me get back on track here. Right. So, common sense stuff, you know. No, actually, now I need to fucking shift again. We were talking. Wait. I need to get this out, man.
Okay.
We were talking. You were saying, yeah, the co-opting of socialism, right? Okay. See, the thing is that, you know, some guy wrote a book, and then, you know, this is in the fucking times of steam trains and fucking horseback and telegraphs, you know. It wasn't like you had fucking magic mirror in your fucking pocket at all times that you instantly knew everything that was going on around the world, or, you know, you thought you did. This document goes in this part of the world and that part of the world, and, you know, these guys over here do something with it, and these guys over here do something with it, and you know, you have fucking Lenin over here, and then Trotsky, but then Trotsky gets murdered by Stalin. He has his own fucked up way of thinking about things. And then down south from there is Mao, and he goes fucking mental, and so does Pol Pot in the 80s, or this, what was it, the 70s. You know, that was not how we were thinking here in Ireland. We had James Connolly, you know, shouting about, like, hey, how about, you know, the working man gets a fair fucking shake? You know, this document here, you know, that kind of actually makes sense. This is a reasonable analysis of capitalism. You know, there wasn't a whole lot to counter it back then. You know, the people were taking what they could, you know, what was available. So you had this thing called the fucking Iron Curtain. You know, it went both ways. You know, both civilizational groups didn't want the free flow of information. So, you know, unfortunately, people like my grandfather thought Joseph Stalin was a fine fucking gentleman doing great things over there in Russia. Oh, if my grandfather wasn't fucking murdered and he lived to this day, I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't be a very big fan of Stalin. You know, it's a little more fucking complicated than, you know, there's this monolithic thing called socialism. You know, you had Trotsky, who figured out that these fucking peasants aren't going to fucking revolt unless, you know, we force them to, pretty much. We force the international revolution on them. Then these ideas end up in the lap of this fucking incel from Spain, I think, Gramsci. And he's thrown in prison, and he writes this goofy ass shit that, you know, gives birth to this transgender shit that we're dealing with now. Like how women, black people, colored people, not in his time and place, of course, but eventually trans people are the new underclass.
Mhm.
And these are the people that need to be appealed to, not those fucking, working people who actually did get what they wanted in the end, which was a fair shake and a little fucking modern convenience and not fucking dying in childbirth. Things like this, simple things, that's all we want, just to be able to get on with our lives. So you had that other Marxism, that's the one that spread into the universities, and as you rightly mentioned, the provisional IRA and even the original IRA heads did go to the universities when finally they were allowed to.
Mm-hmm.
And then they absorbed this shit. So we need to stop thinking so fucking black and white about things and take a step back and think, oh, well, why do these people over there think this way? Could there be a fucking reason for it? Could they maybe they're not evil, maybe they're not fucking retarded, maybe there's some fucking method to the madness.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe we can learn from each other, but the sad reality is it's not going to fucking happen, and it's a massive project on a large scale.
I don't know, man. I mean, you've got millions of people walking around, and they fucking shite in toilets, and they wash their hands, and they clean up after themselves, and they say please and thank you, and we take these things for fucking granted, right? And there's half of the world's population thinks it's just fine to just squat down and shite wherever you are. Like we built this as a people, this thing called fucking civilization and dignity, like why are we thinking that there's a fucking ceiling there, of like thinking critically and being compassionate to others? Like why is there a ceiling there? Is it because maybe we just don't see it being breached very much, that we think that when it is breached, that the person doing it is like some kind of fucking mad genius or fucking saint walking the earth? It's a lot of the times it just comes down to fucking the shit luck of life, the lack of opportunity. And I don't mean that in the Marxist sense of, if only we just spent more money on education, and these poor misguided souls won't be so angry at us for telling them that they're fucking toxic masculine men, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Am I making sense here, or am I just waffling?
Both. It's not a binary. Yeah, but I just think for everybody has this notion like we're going to change the world, which is a fantasy. Let's be honest, for most people. But you can change your own world, and
yeah, sure.
I think really that we need a fucking space where we can where people can build essentially their own world. Maybe form a fucking corporation, take over a piece of land, because we can't do it individually. Like if I was to purchase, not that I have the money, but I was to purchase like 50 acres, and then I want to build houses on it for a group of people, and we kind of start our own separate community, and live there. It's not going to happen, because we'll be stuck with fucking planning permission, and no, this is zoned for this use, and that's zoned for that use. So
you can't even build a house.
That's a fucking nightmare. Like, what have people been consigned to now? It's like, you can have a log cabin in your parents' backyard if they have a backyard. We'll relax the planning laws for that, but you're not going to have a fucking house. So we really would need to form some sort of a corporation, and then have the corporation purchase the land. And then because it's a corporation at different rules, apply to it. So I think that's going to be the future for people who are kind of a bit lost. And I'm a bit lost in the world, you know. I'm not happy with it. I think that's part of human nature. How could you ever be fucking completely happy? You know, I don't fit in any kind of political circles. I've been politically homeless probably all of my fucking life. Really, there's no party I can consign myself to. I'm too individualist to ever really be that way, and that doesn't work in Ireland. Ireland is a pretty collectivist culture. I think it always fucking has been, going back centuries, you know, and I think that's why it's been so difficult for Ireland, and that's why people are so sheepish, because that's our history and culture. I think you even mentioned it probably months ago around the grammar in our language. That it's different from most of Europe, where the focus is whatever way Irish is spoken, that is the object that's put before the subject in Irish, or the other way around, where most Germanic languages, it's like the focus is
it's the verb that comes
so
first.
but like, so the only way forward, I think, for me is either to just completely disappear into the fucking woods with my family, like sell up where I am, and just be content with a family. But that won't work.
No,
because at the end of the day, I'm a social creature like every other human, and you can't live in isolation. So it would have to be some sort of community.
Oh yeah, look,
effort,
either you will seek out the world, or the world will just find you by its own kind of, process. Like Sam Hyde said this, perfectly. I'm going to mutilate it now. That it's there's no running away. You can like go out into the fucking wilderness and do whatever you like, but modernity is going to come and it's going to find you, and it's going to tax you, and it's going to give you technology, and probably going to fucking bomb you, if you don't comply. This it is community, and maybe, we don't need to fucking reinvent the wheel here. Maybe we just need to know, who we are. We need a solid fucking identity that, we're unites us. And if I can bring this back to the North, and the identity politics up there, which is what it fucking is. I wasn't doing apologetics for my grandfather and his generation of rebels for no reason. The thing is that he had, and they had, an answer of how they're going to unify Protestant and Catholic, and it's going to be through a socialist republic. Say if you like that that's not going to fucking work, but like consumerism, it's a fucking answer. Nobody else has any fucking answers, right? But the thing about being a socialist republic is, that you're one country, right? So you all have to be one thing, and that's Republicans. It's an open invitation, and always has been. The IRA didn't go around to loyalist neighborhoods and demand that loyalists renounce the crown. They just wanted to be left the fuck alone, and to have basic civil liberties. The loyalists, on the other hand, they see the Irish, or the Republicans, or the Catholics as a plague that must be wiped out, or at least contained and controlled. They have a identity that is outside of the island. The crown, this is their gig. Like you mentioned, the upcoming 12th of July celebrations. They make these massive towers and burn them. Like, what's that about? Has anyone thought about that? Like, why they do that? You know, it's like I forget which king and the fucking year. I'm good bit fucking shoddy on this era of Irish history, but basically, you know, they needed to light fires to make sure that the ships got to the shore so that the troops could unload and fucking subjugate the natives. And that's what they celebrate every fucking year. They recreate that fantasy, you know? And this is their identity, and they will refuse to give that up to the bitter end. Unless individually they decide not, you know, to not have anything to do with it anymore and embrace a new identity. You know, there has to be an alternative there for them, you know, and the alternative that I suggest is just be fucking Irish.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you probably speak a Gaelic language anyway. What are you doing running around in fucking orange and fucking lighting fucking fire beacons?
Yeah. And that's genetically, like, we're pretty much fucking identical, you know, between the interaction between Scottish, you know, people from Scotland and even the two islands. Like, come on, like, let's get fucking real. Like, it's not like we're, you know, that different.
We're the same people.
Yeah, we have been interbreeding for a long fucking time. And you're right about loyalism, because even if the monarchy in the UK was to die tomorrow and it was never rekindled, the memory of it will live on forever, and then it will probably even become you know, more ingrained, because then there will be that wish to revive it. You know, we need to bring the monarchy back, so everybody fucking doubles down upon it, you know. But yeah, so to bring it back to the people from the south, I don't know. I don't think really that there will be any sort of joining of hands, especially what happened with Coolock, and that people were kind of slapped down with it. But if anyone has notions of doing it, not that they're going to listen to me, but it has to be fucking said that yes, we'd have a common quote unquote enemy, or common problem. Let's not frame it as enemy, because we don't want to be on board with, okay, let's burn people out simply because of the color of their fucking skin. You know, we have a common problem, and we do have a common enemy, which is really our government systems. You know, that's the real fucking enemy within. So the best way to address that is, you know, to fight it on separate fronts. For everybody's health and safety, really, we shouldn't come together on this issue. You can't really come together on an issue of war and then have it work out well for everybody in the end, because when it's over, where does that leave everybody? You're not just going to suddenly part ways, shake hands, go, okay, well, you know, until the next common battle, let's leave it at that. So there is a common quote unquote enemy. It will be fought, and I'm going to sound like George Bush Senior. It will be fought on many fronts. So on the northern front, if it's an issue within loyalist communities, it's for them to deal with, and them alone. If that happened in a Catholic community, that, you know, you're not going to see a mass movement of loyalist people coming to the aid of girls in the north. We've seen by these stories that they're still at the old game in Northern Ireland, and I'm sure there's, you know, on the national side as well, there's people who are going into loyalist communities, and it's still tit for tat, and the youth seem to be caught up in it. And then you have you know, rap bands like what are they called, Kneecap as well, which just seems to be a provocation to fucking I don't see what good it does. I know it's art and whatever, but it's art with a particular fucking bent to it. But anyway, besides the point, let them deal with their problems, okay? It's a loyalist issue in a loyalist community. It's for them to deal with. People in the south should have nothing to fucking do with it. By all means, cheer it on social media. Recognize, okay, well, that's a problem. There may be something you can learn from it. You know, let's give these people credit. They are a fucking resilient people. They know the tactics of resistance. Just fucking learn from it, but recognize who it is you're dealing with. And I don't think that people from the south are somehow going to infiltrate the loyalist paramilitaries.
No,
up
we
north
can't do entryism and loyalism. No,
and turn them around and put them on the right fucking path. So yeah, a simple, clear message. Just stay the fuck away. Focus on your own problem, which is here in the south, in your own community, and let's focus on that. And eventually, we'll get that piece of land. There's a beautiful spot in Cork going at the minute, the Heatherside Hospital, which was planned to be an IPAS centre, and a very small group of people down there managed to hold off on that, which they should be applauded for. It's kind of fallen by the wayside. People are kind of focused on bigger ones like Coolock and Tipperary, but a small group of people down there stood fast, refused to let anybody into the building, stopped any ESB guys going in, any level of survey, and they won. And now that compound is back up for sale for something like a small sum of €300,000, which a lot could be done with that. I only wish I had fucking €300,000 in my back pocket. But there's many opportunities, and for my mind, that may be the way forward to build a sanctuary. And maybe we'll look. We think the Jews have their hands in every pie. We may learn something from the fucking Jews, scattered to the four winds, no home, no place to lay their head at night, poor creatures, but with determination and strong identity, they managed to take a small piece of land surrounded by many enemies and grew into one of the strongest presence on the planet, irrespective of what you think of them.
It has to be given to them, and not the land. I mean, that the accomplishment.
They have the fucking land. The way things are going, they're probably going to end up with.
Oh yeah, Greater Israel. Yeah, they own all of it. Yeah, it's just a matter of fucking time. Yeah.
But they have powerful friends. But we can put our, we need to just get clever, I think, and figure out what it is we actually want.
There was a study done of Holocaust survivors, and also it was compared to data of people who were born just around or after 9/11 in New York. Like really, when it comes to viscerality of an experience, like they were very almost identical events, right? They compared the health of both psychological and physiological health of the children of Holocaust survivors with those born around 9/11. And they found that the New York kids are just all fucked up, all sorts of fucking psychological, neurological, physiological fucking issues. But the Jews, fine. It's not because they have superior genetics or anything. It's because they have community. They had and still have strong social networks. They support each other. And we really can't downplay, and I know I'm going to sound like a fucking hippie, that the inner world is very important, it kind of determines how the outer world looks. If you're a fucking neurotic mess inside and everyone else and are related to are fucking neurotic messes, things aren't going to work out in the long run. It's going to be sliding into poverty and fucking devastation, because y'all can't fucking handle your shit and things fall apart and people will look around and wonder why are things, going to hell. It's because we've lost the very basis of who we are, which you said, social creatures. We can't be atomized, and we can't be left without an identity that we share with others, as well as an identity of our own that gels with that bigger identity. The result of not having those things align correctly is mayhem. And like at the end of the day, this is the visceral problem with mass migration, is that you just have these fucking strangers coming in and just breaking up these units. And like what's left then but the fight for the fucking scraps.
That's pretty much it. And people have become dependent on the government, and people are almost on groups are crying at the government. What about us? What about us? Where's our houses? Where's our scraps? Because they've now favoured new people for the scraps. Like, so they have a new pet essentially. So they have new brown pets that they
there you go
adore and want. And it's at times in my life I've had to rely on well, not the government, but you rely on social services if you're out of work. That's why it was built, so essentially if the world changes, and it does tend to change every 5 fucking minutes, as it is, like there's no such thing as a permanent job anymore for the vast majority of people. That's gone maybe 50 fucking years ago, if it ever existed, unless you happen to be embedded in the civil service or public service. Well, then you're doing okay, but for everybody else, it's pretty much a fucking constant stress and a constant struggle, just to survive and have any sort of decent level of living. For those who are fortunate enough to be born into underclass families, and that's it. It's double a struggle, It really fucking is. It just has to be said. People aren't operating from the same base, and there's nothing that can be done about that. That's just the luck of the draw. Okay, you can't choose who you're born to, but you can make a realization. Okay, well, that's not working. It's never going to work. The government isn't just suddenly going to turn around. We know this, at least in the next 100 years, to go, okay, well, let's have a moment of enlightenment and realize, like, okay, yes, well, everybody does need a fucking house to live in. We need to be able to feed ourselves, and we need to start looking at society and what's good for society as a whole. And let's focus on just giving people the basic needs. So in lieu of that, it's probably best that we take the responsibility upon ourselves, as hard as it fucking is, and do something like, create your own small community. And I know it's pie in the sky for a lot of people, including myself. I find it difficult to say it because it sounds so fantastical and so fucking ridiculous and utopian, but it's not. It's just going to take a lot of time, but it takes a lot of people to make it work. So we'll make a commitment tonight. That's something we will work towards, and we're going to have to study the Jews. We're going to have to get on board with Ezra. We're going to need Ezra to take us under his wing. But yeah, I think we don't need to be just so reactive when we hear anybody mention anything to do with socialism that we get that knee jerk Marxism. Just look at who's saying it might be a better way. Like, just don't ignore the entire message. And it's not to say that, okay, well, now we're all fucking socialists. But just take things for what they are. And maybe we need to have a look at Maliki, because he is the kind of, the leading figure that's kind of guiding that movement at the moment, and not just dismiss the man out of hand because he has links to socialism, or was again, I don't know much about him, but was a member of the Workers' Party. And there is stuff to worry about there. I think was part of official Sinn Féin. But everybody has a piece of the fucking puzzle, and we can't just dismiss people offhand because, oh, you don't fit with me because of X, Y, and Z. We're not going to really fucking learn anything about that. But again, at the end of the day, you're going to do whatever the fuck you're going to do anyway. So there's probably no point in us talking about it. But we need to focus on what the fuck is actually good for ourselves instead of getting involved in these fantastical struggles that just really drain you of energy and life and vitality. So
Yeah,
someone
with
saying,
no return. Sorry, go on.
yeah, sorry, I got distracted by the chat here. What's Paul saying?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine KO. I'm here from Dublin. I'm friends with Howard and Morgan. Battered, just for their names. All right. I don't know if that's saying we'd be battered in part of Dublin because of our names, or if Paul would be battered. I don't know.
I think
But yeah,
he
it could
would
be.
be for being friends with us, with
Oh, we're
our
friends
names.
for us. Oh yeah. Well, that's what I mean. That's how fucking crazy things are. Like you can you can be battered for wearing the wrong fucking shoes. We saw it earlier with the.
I mean, like, it's just, a fucking identity. That's all it is. I mean, when like every other fucking a node of meaning in your life is stripped away from you. Yeah, it does sometimes come down to your fucking shoes,
Yeah.
And look, names, they say, and it's fucking true that they say who you're come from, like literally, Mick and O and
Yeah.
son of I don't know how the Scandinavians do it.
Yeah. What's KO saying? I will just go to the chat for a minute. Can't be putting up with Maliki. Don't know why, but zero trust in him. Plus, he is beyond boring. Yes, he is beyond boring. It has to be said. There's a distinct lack of charisma in all of Irish politics.
Yeah, exactly. Period. Distinct lack of charisma. Period. Yeah.
Yeah. Personally, I don't trust them either. I don't. I don't trust any of them, to be honest, because really, it should be. You should lead yourself.
Yeah, getting up in one of those stages for me, I mean, that's a disqualifier right there.
Yeah, and I get it. It's fucking it's cringy, but it does appeal to a lot of people. The madness of the crowd. You saw it there in the small video, like that. There were people who are fully immersed in it, like with the if somebody's on a stage and they're telling you to chant. And you're chanting back with full gusto, like you'll do anything. It's fucking, it's cultish behavior, It's like the great leader has spoken.
That's how the Nazis did it, yeah.
Yeah, and then so when I take over and when I'm ruling the world, all you fuckers will be wearing sackcloth and shoeless, so there's no arguments about silly things like beating people up over the runners. Everyone will have the same name, and we go down to North Korean styles, 3 hairstyles, just so there's choice. Maybe one. No, fuck it. No choice. Just one hairstyle, sackcloth, barefoot. Everybody will be trans, so there's no gender issues. Yeah, maybe no hairstyles at all. Everyone will be shaven bald, no genitalia. Yeah, but we'll keep a little space for the loyalists, just so they don't wreck everything. Yeah, lots of fucking problems. But I think we do need a sanctuary, really, to get away from it all. Set up a new state, minor Israel. We'll take somewhere in Offaly. We'll take over Offaly. That's what we'll do. Fuck it. Good a county as any.
Well, I was considering on laying claim to my ancestors' land. I mean, like both sides of my family, which is a part of Galway and part of Roscommon on my father's side, and on my mother's side, nice, sizable holding in Antrim.
Yeah,
by that little lake in the middle, that you can see. Yeah, just to the south of that. Yeah, that's mine.
I think an island might be better. Like my grandfather's side is from the Aran Islands, and they're always fishing for people to repopulate the islands. So maybe we should take an island before it's filled with fucking Nigerians or something. Like we agree to go to one of the islands. Now it's all terribly romantic because we get there and it's probably fucking freezing cold and. I'm terrified of heights, so I can't go near the cliff. I can't go puffin hunting or anything like that. But we got to start, like you said, we got to start, imagining it first, and then, again, not to sound like a fucking hippie, but
but like, fuck, imagine that before something can be brought into existence. You first have to think about it.
Yeah, I know. I know. What a radical idea. But yeah, and again, because there's no, like we say every week, there's no shortage of fucking misery. You know, you're going to be drenched in it. What's happening now in the Middle East? Like they're going to try and terrify you to death again. And you know, you can guarantee that every fucking tyrant in the world now will take advantage of this to their own ends. I heard Simon Harris to say, like, they interviewed him for why, what fucking reason for his thoughts on the matter. Like, and he's like a little fucking faggot that he is. There's no other word to describe him. But just saying, like, everybody needs to come together around a table and talk, and it's terrible for the world. And like, shut the fuck up.
Something anyone could have fucking said.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Nobody
thanks.
cares what you have to fucking say, Simon. Like, Ireland is an irrelevancy in geopolitics. Just shut the fuck up. Do the job you were elected to do, is to, you know, look after the fucking country you're in. Like, but of course you won't, because you can't. And you have to fucking larp around the world as if you can't have any influence in what happens in fucking Israel.
Let's call it what it is, right? People are looking to the United States for their reaction, looking to Russia for their reaction, looking to China for their reaction. Why? Because those fuckers are fucking dangerous. So you better fucking listen to them. And that's what a lot of things come down to in this life, you know?
As we're seeing, as we saw in, you know, Northern Ireland. Terrible as it is, but it's a strategy that fucking works. Because they solved one problem, which is, you know, Roma in their neighborhood raping their children. So now all the Roma are going to go. They don't care where they go, no more than I would fucking care if I had that problem in my community. What about these? Where do they go? I don't care. You know, it's essentially, it's that line that's quoted at the rallies: "Get them out." And that's what people want. Is just simply
very simple demand.
Yeah, get them out. And if that movement can't be focused into politics, and I don't think it can, because the demand is clear: get them out. That's the one demand that movement has, that the voice of the people is: get them out of their communities. I don't care where they fucking go. They don't want them here anymore. And that might not be everybody within their community. But if you have, on average, 50,000 people showing up in Dublin for a couple of marches, you can take it that it's a pretty popular fucking sentiment among the people. And if the government doesn't act to do something about it, and I don't think they will, I don't think they can, well, then that's what we see up north is going to happen down south, because it's going to be proven to be an effective strategy. People being people, it's monkey see, monkey do. So they look at the loyalist monkeys up north, and that strategy will be copied down here. And that's just how it's going to be. If the government can't make these people leave, and, you know, 3 show deportations every couple of months isn't going to do it. So it's going to have to be a case where communities take it upon themselves, and they will form and organise. And it doesn't take much, as we saw. It doesn't take much to break a police line. It just takes 2 older dudes from your community to go to the front. And what happens 3 minutes later? They call other people over. 1 person comes, 2 people come. As soon as a crowd sees 5 people moving in one direction, the crowd will naturally follow. Same, someone throws 1 petrol bomb. 10 minutes later, the crowd psychology kicks in. And it's all gone to shit. And at the end of the day, people will be happy because, okay, well, that problem solved. Same like Coolock. That problem solved. No bypass centre going in there. Of course, the strategy changes where they start putting people into houses, and we've seen that happening. People have been posting videos of, you know, groups of 5, 10, 12 men being put into bed and breakfasts around Dublin. You can guarantee they'll put them into housing estates, because that's the government's strategy, and that's not going to change. It's simply not, and we're a long way away from having any real change in government, where we're going to get an organised party that's going to come in and have a strategy to remove these people from the country en masse, and then to have the civil servants go along with it and implement it. It's not going to happen. We'll have a new Garda commissioner very soon, thank God. We'll see the back of Drew, but it's most likely going to be that Canadian woman, Sarah Cox.
Wow.
who has a terribly unfortunate surname, but it's kind of fun to play around with it.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, but she is, woke to the core, like all about diversity. I've gone to her bio a couple of times, and it's all diversity, inclusion, diversifying the police force. And when that happens, that will just, exacerbate things because people don't respect the guards already. They are us when they're not us, when they don't reflect us, which is amazing because they talk about they need to diversify the guards, so the new arrivals can feel comfortable talking to them. Well, did you forget about some people who aren't really comfortable with them to begin with? And by diversifying them and not making them reflective of the communities they already serve, it might cause a bigger fucking problem. But bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, and we'll sit back and we'll laugh from little Israel out there on the western coast before the Africans managed to colonize one of the islands out there. Yep, and we'll have a full plan by next Friday in place. All right. Okay, I think we're done. Yeah. So the general message, like, stay away from the fucking loyalists.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
It's not going anywhere, really.
Yeah.
I was trying to find a post. Fuck, you can't find anything on fucking Facebook. A sentiment I want to finish with, and fucking great Irishman I am. Like, I can't fucking hack Irish pronunciation. I'm out of fucking practice. Do you know how to pronounce that? The first word in that sentence, in that name.
Cleve.
Okay. Solace?
Solace, yeah. Right.
Yeah. On Cleve Solace. Okay, so that's a good group. Page on Facebook, and they posted an image of one of the bombed out houses up there in Ballymena, and it, a very thoughtful person, manages this page, and he or she said, "Look, they're dealing with their thing, and we will, have to deal with our thing." And it's not the fault of those people, they're a symptom, but they still have to be dealt with. However, in getting back our identity, just, please, let's not lose our soul in that process. And if it needs to be spelled out, don't fucking burn down people's homes. Maybe a migrant center isn't a home by definition, legally, by definitions, somewhere they're saying, but don't do that to other human beings.
Well, just hang on. Someone's accusing us of being Mossad agents. Yes, finally, call the Nazi. Like it worked. Lady of Era. Yes, we do work for Mossad.
You don't give
volunteer.
We're
not full members yet. They're not paying us yet.
We're hoping. The FSB I work for. I didn't know that we were at odds, Morgan.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I work for many different agencies.
Double, triple agent.
Yeah, I don't even know who I fucking like. No one's supposed to report to anymore. Like,
but it will actually tarnish our collect soul if we, do pograms. It is what it is.
Yeah, I know.
Like, are the Germans happy people?
I don't know. I've never seen them smile. Like, so it's hard to fucking know.
Okay, fair point.
Yeah. I don't know. I've considered converting to Islam. Never really considered converting to Judaism. But I might give it a go. I might visit.
If I was given the choice between the two, like gun to head kind of thing scenario, I'm much more interested in Judaism. I have to say, it's I mean, come on, fucking Islam, that was born yesterday,
Yeah.
and it's based on going around cutting people's heads off. But Judaism, it's pretty cool. It has like intricate rules and stuff, and super like autistic stuff. And then it has its own mystical side that it didn't steal from the natives that it conquered.
Huh.
So
And you're right about
beautiful.
the autistic. Like they've even incorporated a bit of stemming into their prayer. So the actual autistic people, the severely autistic people, could be happy. Like no, oh look at that deeply religious man over there. No, he's just stemming. Yeah, I'd like to go to Israel. Put a little cap on.
Okay.
Put a little note in the wall there. Put the hand in the wall and have everybody round on
when you
you.
do that.
Yeah, I have to start wearing Jewish clothing, like a little Star David badge or something, or I can get a photo of just wearing T-shirts, with Mossad on it or something like that. Spread rumors that we are actually Mossad agents, but that could be the cover. We could be making light of it to throw people off the scent.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you do that stuff. Yeah. But the first trick that you do to get attention away from you is to accuse other people of being agents. So
so Lady of Era is a Mossad agent.
Maybe.
All right, it would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean Mossad are they've got their shit down. They're very clever.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. The envy of many of an intelligence service.
Yeah, I mean, who would think to sell your enemy pagers and walkie-talkies that have explosives in them and just let them have it for years until you decide that it's convenient for you to fucking slaughter them. Like I mean, it's awful, it's reprehensible, but man, is it devious.
Oh yeah, whale people find out that they own fucking Apple and Samsung, and they're going to kill us all in like 3 months' time, and we're all going to get a phone call at the exact same time.
Do you remember that whole thing about exploding phones?
The batteries, yeah. People will be surprised. Make sure you don't get rid of your landline. Like, so if you get a call, 9/11, 2026. Be warned now, as this is one Mossad agent letting the other Mossad agents know here. Don't answer the phone at 9 minutes past 11 on 9/11, 2026. That is when we're all we're going to take out all the goyim in one foul swoop. It's going to appear on your phone. National Lottery calling. So just don't answer the call. Like, I know it's going to be difficult. But if you don't do the lotto that week, because that will fucking throw, you'll forget. You'll think like, oh my god, I knew I fucking won. And then the Messiah will appear, shortly followed by the last Maddie. I can't say that, like it's terrible. Dublin coming through. Like there's certain words I can't say. I was trying to say RV today. I have to concentrate to say that. But it doesn't sound well coming out of an Irish person's mouth, so I just had to revert to fucking
RV.
RV. The American thing, the trailer shit. So it was coming out as or, like as like and or.
Or an or.
Or V. It just didn't come off the tongue properly. Yeah, what that's got to do with anything, I don't fucking know.
It's just silly o'clock, that's all.
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Lady of Air, we're going to have to figure out where this fucking Mossad agent is. We'll have to figure out all social media accounts. Let the left and the right know. And the centre, let's not forget about the centre. The left, right and centre have to know that there is a Mossad agent operating in Dublin. Lady of Era, we're on to you. You blew your cover. You're out of Mossad.
Hey, weren't we going to look at dating on the spectrum?
Oh yeah, I haven't. Has anybody watched this dating on the spectrum stuff? My wife likes to watch it at night time, and she continuously asks me, "You coming to bed to watch love on the spectrum, and I say, yeah. Now in a minute.
I had a completely different idea of where that sentence was going.
All right, no.
'Cause
No, but it's
thought-
too difficult because we don't have a fucking television in the bedroom.
All
And
right.
then we have to go and grab the fucking one of the
Oh,
televisions and bring it up to the bedroom. And watch it.
wow.
And then when I'm in bed, I get terribly distracted. There's other things I want to do when I'm in bed, which is, you know, look at my
Yeah,
phone,
the
stone.
television in the bed. I mean, it really gets in the way, you know. I
Yeah.
was never a fan of it.
Yeah,
for
unless you have a
multiple
camera in the
reasons.
bedroom as well, and you're, you know, projecting an image of yourself onto the television. Well, then it's it's somewhat bearable. Like, but yeah, loving up the spectrum. I'm a little bit split. Like, so it's a little bit exploitative. Not as bad
It
as some of
is.
them, because what they're taking people who are, you know, autistic, and then they're using that to generate money. But it's very endearing. Like it's very
It
sweet,
is, yeah.
and it reminds us that, you know, we're not all fucking murdering savage bastards. So
Mhm.
but they're not even kids. Like, there's some New Zealand program that does it with
Down for love.
yeah, Down for Love. Like, I think
I like that one because you know what? There's nothing more optimistic and enthusiastic and just full of love than a young Down syndrome person, you know?
Yeah, but they were pushing these ones
That
to
is-
start fucking, like, you know, and it's like that
Oh,
was
fuck, really?
yeah, it was like
Oh,
that was
no, fuck
the
that.
straw for me. Like, so.
Oh, I liked that show.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
at that stage it was like that's we stopped watching. It's like, this is too fucking much. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, what's next? Here, strap this bomb vest to you and walk into that crowd of people.
Islam on the spectrum. Hamas are recruiting their new diversity program. We're going to bring in Down syndromes and fucking
Oh my god. Okay.
plastics and
Yeah.
wheelchairs, like, just rolling up to the Israeli embassy.
We need to send this idea to Tag Hickey.
Yeah. Oh yeah, give him some fucking material to work on. I'm sure he's probably in a tizzy at the moment with what's going on in Iran. He's probably on his way over to see if he can help Paul Murphy
Oh.
out. Who's oh, they took my phone. They put me on a plane and sending me home, but I haven't got my phone yet. I had to borrow a phone off the person next to me, off the prison guard or the
Oh, is
policeman.
that how? Yeah, I was wondering, like, okay, if you're in this perilous situation, how the fuck are you talking to people?
I know, right? I don't have my phone yet. Somehow I could manage to get onto my social media account and let everybody back in Ireland know that I'm safe, but I just don't have my phone. The question arises, why are you so worried about your phone? What's on the phone, Paul?
Ooh, oh my god.
What's on the phone, Paul?
Shit.
Only a phone, right?
Yeah.
Surely for a man of his income, easy to replace the phone.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not my concern if I'm going over to, you know, advocate on behalf of the people of Palestine. I was like, okay, I've been arrested there, but where's my phone? And it's not the first time he's mentioned it. Like, so that was the first tweet was, I've been arrested, but they have my phone.
That was the first thing after the arrested part. The first thing was my phone. Yeah,
I have my phone. And then when he's released, I've released him on a plane, but I have my phone. Has anyone seen my phone? Like, I need that fucking phone back. That's not my phone.
You know, what do you reckon it is? I think it's nudes of Mary Lou.
Yeah, maybe I think that would be tame. I don't know.
I'm just trying to stay positive here, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, given that we're Mossad agents, I think it's really just a call to some of our friends in Egypt.
Yeah, we have the back doors to all the devices.
Yeah, got hold of that phone.
Inside.
Yeah.
Intel inside.
There you go.
What that fucking means.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm sure we can manage to get hold of some of the images on the phone by next Friday's show. And just thank God that, you know, images can't be faked. So if we do get hold of images, we can guarantee everybody now that the images we produce next Friday, 10:15, will be genuine images, unaltered. And we will let everybody know what those images are. Now, of course, for security reasons, we may have to blur the face and change the name. So we have to come up with an agent name for Paul Murphy. What would we call him? Agent. Anyone got any ideas? Agent. Davy. Doesn't he? He's unsure about the name of his child or gender of his child, isn't he? If it's a boy or if it's a girl. So Agent Davy. So when we mention Agent Davy or Zaby, as it's known in proper English, we're referring to the one and only Paul Murphy. So we'll make sure we have some photos there. Anyway, Love in the Spectrum. Let's see if we can find Love in the Spectrum on there.
Okay. And Paul, no, it's not fucking trans people. It's autistic people. Asperger's people.
Asperger? What are we talking about? Trans people? Oh, trans, because they're all... No.
Jesus. What do you take us for, Paul?
No, Love on the Spectrum. All right. Okay. All right. So the first guy we're going to have a look at is Tanner. So these are all American people, which I think is most autistic people anyway. Right. Let me share the fucking screen.
And I'm going to keep an eye on the back end of YouTube in case they get a fucking hissy fit.
Oh, fuck yeah. Jesus Christ.
Like, look, life's too fucking short. Just do it.
Yeah.
Okay, bye, KO. You are.
You walk out. Tanner. Okay, we see that okay?
Yep. Oh, I remember this guy. He's so cool.
Yeah, he's very fucking delightful.
And he's
on
such
the telly,
gentleman, you know.
Yeah, in person though, I tired of him after like 2.5 minutes.
Oh yeah. No, you can't.
All right, that's about that.
Do you have Down syndrome or Williams syndrome?
I'm gonna change this to fucking 720 because we'll probably have a conniption fit trying to. We're limited to 720, aren't we? With Restream, okay.
Do you have Down syndrome or Williams syndrome?
Syndrome.
Okay, and I have autism. Have you ever been bullied before?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, so I was bullied just one time. I was crying because I was upset about it. Have you ever punched someone? Sometimes when you got mad?
No.
That's okay. It happens sometimes, like when we're little. Okay, here comes our burgers. Thank you, Reagan. Hey, Kate, I think we should say a prayer before we eat, okay? I'm gonna say the prayer. Dear Lord, thank this day. I pray for this good day and good date we're having, and I pray that you keep Mommy safe wherever she is right now. And I pray we have a good lunch. I pray you'll keep us safe and that we'll be okay. Amen. All right? You ready to eat? Okay. Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Mine's good too.
Oh, thank God I don't have to date anymore. Like, Jesus Christ.
That was good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever been on a date before?
No, I haven't. First time.
I've never been on a date before either. Hey, and what kind of person do you want to meet? I want to meet a girl that's a Christian. What Loyalism do you want the boy to be?
Christian, and yeah.
Okay. And I want the girl to be very talkative. Do you want the boy to be very talkative? And I want to meet a girl that's very beautiful and pretty. And do you want to meet a boy that's very handsome? Okay. That's what I thought. And that's good.
Oh no!
All right, fucking hell.
Oh no! It's relentless.
All right, right. Let's try this. This guy is fucking genius. Connor. Right.
How would you describe?
Oh, stop.
Do you have Down syndrome or Williams syndrome?
We know she's Down syndrome. Right, relax, dude. Connor speed dating. Let me see if I can find the right one now. Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that?
No. Oh, no, I remember that one.
Or is it fucking Oompa Loompa, is it? Like...
Oh, shit. Oh, my God, he is.
All right.
Do you...
Is this the one?
All right.
Do you like nature by any chance?
That is a very good question. I've never really thought about that. I guess I am more of a city person. I prefer the hustle and bustle.
Oh, God. Look at that poor fucking girl's face. Like,
I know.
oh, like, this is the same kind of advice that an Andrew Tate gives young men. We should get rid of Andrew Tate off the internet. Like, that's what happened to Connor here. He got inducted into Tate's player university and told him, okay, here's the deal. You're doing your speed dating, you reject the bitch as you're doing the speed dating.
Begging.
Yeah. Make sure she sees you write down on your piece of paper a big X. Make that X fucking big, baby, so she can't miss it. And then critique her in the column next to it, like, what a cunt.
All right, everybody, it's time to move.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Thank you.
Hey, Connor.
Yes?
Are you voting yes or no while they're still sitting there?
Am I not supposed to?
I'm going to wait till they've left so I see.
Damn, knew I'd mess that up.
Oh, God, the stress, like, fucking.
If I really like...
Oh, God,
Yeah.
Lord. Yeah,
You know, there's this button at the bottom there that you can check that stops play. Yeah, see, it's the
Where's it?
thing. You know, beside the CC button, the closed caption button.
Oh, this fucking thing, yeah.
That, and then we
Oh,
don't have to deal with that shit anymore.
sorry, I'm new to the internet.
That's like a 10-year-old feature, man.
I don't fucking know. All right, I think Connor eventually finds love, which is a great message for everybody, especially people who've given up thinking there's nobody out there for you. There is. You just have to find them and kidnap them first. That's all. But there is really it's just a matter of if you want to go and seek it.
Yeah, man, I can tell you from personal experience that, you know, there can be like oceans of fucking time between these events, but when they happen, they really fucking actually happen. And they're all the more beautiful for the wait and the specificity.
And there's always brothels in the interim if you're terribly lonely. Love in a brothel. There's a new series like Love in a brothel. Don't take autistic people.
Yeah, sex therapy. That's what it is, you know.
All right, I'm gonna be able to find this. Where the fuck is it? Come on.
Have you ever heard of that internet personality Boogie 2988?
Sounds slightly familiar, but
yeah, I don't know why he was originally famous for, but now people just laugh at him. There was a documentary made about him. Like, he's just a mess of a human being, and he's like horrifically fucking obese, and no woman would ever want anything to do with him. So he would go to prostitutes, right?
Maybe I was.
They interviewed one of the prostitutes, and she said, so yeah, after that session with Boogie, I quit the profession and I went to get a job.
Oh,
it was that disgusting to yeah.
There you go. There's the answer to prostitution. Just keep sending fucking fat, disgusting men into
yeah, exactly. Yeah. You only learn really by experience, you know.
There you go. Like, yeah, you get enough fat, greasy cum on your tits, and it will turn you against the profession. Like, who knew? Right, we'll have to suffer through with this fucking again because of
right.
I'm not spending like 20 minutes finding something on the fucking internet. Yeah, so we have to suffer with this horrible fucking short and this top 5 shit, but we'll have a look at it anyway.
Maybe I was just attracted to him.
Or maybe you were just upset about being a single mom.
Little boy with curly hair, I can't remember.
Yeah. I saw that one on another one, so yeah. Yeah.
King Ezra?
Oh yeah, I forgot he becomes king after a while.
For a second, I thought I just gave away a major spoiler.
No.
Edit that out.
I'm gonna have to take her. I'm sorry. She's gonna be mine.
Oh, no. I'm afraid I can't allow that.
And then Uber and Lyft, you like to use those?
Expensive and unreliable.
And she's blonde. But I didn't think that we were so hung up on the hair color. I just kind of thought, these are a really nice family.
And you didn't think to tell me? I can hear just fine.
Maybe I was just
I don't know. That makes sense. She's a fucking Mossad agent right there. Like,
attracted to him.
Or maybe you were
it's
just
the same shit. I can't deal with that. Okay. Yeah, we're done with Down syndrome people. Fuck them. Or they're not even Down syndrome, autistic.
Yeah.
People. Yeah, but it's a very cute television program. Like, and yeah, not something I generally do. I tend to stay away from telly, but every now and again there's something that's endearing and reminds you of the better side of human nature, even if we need retards to show us. we're not all fucking terrible, but there is something lovely just about the simplicity of it, and it's highly expressed as well, just that constant need and want to connect with another human being, and it's hard enough for most people who have all their faculties intact, but then for people like that who are on the spectrum or have difficulties, it's even more of a struggle because you're kind of drawing from a smaller pool. But then again, isn't it like a cruelty, really? Because they'll become so attached to each other, and then if one of them dies or something terrible happens, they get lost in a supermarket for like 6 or 7 years. Just can't find their way out, and the other one's outside in a different supermarket. Where are you? We can never find each other. But no, it's one of those universal things, we all seek and want love and happiness and all that shit. So grab it while you fucking can. Right, I think we'll wrap it up. I've reached the limit.
Yeah.
My mind.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, when you're hitting the autism part of YouTube, but it was my idea, so I'll own that. Just to
all right,
just so people can remember that before the nuclear bombs go off, there's still love on the spectrum, before they outlaw hate, and finally move around to love. We'll rejoice in the fact that we still have love, and it's not illegal and probably won't be, because love will tear us apart again. Okay, now it's definitely time to end. All right, good night, folks. We'll see you back next Friday, 9:30, sometime between 9:30 and